hit there for Ditta. As the claws come in, bro, huge hit. That was a claw spec there from Dorito Chips. Oh my god.
Wow.
No way.
Oh, he brought it back. Oh.
No way. No way.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Are we on? I think we're on.
I believe we are.
Here, yo, welcome everybody to the Method Mayhem OSRS PP the World Championship, which, you know, obviously the last 4 weeks we've been slowly working towards. The NA West, NA East, the European and the OCE circuit. The top 8 hybrids from each respected region are going to clash today in a top 32 double knockout tournament. So it's going to be double elimination, which means you got to lose 2 series to be knocked out. There's a total of $3,000 US. 3,000! First place 2K, second place 700, third place 300. Up for grabs for all the top people that do manage to go all the way through. It's a best of 7 at the end with the grand finals, but all the rest of the fights are going to be a best of 3. I am here today with my lovely companion, West Ham. Are you excited?
Good morning. Yeah, I'm excited. I think there's going to be some great fights today. I'm participating myself as well. Hoping I can get some warm-up fights before I actually go in for my first one as well. But my first one isn't until like an hour or so. So there's some time before that.
You've been warming up, haven't you, a little bit today? Are you feeling confident?
No, so I haven't actually warmed up yet. I haven't done any fights yet today because I figured that it's probably better if I wait to do my warm-up fights. So I do them before the fight rather than doing them like 2 hours before the fight.
Oh, that's understandable. But you made it through, of course. Who's your first fight against as well, by the way, in a few hours?
I'm going to be fighting a person called Frankie, or Full Send, who I believe competed in the EU bracket, if I'm not wrong, or NA East.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to jump into the brackets quickly and have a little look at who we're going to be seeing first and such. It looks like these are the top 8 from each of the regions, of course, from 1st to 8th place. The Europe, the US East, US West, OCE brackets, as we mentioned before. First fight, we're going to be watching the OCE winner, Panic PK, the legend himself, up against Koof, its Peak, which should be quite a matchup. He came 8th actually in the US East, so he's narrowly managed to get through. We'll be starting with a few of these rounds going through. And of course, it's a 2-day event as well, so keep in mind, guys, that we are streaming today and tomorrow, 6 p.m. through to midnight UK time. It's 6 p.m. right now, about a 6-hour show or so. Really excited for this. We've been hyped up for weeks now, waiting for this moment, and we have a little special, a little addition to the tournament for you guys, your viewer entertainment. Hopefully, it's going to make a big splash in the water for everyone that's watching today. You know, the Method team has worked with some developers to try and make this a little bit more interesting for you guys to watch and understand exactly what's going on. So I'm excited to show you guys and reveal what they've been working on. We'll jump into the first fight very shortly as well. Who are the big names, West Ham, in your opinion, that we're going to be watching throughout this tournament?
There's so many of them.
Yeah.
We got Bill Jetty, Saladin, Sanctified, Saeed, Grim. I do believe we have Barnes, Miraja, Hamza as well. Panic.
Yeah.
I mean, just about almost everyone in this tournament so far
Of
already
course.
has a very good reputation as being a good nature, and I think there's a few kind of unknown people that came through in this tournament are actually managing to get themselves to the finals. But apart from that, it's a lot of recognizable names for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We've also got some, content creators in here as well.
Oh, sorry,
I
and
see
Dino as well.
Yeah, I see Dino in the chat question marking constantly. We've of course got Dino as well. We've got Kemp Q as well, who made it through quite a way. But as you mentioned, a lot of these guys are well-known names from the PKing scene themselves. But of course, they do make YouTube videos. Some of them do occasionally stream as well. But yeah, it is going to be extremely competitive. All these guys in their own right, have battled it through in their respective regions and their circuits, as I said before, with the weeks leading up to this World Championship finale. So it really is, and I know we say it like every time, but that's the way that RuneScape is as well, of course, with the whole, somewhat being somewhat RNG based. But these guys all have the potential to really go through. It really is anyone's game, to be honest. And I probably tell from my voice and how much I'm speeding through right now, how excited I am to see some of these fantastic hybrids really go at it and give it their all for a chance at that $3,000 prize pool.
It looks like we're in for a treat on the first fight as well with Panic versus Koof straight away. So we're going to be seeing one of the Titans from the Aussie bracket going against Koof very shortly here. And
Yeah,
I think that's going to be an
title.
exciting fight.
Yeah, he got first place in the OC bracket. Of course, Panic is a name that everyone's familiar with for his, his drama with Odablock maybe a while ago. But not only that, but being a respected YouTuber who's been content creating for many years now, and only recently actually got into hybriding in the last couple months. Before that, he was mostly known as an Edgeville style PKer, like high risking, all that kind of stuff too, which is very different to the metas of hybriding. But he's shown that he's such a competent player that he's able to translate all of those skills that he's learned from the Edge scene into the hybrid one. But we'll be jumping into that momentarily, everyone. Twitch chat, who are your favorites right now? Who are the guys that you've come out for to watch today to support out of the bracket that we've seen so far? I personally, I've got a lot of friends here. Of course, Kemp Q Martin as well is a guy that was using my account previously, but I had no Dragon Square Shield, so he's not using it anymore. So I have to do that on stream, I think, in a few weeks' time. We have a Q&A coming up, which should be quite exciting as well. Evie Meister, the People's Champion, unfortunately, isn't here today, but we're jumping straight into the first fight.
Yeah,
Here we go.
jumping into the first fight between Koof and Panic here. Panic starting off not too strong with a staff bash right there, but does get that 30 whip straight away. Also, beautiful to see those inventories and to see the damage calculations right there. Very excited for this one. Finally, we're not going to have to just base it off of face value like we have in the past. So, honestly, it's very nice to see. But right now, Panic seems to be doing a decent bit of damage here. Koof not really doing too much back to him. Panic, yet again, being the inventor of the Mystic Top with the tank barrage, I think he'll be utilizing that a decent bit throughout this.
Yeah, absolutely. As you just mentioned a second ago as well, of course, we do have these new overlays being placed, created by a developer as part of this tournament. Of course, it's not been available for the last few weeks. It was a work in progress, but finally now we have it here today, so we can see the inventory, see how it plays out. Off the bat, we saw Koof, utilizing one of his special attacks on the prey melee, hitting nothing, unfortunately, which did give, Panic a little bit of an advantage currently. Although saying that, he is down a little bit of food.
Yeah, I'm looking at Panic's inventory as well. I'm noticing that his Mage's Book he's moved it
He's not
up
using
a
it.
square. I'm not entirely sure if that is implying that he's not going to be using it at all. We might be seeing Panic just bin the Mage's Book as a whole this tournament. He's using an AGS
he's got
as
the
well,
AGS.
which is an interesting strategy. Haven't really seen too much of that. Does go for 2 back-to-back AGS specs right there, only doing about 33 damage, both off prayer, so not the best specs, but still some decent damage that came out of him at least.
Yeah, get them out nice and early so he can obviously regenerate special attack before the end of the fight. But right now, Koof does have the DD advantage and is utilizing it really well. Got a free hit at the 25 of the melee there, but kind of messes up a little bit, misclicks a bit, and actually gives away a free hit as well. Panic, unfortunately, something that people haven't mentioned or touched upon yet is unfortunately Panic's been moving house currently, so he is battling with different internet, and he's having to, I think, hotspot his current mobile onto his PC to be able to actually connect to the tournament, which is probably why he's dropped the Mage Book switch. But that's a nice
so
40 on the
doing
tank.
it
Wow.
really strong though. Being up about, is it 250? No, he's only up 61 damage apparently. Sorry, my apologies. But
I mean,
still, he's still up a decent bit nonetheless. Right now, Panic having most of the advantage here, catching majority of the freezers, kind of just sidestepping, making sure that he's trying to get those free hits in. So far, it looks like Koof is doing a very good job at keeping up with him, though, not really allowing him to get those free hits as it currently stands.
Yeah, right now, Panic is up a couple of anglers. Both players utilizing their brew to restore ratio pretty reasonably. Although saying that, Panic no longer has any super combats or range pots. He's going to keep his last few brews right up until the end to make sure that he doesn't actually, drain his stats and is no longer got the boosts that really give you those extra max hits and give you that little advantage. But right now, 50% pres on his opponent compared to the 37% that Koof has right now. Definitely, Panic is looking like he's the stronger player at the moment, definitely up on top. And obviously the food as well that these guys have remaining does show that too.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I'm still very surprised to see Panic, out of all people, dropping the Mage's Book. I feel like, if anything, he's the type of person that cares very much about getting the maximum amount of bonuses in, making sure that he's not missing out on anything. But so far, it seems to be working for him. I mean, he's up a really good amount of HP right now. Koof definitely being on the receiving end of the DPS. So far, not really doing that well fighting back. I mean, they are exchanging hits. It doesn't really look like Panic's gotten a lot of free hits in, but Panic seems to be hitting him off prayer a lot more. Coming in with a 35 barrage there. That's the max barrage that he can possibly get. Still, not even equipping the Mage's Book for the refreezes is a very interesting strat, not gonna lie.
Yeah, actually, it's playing off for him as well. I mean, you said not many free hits he's got advantage. He's actually up like 16 free hits compared to his opponent. He is up so much damage as well. And the last AGS spec coming out, not doing any damage, unfortunately, for him. But I don't think he really needs it. Currently, Peak is completely out of supplies. He's down to about 80 HP as well. Panic sitting comfortably full hit points, having, 6 anglers in the inventory as well. Not even needing that brew despite using them early.
Even the mistakes that Panic has made throughout this fight, he hasn't really gone punished for him. I'm not entirely sure on what in terms of like the deserved damage here is. Still seems like Panic is getting a little bit of RNG. Probably, well, I mean, definitely getting better RNG than Koof. Koof's still making majority of the mistakes, I will say, though. Panic is keeping that shield on, and it seems to be doing them really, really, really well.
Yeah, Koof now, I think he's pretty much out. Well, he is out and on like 10 HP. He's got no chance really to come back at this point, especially considering the fact that he's not even utilizing the redemption flicks as most players do. He's on 15 HP. He could get one off if he wanted to. But I think at this point, Panic is going to comfortably win this battle. Again, the free hits that he's got on his opponent, 21 free hits of extra damage and outplaying his opponent.
Go down to that 27 Barrage Rider. That is a 1-0 for Panic, and I do believe all of these fights are best out of 3 up until the final. So
absolutely.
Panic is now 1-0 in the lead, only needing to win 1 extra fight here. Koof needing to win 2. And with the current situation, that doesn't really look like it's going to happen, if I'm completely honest. Maybe Koof can get some insane RNG, but in terms of tri-bridge skill, it definitely looks like Panic is the better player here.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone in the chat also asking, what does the deserved damage mean? So in short, there is a plugin on RuneLight, the client that all the players are using right now, and it basically shows the expected damage you're going to do based on what you're using and if you're hitting your opponent off prayer. So obviously the game is RNG when you hit, the number rolls, whether you're going to actually hit or not, and then rolls a random number between the two. And as an average, of course, that gives you the deserved damage that you're meant to do. As you can see there, Panic deserved 627, but regardless, he really did just demolish his opponent there. That was such a Grand Slam victory for him.
I will say he didn't actually overdeal his deserved damage anyway, so although he might have gotten a little bit better RNG, it still seems like Panic and Koof both had somewhat similar, not that big of a difference between the two. So it seems like it just came down to skill there. Panic having a little bit extra freeze RNG, but still not that big of a difference, if I'm completely honest. He just looks like Koof did not perform well enough to keep up with Panic, unfortunately.
Yeah, just the extra 20 hits is what I think made a huge difference as well. We have a lot of fans of Koof in the Twitch chat saying, "Go Koof, don't put disrespect on his name." But I mean, hey, the tracker speaks for itself. We saw the fight, we saw the inventory, we saw the discrepancy in food. I think that was a very clear victory for Panic and a really confident start for him in this tournament. First fight we're watching now. Best of 3, as you said, West Ham. Jumping to the second fight, Panic needs one more to go through to the next round. Yeah,
Panic going for the freeze straight away. Koof trying to retaliate there with a whip, but Panic predicting it really well. Still Panic getting the first freeze here, even though he's still camping that D square. Not entirely sure how viable that is. I'm sure you lose that. I think you lose out on something like 21 mage bonus by equipping the shield rather than the Mage's Book. But I mean, right now, definitely working out. Panic getting about 3 free hits, maybe 4 even. Takes a claw spec for about 26 damage right there, but Panic still being in the lead, getting another 25 whip. Really just outplaying Koof. Koof claw scratching on that prey range. That could have potentially been a big claw for him. But unfortunately, he has misclicked the special attack right there.
Yeah, really unfortunate. And again, Panic with these whip hits, just absolutely decimating his opponent, lashing him down. So the 35, we saw the 25 through the prayer as well a second ago on the robes, though, to be fair. And now they're with a hybrid fight. Panic does get the freeze, goes in for it. He could have actually AGS spec KO'd his opponent there on about 40 HP if he went for it. It would have been all over just then and there. But currently, Panic has 20 hits on his opponent. And his opponent doesn't really have many, only 11. So Panic having to double the damage right now. It's double the hits, sorry. It's pretty one-sided at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Panic is keeping this fight in control and making sure that Koof is not getting any chance to actually come back here. But still, both of them kind of just trading zeros right now, not really hitting too much. Panic seems to be just camping the whip, not really doing much else. Seems to be going for a barrage right there, but splashes. Koof trading it for a 1 whip. Some very, very small damage we are seeing right here. Not really too exciting, but maybe Panic can turn it around.
Well, I mean, right now he's up, what, like 5-6 food. It's looking pretty confident for him. Deciding not to go for the freezes either. Notice his opponent's praying mage the entire time to get some free bolts off prayer as well. Deciding to finally go for it. Obviously, utilizing that DD mechanic. Getting the AGS whack on the robes, hitting a 0 off prayer. That's quite unfortunate as well. And back to the whip hits constantly. There's a big 25. Probably hoped for a little bit more of the open bolt spec for Koof. He needs some really good RNG now to come back. A nice 32 whip as well. I mean, he's trying, yeah.
He is getting some decent DPS right here, doing about 100 damage without Panic doing a single bit back. As I say that though, Panic does deal 24 damage there with that barrage. It does seem like Panic is opting to use his AGS wax whenever he has BD advantage. Right now, Panic taking back the damage that he just lost. Takes a 35 right there though for a 6. Still getting that back with the 18 followed by. Looks like both of them are just going to be trading hits for the next few seconds, and Koof is going to have the DD advantage very shortly, but only for about a hit or two.
He's getting some good RNG of the barrages. That's a nice 38 whip as well as he gets the DD advantage you just mentioned. Really beautifully played by Koof there. Really important. Getting some free hits back again as well. Currently, those Panic is unfrozen. Catches the freeze straight away. Gets the DD as well. And going for some AGS whacks at the moment too. He's currently leading by 3 anglerfish compared to the 1 Brewdose extra that Peak has. So, I mean, anything can happen in these fights. That's the thing with RNG. Koof can come back. But currently, the 50 hits versus the 39, that's a pretty big difference. 25% more hits done compared to his opponent. The next free is going to be absolutely essential. Getting a bolt there again off
does
prayer.
Go for that claw, but doesn't really pay off. Also takes a barrage right there on the Mystic Top. 2 barrages on the Mystic Top. Still hasn't equipped the K-Top. Finally puts it on. Unlucky for Panic, he didn't get more damage out of that. But Koof making some severe mistakes, but still, they're not actually that far apart on the damage right now. Seems like they're kind of going back and forth. Panic seems to be getting in like 100 to 150 HP lead, and then Koof takes it back, and Panic takes it back, and we are seeing a bit of a back and forth right there.
Really nice AGS spec on the run there off prayer, but unfortunately hits nothing in Panic's favor there. Koof gets a little bit of a run here. Drops his prayer altogether for some reason, decides, you know what, I don't need it to come back. But I think he just must have double-clicked momentarily, and unfortunately for Panic, he's not able to catch that freeze. Now Koof does have the advantage DDing, and he's going to try to come back a little bit. As you said, it's not too much of a difference right now, but I mean, 100 damage, it's going to be hard for Koof to come back, especially now he's been frozen. Panic will be unfrozen first, and has 2 anglerfish compared to Koof, only having a couple of brew sips left now as well. Now we saw from the last fight too, the first round of this, Koof didn't utilize his redemption, and right now he's going to have to start doing it, otherwise it's all going to be over for him at this rate.
Yeah, he does have 1 brew sip still, deciding to use it right there. Needs to pop back up again. Panic still, I mean, it is possible for Koof to come back right here, but he does need some good RNG and a bit, probably need to improve on his play a little bit more. Seems like Koof is getting hit on his robes a lot, definitely making a lot more mistakes. Panic gets a free hit right there, does knock him out with a 31 barrage. 22 blood blitz into a 31 barrage right there, does take Koof out, and it looks like Panic has won with a sweet little 2-0 right there.
Yeah, beautiful start for Panic. As we always say, if you're the first one on, it's a little bit nerve-wracking for you. And of course, you know, to win your first 2 fights, like so by such a pretty good advantage as well, it must really build the confidence up. His RNG at the end there, the 22 blitz into the 31 barrage to KO Koof, just getting the prayers a little bit too late there. That is a 2-0 victory, as you said, for Panic. Goes on to the next round, and that's all she wrote really for Koof. Unfortunate for him, but you know, he did come top 8 in his respected bracket. He came out today swinging, and unfortunately just wasn't in his favor today, I guess. But good fight all round, you know, respect to both players, of course, as well.
Yeah, I mean, the fight it kind of went how I expected it to. Koof definitely still putting up a fight versus Panic. I think Panic was the favorite to win there. I think he's got a bit more experience under his belt. I'm not entirely sure what the PvP tracker is saying for that fight. I believe we're going to see that shortly. But between the two, I think Panic was definitely the favorite. And it seems like 18,000 Method channel points were bet on Panic for 3.5k going to Koof right there. But looking at the tracker, we have Koof with 463 deserved damage to Panic's 679. So Panic definitely deserving that win very badly right there. Probably should have been up a little bit more than what he actually was actually. But Mage RNG, extremely even. 101 to 105%, that's basically no difference at all between the two, honestly. So it just seems like Panic did better, if I'm completely honest there. Yeah,
man. So, like, having 20 extra free hits, 33% more than his opponent got, that is just so many. That just goes to show like how powerful, you know, kind of asserting your dominance in that DD kind of style of PK and getting that advantage, getting those free hits can really, translate into such a big advantage in the actual fight itself as well. Panic once again, like I said before, really confident now, showing that he is one of the best, if not the best, OCE bracket player. He came first place, of course, so he does expect. Everyone expects him to go really far in this tournament as well. Our next fight coming up, I believe, unless I'm wrong, will be Drew versus Violate, I believe, but I could be wrong there, as I am getting familiar with the setup since I am casting and trying to go through this at the same time. Do you know these guys very well? We saw Adam Zor. He's representing Solid Tag, right? I think he's one of the leaders. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we have Solid Tag versus GSG right here. Drew belonging to GSG. Not entirely sure what their rivalry is. I don't think they care too much about each other, since it's kind of like a European team versus a Australian team. In terms of like single way combat and the way these clans fight each other. Most of the Aussie teams, you don't really see them a whole lot. It's hard for them to kind of come in and actually fight their opponents when they're in opposite time zones. But from the previous tourney, I mean, Violate did extremely well. And I think Drew definitely has the potential to take it home as well. If I had to base it off what I know, though, I think Drew is a little bit better than Adam Zor.
Okay.
I think they're definitely somewhat even in skill, but I think Drew might have this.
Was Adam Zor the guy that was fighting the, was it a frontline member? And then the frontline member like took off his gear and Adam Zor ended up winning. Was that fight?
No, that was...
Oh, I thought...
Wait. Actually, wait, no, I can't remember. I think it was Ethan versus Hamza.
Oh, okay, because there's a lot of...
It was Hamza that took off his gear versus Ethan and then ended up losing that fight.
Got you. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, there's just... We've talked about before in the past. There's a lot of rivalry between these massive clans, These guys fight it out in deep wilderness, like every single week, almost every single day. They come into each other and there's a lot of competitiveness between them of whose clan is better. And I guess in this tournament, of course, they are representing their clans. They want to come out on top and say, hey, we've got the best 1v1 NH Brids. So this is the opportunity for them to really show their real prowess and fight in a really fair fight with the same gear setups to an Outlast fight, as opposed to being like in Deep Wilderness Fall-ins, where the scenario is quite a little bit different, and numbers take a play as well as tactics, and it's a little bit different of a situation. But yeah, we'll be jumping in with this next fight momentarily, chat. It will be Drew versus Adam Zor once again, GSG versus Solid Tag. You think that Drew is potentially the better hybrid here?
Yeah, I think Drew has got this, and I think Australians...
Wait, what is that inventory? I am so confused right now.
I've never seen those items before.
No, nor have I, actually.
Does anyone even know what those items are?
I think Adam Zor might have messed up the plugin stuff, which is unfortunate because it takes like a minute, not even that, to set it up. It's a very quick action. I imagine the case may be as well that Adam Zor might want to be hiding the way he's switching or not want to leak any of the tactics. But it's unfortunate. So if you're angry about that, Twitch chat, you can blame Adam Zor and tag Solid Tag or something about it. But off the bat right now, it does look that Adam Zor is sorry, not Adams. Yeah, I mean, just look at Adams was actually winning, although he gets frozen in place there by Drew, which was really imperative for him after being a little bit on the back burner. Nice 44 whip.
44 whip for a 27 right there. Really strong whip from Drew. Like I said, I think Australians handle ping a little bit better than what Europeans and Americans do. I think they're so used to fighting off ping that switching worlds isn't really that big of a deal for them, while I can only speak for myself, but for example, if I go to Aussie ping, it is extremely hard for me to keep up with someone that's Australian.
Yeah, of course. Drew got a claw spec there off prayer, but only hit like 10 or so damage, unfortunately for him. And right now, Adam Zor is utilizing the DD beautifully, but gets frozen in place by a 35 barrage from Drew, bringing it right back into his favor. And now Adam's going to have to, of course, eat up, sitting on about 50 HP. And if he doesn't, a little bit difficult for him. Looks like once again Drew utilizing the DD mechanics beautifully. A 34 barrage as well, just about misstepping.
Adam's getting
could have killed him
right there. Yeah,
wow.
Took a whip on about 10-15 HP right there. Drew definitely could have taken that home straight away right there. Very disappointing for Drew, but lucky for Adam, so he did not die right there. Seems like he's still in the fight. Not entirely sure what the situation is like between him and Food. But it seems like they're fairly even, honestly. Drew definitely doing a good job making sure that Adam Zor is not getting any free hits right here. Dealing about 30 damage to Adam Zor's nothing. Adam Zor finally getting a free hit, but right, for him. Doesn't really hit anything, gets a 0, followed up by a 32 barrage from Drew. Drew hitting a 0 whip off Prey. And a 31 bolt chancing Adamsaw for the second time this fight, getting 2 chances of 1 fight so far. Drew definitely been up food by now.
Yeah, doing a great job as well, getting a couple free hits in there too, hitting his opponent off prayer on the robes as well a couple times. Right now, it looks like Drew is actually coming out on top of this little situation, this back and forth. A little staff bash, gets the claw spec. Unfortunately for Adam, it was on prayer, so it's a 24, and not the most damage he wanted to do there to try and come back into this fight a little bit. It looks like Drew is really, elongating the lead that he currently has, and just, pushing himself further and further into victory. 39
staff bash right there. That has to be that has to be the max, or very, very close to the max. But regardless, I mean, if I had to guess, I do believe this is an Aussie world. It seems like Drew definitely has the better switches and prayer switches right now.
Yeah.
Adamsaw gets some nice damage with a 46 into a 12, followed by 23. Might be going for a claw here, but seems to be opting for the barrage. Hits nothing, unfortunately, for him. Definitely evening out the lead that Drew just had on him.
Yeah,
Still, he's sitting about 50 HP. Yeah, he's sitting 50 HP. Not really eating up right now. Yeah, could have
been a KO as well. If it was
Adamsaw definitely taking some risks, but it looks like he might be out of food, sitting on about 30 HP right now to Drew's 80. Not entirely sure.
My
Drew
God,
is out, but still, he goes for that last claw spec right there, taking him out of the game. Unfortunately for Adamsaw, didn't really get even a chance to redemption, so...
Yeah, beautiful play by that, saving that claw spec right up until the end where he had the opportunity to KO his opponent and not draw it out any longer so the redemption flicks might have come into play. But yeah, beautiful one tick from the man himself, Mr. Drew, representing the Australians from GSG. And Adamsaw goes down. That's a 1-0 victory for Drew. I'm sure we're going to be able to see the tracker momentarily. You can talk us through that one, can't you, West Ham?
Yeah, for sure. Looking at the tracker for that fight, we have a Drew being in the lead on deserved damage by a lot, actually, with 112 extra deserved damage, having 10 free hits on Adamsaw right there. Prayer's being about equal, but then again, Adamsaw definitely having to tank a few more hits than what Drew did, considering he had 10 less hits. Drew having about 30 extra freeze percentage. Not the biggest, but still, it does make a difference. Regardless, though, if I had to guess, that definitely looked like it was a fight on Drew's ping. He seemed to be very speedy with the switches, seemed to be doing a lot better on the prayers as well. So I think next fight we might see Adamsaw do a bit better. I do believe Adamsaw is either West Coast or East Coast. So regardless, I think it's about a 100 to 150 ping difference maybe.
Yeah, so as you guys are aware, in this tournament, of course, the World Championship, from the last few weekends, we have the top 8 hybrids from each of their respected circuits, NA East, West, OCE, and EU. So as a result, these guys are going to jump between the different worlds to make it more fair. So if you're playing on ping, of course, you have a big advantage since your prayers will come up sooner, and you can, click much more responsively. As a result, Adam does, like you just said, have a chance to come back and bring back a fight. And if he doesn't, then Drew goes through with a 2-0 victory. It is a best of 3, of course, in these first rounds. But Drew's was looking really great in that fight. I haven't seen this guy PK very much before. I didn't manage to watch much of the OCE bracket. But you did say before this fight started that you thought Drew was the superior hybrid, and I guess it goes to show that he's definitely very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, Drew did win the Jagex 1v1 for the Australian bracket. So it's not his first time, actually. I do believe he came second in the Aussie bracket this time, Panic taking home first place. But still, he came very close to being a double crown holder 2 times in a row right there. I do think he has the skill. He's definitely up there in terms of the Australian players. If I had to get... For a very long time, I thought he was the best Australian player. I'm not entirely sure if that holds up still. But so far, he's doing really good. It wouldn't surprise me if he goes really far in this bracket.
Yeah, well, like we said before, everyone's got the opportunity to really go through. They're all really strong and respected hybrids in their own right. We'll be jumping into this next battle momentarily. There we go, we're in, and this time we actually have the inventories set up. Looks like Adamsaw managed to sort it out and had a little bit of a problem there. But off the bat, Adamsaw getting that nice ball. Although Drew grabbing the barrage and getting the DD advantage as well. Which is obviously really imperative in these fights, getting those free hits in too, and playing off ping now as well, having managed to do that, get the freeze and getting a free hit there was really goes to show his prowess and his ability to even play off ping.
Drew is starting off really strong so far. Still, he doesn't have that big of a lead. It's only about 12 damage between the two right now. Seems like Drew, actually being DD'd upon right now, isn't really taking that much damage, but does freeze Adamzor back right now, so they will be exchanging hits for about 2 or 3 more before Drew gets the DD advantage yet again. Neither of them haven't eaten a food yet, so they can't actually use their claw special attack. Drew, being the first one, might be utilizing those claws very shortly so he can begin regenerating his third spec. Does go for the first claw right there.
53 though. What?
He took it! He took him out with a bolt!
As if.
Did he just take him out with a 39?
No, it was a 53. He went for the claw spec, retaliated with a bolt, and wasn't able to eat out in time from that. That was so quick. I was about to say, yeah, there you go, the claw spec. You read that beautifully.
Wait, no.
West Ham.
I thought that was Drew that took the 53 bolt.
No, it was.
Wait, no, it was Drew that took the... He just bolted him a 39. Adamzor didn't even eat.
Right. It was on his ping as well.
Drew
so
just got the most free win. Drew doesn't even need to try anymore. Straight away, about 20 seconds or 30 seconds into that fight, he has won it. He is through the bracket now. Adamzor is down to the losers bracket. That is very unlucky for Adamzor, but Adamzor decided to play it risky and risk it after that 53 bolt, hoping that Drew would eat, but Drew did not eat and just went for it. Very unfortunate for Adamzor, but Christ, that is very unexpected, honestly.
Yeah, I'm honestly so surprised at just how quick that was, to be honest. I didn't expect it to happen. The guy didn't even eat a single food there. And yeah, the 50, I guess after seeing the 53, he thought he was a bit safer and his opponent was going to eat up. But the 39 bolt after the 30 claw spec, that's all it really takes sometimes. Of course, it's double elimination bracket, so you have to lose 2 fights to go out. So, Adam's still in the battle. He's still got a chance to come back and clutch it. But going down in that first round to such a silly mistake as well, such a novice error, is going to definitely hit his confidence levels by quite a great deal.
Yeah, that is very unlucky for Adamzor, but he was playing it risky. He did get chances in that first fight as well a couple times.
Yeah, I did not expect that at all. I mean, this is the World Championship, of course. These guys have battled it through week after week to get to this point. They're all really competent players, so just such a silly mistake to make, I guess, thinking he was safe and just maybe misclicked or risked it a little bit too hard there. To hit a 39 as well in that situation is pretty damn lucky, but hey, you got to always be on your toes and ready for damage stacks like that one. That's it. Drew goes through, 2-0 victory, and once again, these fights have been a bit of a whitewash so far, haven't they? Really surprising.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone through really speedy. It seems like so far the bracket is it's not taking that long. We're through with 2 fights already, so we're definitely going to be ahead of schedule, that's for sure, and maybe we can see some more of that.
Yeah, absolutely. We have our next fight coming up momentarily, though. We're a little bit ahead of schedule right now, so not too sure these players will be ready just yet. We might have to buy some time and relax and sit back a little bit and talk a bit more about the tournament itself. We have Zeman Time going up against King Barnes next. King Barnes, someone that I know used to be a content creator as well. I'm not too sure what clan he's affiliated with now, but he used to lead quite a few clans back in the day, didn't he?
Yeah, he is leading Tata and Solitag, so he's probably...
Oh, he leads Solitag as well. Damn.
Yeah, he's probably representing both of those. So there's a decent amount of Solitag members in this bracket, Adamzor being one of them. I do believe we have Hamza, Barnes, and Bill Jetty. And Coin, actually, representing Solitag in this World Championship. So there's 5 of them, and Barnes being one, probably wants to bring this one home after that performance that we've seen from Adamzor right there.
Yeah, that's so surprising, actually, that fight. I'm still in awe about how quick it really was. Do you know much about Zeman Time as well?
There was so much damage being exchanged that you couldn't really predict it, but I don't know too much about Zeman Time. I do believe he's is one of the people that kind of just came out of nowhere in this tournament and have performed really well so far.
Yeah, I remember. I think she was in the NA. Was it West that we casted or East that we casted together? And she went through to
West, I think.
Yeah, and she went through to the losers bracket quite early on, but managed to take quite a few people out, including some content creators. I think Gray is one of the fights that we witnessed, and was really neck and neck in that fight too. But it looks like they are ready. Thank God. We can jump straight into another battle, more high octane action.
The Maxcape chance right here.
Oh, there we go.
Strong right now with Barnes getting a 13 into a 27 through the prayer right there. Very strong opal bolt. Probably would have been in the 50s if it was off prey. Still being up about 55 damage right now against Zeman Time. Zeman Time taking some heavy damage, not really able to get those freezes. Seems like Barnes is just getting some free hits with all this momentum that he's gathered.
Yep, Zeman finally catches that first freeze and only done 7 damage altogether. There's the 31 to catch up by quite a little bit. Now he's 40 damage away, or she's 40 damage away from catching up. The DD's beautiful, but getting hit a 4 whip on the robes kind of unfortunate. She's got the AGS, goes for a 43, misclicks it slightly.
Prayer, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a max hit, isn't it? Free prayer almost. Pretty lucky to hit that. But equally, a second one coming in as well. 31 as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely some really good damage through the prayer. You can't really complain about that. That is probably very close to max with that 43.
Yeah.
Seems like Barnes is doing some good damage, though. Hasn't used any of his specs yet. Barnes having an AGS for this tournament.
Yeah, it's nice to see both players actually using the AGS. For a lot of the weekends, we've seen the claw meta being utilized by literally everyone. But the last few fights, we've seen quite a lot of AGSs being used as well. Looks like Mazar is still up by not as much HP as he was before. I think he's up by like 33 hit points, something like that, according to the on-screen notifier. So it's not over yet. It's still very early in the battle. Both players using both their specs early on, so we'll see some more coming in later on. Mazar accidentally misclicking there, but does get the 37 bolt proc off afterwards as well, which is huge.
Yeah, unfortunately for Zima time, and takes a big AGS right there. I do believe that was off.
It was wrong.
You can't. I don't think you can hit a 48 through prayer in this setup, so that must have been off prey right there. Zima time takes some heavy damage.
Yeah, that was pretty big for him. A nice Godsword whack too. You've seen the Godswords coming in, of course, being a slow, heavy weapon, but it's a heavy hitter too. So if you do get the hits, you can utilize if you exchange them for 1-to-1. It's pretty beautiful. And Mazar, another spec. I thought he used his specs off the bat, but looks like he didn't. My apologies. Second spec not hitting too much though, unfortunately for him. Still, he is now actually leading the fight by.
Oh! Nearly taken out by that bolt right there. I'm not entirely sure if that was a 52 or a 42, but Barnes nearly getting KO'd by the looks of things.
Especially after being up HP, that would have been so unfortunate for a man like off the
Barnes does have the DD advantage right now. As I say, that he did utilize that. He has to eat back up to full. Make sure that Zeman time isn't going to get any momentum off of that. But right now, Zeman time does actually have the DD advantage. Seems like she's taking a decent amount of hits on robes though, which might be the downfall of this fight. But as I say that, she is actually doing a lot of damage to Barnes, being up about 50 damage so far.
Yeah, complete turnaround.
Don't have the DD advantage right now. Going for those AGS whacks, trading hits, probably a very wise decision considering how accurate the AGS is.
Yeah, Barnes as well, not really utilizing the brews and super combats that well. He's got a whole brew left, but no super combats left either. So he's going to have to use, you make sure he saves that right to the end in order to be able to use it with the AGS spec, of course, when it regens too. Zeman time, off the start of the fight, was down like almost 100 HP and now ended up being actually up almost 50. So really turned this around beautifully and still got the combo eats too with the Karamwams if she needs to utilize them. Going for the Aegis whack on the robes, hitting nothing was on the right prayer as well. Unfortunately for her though, King Barnes getting that freeze and getting the DD advantage, getting a couple free hits here and there. Currently leading
not
by
too much damage though. Still, Zeman time being in the lead. It gets a significant lead right now with 63 damage. Make that 68 actually. She will have the DD advantage any second now, so she should be able to get a little bit of the extra damage right here before they are both unfrozen. Yeah,
both players really neck and neck actually towards the end. There was a bit of damage difference here, like 100 damage difference, but still it's quite close. Zeman time goes to the last Aegis spec that she has, not hitting much because it was on the Prey melee as well. Mazar doing a good job of staying in the tag. 41 bolt as well, coming back into this fight. Goes for another bolt, another free hit as well.
Zeman
on the right
losing a lot of hits right now by the looks of things.
That's so many.
Yeah, if I had to be honest, it seems like Zeman time's getting hit a lot on robes, and it's not really been that punishing for her throughout the fight. If I had to guess, I think that Barnes is actually up on deserved damage. He's gotten a lot more free hits by the looks of things, and it looks like Zeman time is just taking a lot of hits on robes and not really getting punished for it. Barnes definitely taking a few hits on robes as well, but not nearly as many.
Yeah, Zeman time's only by a little bit of HP right now. There's a 37 bolt though to elongate that lead even more so. Mazar down 80 HP now, completely out of supplies. Most likely going to be using the redemption
HP right now. Yeah, 46 HP. It gets a 0 AGS. That could have been a comeback for Barnes, but unfortunately not. Seems like he's 16 HP and doesn't go down to that 40 bolt right there. I mean, I genuinely think that Zeman time probably is down on the tracker, if I had to be honest.
Yeah, I completely agree.
It seems like Barnes got RNG'd. Between the two, though, they both made a fair amount of mistakes during that fight. So, I mean, you never know.
Yeah, I think Zementime was sitting in the robes a lot, as you mentioned before, but I think she's a very heavy bolter, and a lot of those bolt procs really came through for her. We saw lots of 40s and 30s, and it kept going back and forth as well, to be honest. Like, at one point, I think, like I said before, Mazar at the start of the fight was up like 100 HP and was looking real good, and then just started noodling and just couldn't seem to do any damage back at Zementime, and she managed to really control the fight. And despite, as we said before, the robes, it didn't really matter for her. Looking at the PvP tracker right now,
it was exactly like I predicted as well. Barnes is actually up on the deserved damage by 87, severely underdealing what he actually deserved. Zementime overdealing by 125. Actually, wait, no, a lot more. Probably about 150 extra damage right there compared to what she deserved, unfortunately for her. So
yeah, that's sick RNG, dude. Like, when you hit 160 more damage than you deserved and you win like that, that's really lucky for her. It is a best of 3, of course, so this is only the first fight going on. Barnes still has a chance to come back, and based on the tracker, it does look like he's a stronger opponent. So if anyone can do it, I'm sure he can come back and tie this game 1 for 1.
Zementime's downfall truly is the tank. Not really utilizing it enough, seems to be getting hit on robes a lot. I think that's where the deserved damage is kind of coming from, if I'm honest. So if she can improve on that, I think she can definitely make it a bit more even, at least in terms of the tracker. But I mean, if she gets the same RNG, it doesn't really matter. If you win, you win. That's just how the game is.
I mean, she's starting in robes and getting hit a 27 bolt proc through the prayer, and then a whip 0 from Mazar. Mazar playing it much better. I think in general, like, really, takes part the really good hybrids from the not so good hybrids, or the newer hybrids, is being able to, keep that tank on as best you can. The prayers obviously do reduce damage done by 40%, but they don't change the accuracy of your hits. So if you're not wearing the tank gear, you're still going to get hit through prayer by quite a lot. Currently, looks like both players, though, are relatively even. Neither deciding to use the special attacks. Zementime getting hit a 32 bolt by Mazar. Going to have to eat up here as well. Another 21 bolt as well. Mazar, though, has hit a 35 bolt too. There we go.
She's keeping the tank shield on, but it's not doing her too hot right now. And she might get chanced there. Does get chanced by that bolt, actually. Definitely could have killed it. Still not equipping the tank enough. She's equipping a shield, but not really utilizing the skirt, which is, I do believe, is the most tanky thing you can have.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, it's a complete different start from the last fight we saw. Mazar actually taking the lead by 100 damage, not using any of his anglerfish yet, or as Zementime's eaten a couple. Both players, opting to pray melee a lot, because the special attacks are pretty scary, being able to output, 70 plus HP in a matter of a game tick or two. Both players unfrozen. Mazar trying to catch that freeze first and foremost by hitting a 31 barrage there. Sorry, 31. Oh, 27 AGS.
Evening out the lead, actually, kind of turning around the tables right now. Getting another 24 right there. Mazar only being up 18 HP right now. Not exactly too much, but he has both of his specs still, I believe, so he should be able to do something with that to up the lead. Seems like they do have 2 people following him around as well, kind of crashing the fight. I did notice that on the first one. I'm not entirely sure why they didn't hop worlds. That probably would have been a better decision.
Yeah, Mazar was up at like 100 HP there off the start of the fight, but now it seems to be closed up quite a bit because of those AGS specs. Of course, he's still got his special attack with the claws, though, and he's switched it up from having the AGS beforehand. I don't think he's used a single special attack yet, has he?
No, I don't think he has. I haven't really seen him use any of his specs, so I'm not sure what he's
waiting
for.
There we go.
As we say that, though, he does get a very big claw right there. Just about 60 or 70, trading 2 27s.
Oh, another one.
Actually,
that was a chance.
Chances Zementime down to 12 HP right there. Zementime being down 167 damage right now. Not looking too hot for this fight.
I mean, just like that, that 60 plus claw spec, and the other 60 plus just puts Mazar with a really strong lead right now, 150 damage up. Although saying that, Zementime's not giving up, getting a couple free hits here and there. Unfortunately, hitting the staff bash. 43 bolt, though, exchanged for another 30 bolt, though. 22 barrage, that was an almost chance as well. He could have actually died there. And a 39 too. Mazar is going in right now.
Taking so much damage right now.
Oh my
and only has 1 angler left, and that angler is gone now. King Barnes not stopping any damage. Seems to have this in the bag. He's up 178 HP right now, so unless Zementime can pull off a miracle, it seems like Barnes does have this fight.
I mean, you say that, then we see a 39 bolt coming in, and Time really going in right now. He's down 130 HP. That's quite a lot of damage to hit. She will have another AGS spec any second now as well, her third AGS. Be interested to see if she manages to utilize it before this fight is over. Mazar stopping her in her movement, and she doesn't get the proc off. Oh, that was so close to getting the redemption, staying in that fight.
I do think that 5 barrage was not enough to proc the redemption there regardless. So that 15 whip would take her out no matter what. But unfortunate, but still, I do believe Barnes is doing a bit better in terms of the play between them, so he probably did deserve that win.
Yeah.
But it is 1-1. The next person the person that wins the next fight will go through, and the loser does go down to the losers bracket. So anything can happen between her. I'm not entirely sure what the ping situation is either. I do believe Time can beat in west and Barnes can beat in east.
I think they are different pings. Yeah, I don't think we saw Mazar or Barnes playing in the circuit that we ended up casting right there. But yeah, currently 1-1, best of 3. A chance for them to come back and potentially change this one up. Unfortunately, the screen has frozen for me, so
yeah, it looks like there's a power outage because my screen's black.
There we go, we're back in again now. Right, Time versus Mazar in this 1-1 current best of 3 battle. We're jumping into it momentarily again. I think overall from the fights that we've seen so far, Mazar definitely doing a better job. If I had to choose one player right now, I'd probably say that Barnes is looking like he's going to become victorious over Time.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the stats we saw in the first fight, I do think that Barnes probably will have this one. Time seems to be underperforming. I still think it's just down to that tank. That I truly think that is all that it comes down to. Time is playing it fairly well, but is just not equipping the tank enough. That seems to be the downfall.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to mention as well, though, of course, even if Time does go out now, we did see her in her own respective circuit actually going down quite early on and still managing to, come back and clutch through to the top 8 and go through to the finals, the World Championship this weekend. So, it's not over for her, even if she does lose this battle. Jumping into this third fight, currently 1-1, Time versus Mazar, and Time catches the freeze. It's like
Mazar standing completely still? No? Okay, he is actually here. Yeah, I thought he DC'd for a second there. Was just standing completely still, not really doing anything, but still. Right now, Mazar being up about 13 damage right there. They're both just exchanging hits, none of them having the DD advantage. Mazar is going to be frozen any second now, so he's going to have the DD advantage for about 1 hit before Time is unfrozen. So the next refreeze is probably where we're going to see most of the damage being dealt.
Again, same as the last situation, the last battle, we see Mazar taking the lead, being up almost 100 HP, and Time struggling to really keep up, catching that freeze, but King Barnes does a fantastic job of really stopping her in her tracks before she can create some momentum right now. Got a hybrid fight going on, back and forth, mage versus range, constantly to where players are unfrozen, both having the special attacks to utilize as well. Mazar usually opting to save it till a little bit later for the best opportunity possible, whereas we see Time using it off the bat. Although saying that, different strategy this time, going for the 42 for a 40.
Gets a 40 AGS through prayer. Yeah, Time specs through prayer, honestly, has been really good this tournament so far. But honestly, it seems like Time's kind of opting for mage, but not... I'm trying to say this in the nicest way possible, but does it seem to be fast enough to get those 1 ticks every time? And that seems to be the downfall, because Mazar is heavily predicting her still. Actually, seems
pretty
like
decent
Barnes has lost. Yeah, Barnes has lost a significant part of the lead that he had.
Yeah, that AGS actually through the prayer there that Time got potentially could have actually killed King Barnes right there if she hit the max hit, getting a nice 34 bolt as well.
Barnes actually being down now from that 100 HP lead that he had, so it has evened out between them. Still, Barnes trying to get that freeze by the looks of things. Time is hoping that she's going to remain unfrozen, trying to get those bolts on the robes. Seems like both of them are frozen right now. Not entirely sure if they are within range distance. It seems like they're probably going to have to long range bolt.
Yeah, and it looks like actually in these fights, Time is very heavy on the bolts, and I think that's why she's able to get these like little comebacks. Like right now when it's a mage battle as well, she's up 60 hit points now, being down like 100 HP off the bat. It really can go either way. Mazar coming in, but getting caught in his tracks by that barrage right there. Beautifully done by Time to neutralize the threat, really going in for a whip as well, potentially into the bolt. 53, those bolts are on fire.
The maximum bolt right there. That is insane. For Time getting a significant lead on Barnes right now, the one that she really, really needs. Barnes being on 5 anglers, 2 brew sips to Time's 9 anglers, or 8 anglers, sorry, and a full brew. But still, Barnes does have the DD advantage right now. Might be able to do something with that. Can maybe get that lead back that he had previously.
Yeah, I mean, 100 HP can turn around in a matter of, two hits, to be fair, if you get the luck and the hits off prayer. 44 chance from Zeman
gets
time.
chanced by that AGS whack right there as well. That is absolutely
48.
insane scene from Zeman time right now.
Yeah.
Really getting the RNG. Seems like Barnes being on the receiving end takes another 35. Bolt being down 200 HP. Even if he is the better player right now, he needs a miracle to come back here. And I don't think that's going to happen. Zeman time is not stopping. Seems like the RNG is just absolutely insane in her favor. And she is shredding Barnes right now, getting another 21 bolt right there. Barnes is now out of food, 50 HP, needs to deal 350 damage to take Zeman time out.
Wow. Yeah, these barrages that Barnes is getting can't simply catch the freeze. Nice claw spec on the run there on the robes, but it's not going to be enough now. Sitting on 30 hit points. Although saying that, he's running a train at the moment. Coming back a little bit.
Actually getting charged by a 25!
Oh my god, imagine on the
Barnes
robes as
actually
well.
could have had that on if he just bolted a 25. That would have turned the fight around for Barnes. That is so unfortunate. I think he's honestly very angry.
No, when he's out just like that, he missed the redemption. That first exchange there was able almost to come back with the chance off from the bolt, but too little, too late. Unfortunately for him, that's a 2-1 victory for Zeman time in their first round battle. King Barnes going down to the losers bracket now. Wow, that was really surprising because I really did feel like Mazar or King Barnes was playing that so much better than Zeman time was. Not getting caught in the ropes as much, but just the RNG from Zeman was huge.
It definitely seemed like King Barnes was the better player there. Honestly, that's so upsetting to see that 25 bolt on the robes off prey when he desperately needed a miracle to come back. That could have been it for Barnes right there, but unfortunately for him, he does go down to the losers bracket now. Looking at the PvP tracker for that one, Barnes is actually, despite all of that momentum that Zeman time had throughout that fight, he is still up on the tracker, which is insane, honestly. You really have to be doing a lot better than your opponent to be up on the tracker despite taking so much damage from that RNG that Zeman time had. Barnes having 47% to Zeman time's 33% as well.
Yeah, the deserved damage there, 400 and hitting 570, and then the opposite for Mazar, meaning to do 470, only doing 400. Quite frustrating for him. I think it's the bolts, man. I don't know, man. When you Zeman time is just so top heavy on the bolts, and she did, to be fair, the hits that mattered, she caught Barnes off prayer, and the few times that she did catch Mazar or Barnes in the robes, she was doing constant 20s, whereas Barnes, when he was trying to catch her in the robes, was more often than not, he was just dealing zeros constantly. So really unfortunate for him. Before we jump into the next battle, though, I have a quick announcement to make for you guys. So if you would all like to check out the Method community team by typing !community in the Twitch chat, there are all kinds of perks for signing up and becoming a member of the community team, such as exclusive content opportunities and giveaways. Method also provides help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. So if you want to get involved, make sure you do sign up, make some friends in the process, and learn a thing or two if you want to jump into the community and start streaming yourself. Not only that, but Method also have some of the hottest new merch. So if you want to check it out, !merch in the chat as well. The store has the freshest garms, the silkiest clothes, really beautiful stuff, top quality. If you're enjoying the content that Method's putting out, if you want to support them, the organization, to keep doing stuff like this, or just want to get yourself some nice new hoodies or some t-shirts, then feel free to type !merch in the chat. Everyone's saying sick garms merch hot in the chat. Let's go. Also, last but not least, of course, !socials in the Twitch chat too. So to follow Method and keep up to date with all the events they've got going on. This is the first tournament they're doing, of course. So, there'll be many more coming soon. I'm sure we have a Q&A in a few weeks as well with all the sponsored, all the Method streamers, myself, West Ham included, as well as all the other guys. We've got a team of 10 plus members that all stream old school RuneScape. So we're talking about, PvP related stuff, updates, direction of the game, real life things, what we have for breakfast. I don't know. It'll be a fun one though. So make sure you guys tune in for that one as well. With that being said, we're going to go back to the brackets now, have a little look around and see where we are so far. So, first battle, we saw Panic PK taking out Peak Koof in a 2-0 victory landslide. We did not watch the second battle, which was Immaculate versus Gabba, which was a 2-1 victory for Immaculate. Do you know these two players, by the way, West Ham? Because I'm not familiar with those names.
No, I don't think so.
No? Well, it's before we have...
I'm attempted to remember, but I don't I think Gabba is a Aussie player, but I actually don't remember Immaculate at all, if I'm completely honest.
Well, I mean, like I said before, we do have a lot of names that are more unknown that players don't know about, and you know, they come through and they're not really content creators or streamers or YouTubers, and they end up being absolute demons on the sticks when it comes to the hybrid scene. We had the third fight, or our second fight that we watched on stream, which was Drew from GSG, the OCE player, versus Adamzor Violate, who is the leader of Solid Tag. That was a 2-0 victory for Drew, and actually the second fight, we saw a KO from a Bolt, and I saw actually Adamzor in the chat saying he DC'd after, you know, utilizing his claw spec and going for the DD. He DC'd on that perfect game tick, unfortunately for him. Or maybe he just lagged or something. It was a bit of a rookie mistake, a bit of an unfortunate error. But of course, these guys aren't out just yet. They're going down to the losers bracket. It's a double knockout tournament, so they're still in it to win it. Another fight we just saw a minute ago, we had Zeman Time as well, of course, versus King Barnes, which we just saw. And our next battle that we're jumping into momentarily, make sure I get this right before I say the wrong thing. We have Series 25 up next, which will be Panic PK.
Panic versus Immaculate right there. Trying to figure out where my own fight is, actually, because I do think we're nearing it.
Yeah, it's... Oh, your fight? Oh!
Yeah.
I'm hyped for this, man.
Yeah, sorry for going off topic there. I just need to figure it out, because I will be leaving momentarily during my fight, so I'm just trying to keep track of it so that I'm not missing out on anything there. But between these two, I think Panic, yet again, being a favorite, it wouldn't surprise me to see him win again. I think Panic is just like one of those really calculated players.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure why he's ditched the Mage's Book, though. If Panic is in the chat, I would be very happy to hear why he's ditching the Mage's Book. I know Panic is more than fast enough to use it, so it might be something with his internet, actually. You did mention that he's playing on his mobile hotspot or something like that right now.
Yeah, so he's moving houses, he told us. So as a result, he's having to play on his mobile before his internet is actually being put into place. And he showed me some switches the other day when I was on stream and sent me a little GIF. And he was clicking, and like legit 5 seconds later, the character would move. So it looks like he's managed to sort out that issue at least. But as a result, yeah, doing those 3 ways, maybe 4 ways, isn't as consistent for him.
That's very unfortunate for Panic. It'd suck to see him go down to something as unlucky as that, honestly, because that is just completely out of his control. So hopefully his internet will fix up and maybe do him a little favor here. But right now, it seems like he's going to be sticking with the 3-way ditch in the Mage's Book, which is a massive downfall if he is fighting someone that is able to use it and flick their tank well enough. So, I mean, still, I think Panic's good enough to win this regardless. I don't really remember too much of Immaculate's fights, unfortunately. But going into the first one between them, it seems like they are both following each other, maybe opting for a freeze right here. Panic getting frozen by the looks of things, gets a 12 barrage into a 25 bolt right there, sending him back 37 HP. Unchanceable getting a decent amount of free hits. So it's 3 hits right now on Panic. Panic not really able to fight back. Going for those Mystic top tank barrages that we've seen in the past. Gets a beautiful anti there with the AGS. But doesn't hit too much, unfortunately, for him. He's still taking a ton of damage right now. Gets bolt chance right there by that 27 bolt. Seems like Panic being on the receiving end. Immaculate is just destroying him right now by the looks of things. Panic not really able to eat up here or gain any damage back.
Yeah, like we said before, and I see Mason in the Twitch actually as well saying that Panic's almost DCing every 10 seconds or so. So props to the man for, despite the issues he's got, still coming out today to put on a show and do his best regardless. But currently he is down like 5 free hits or something off the bat. We see a spec coming in here, not getting it off prayer though, but almost, I think that was a whip chance actually on 42 HP on Panic there. Would have been a max hit for the whip, so quite unfortunate on the tank as well if he was to go that way. But Panic's still in this, catching the freeze as well and trying to stay in this fight as best as possible. Looks like the internet is, started to kick back into play right now. He's starting to get the momentum going as well, getting a few hits back into his favor. Lovely little switch there as well, to be honest. And he's actually opted to start using the Mage's Book again by the looks of things too.
He gets a beautiful 1-tick 4-way barrage right there as well. 22 into the 4 AGS whack. Not too big of an AGS whack right there, but still some nice damage nonetheless. Panic evening out the lead that Unchanceable had at the beginning right now. Going from about 150 down to 79 down right now.
Yeah, he was down like 5 free hits, and he's brought it back into to even the fight up, actually being up a hit himself, actually, for a moment there. Nice little bolt there on the 33, but getting hit back a 34 by Unchanceable as he gets the DD advantage too. Panic needing to utilize this freeze now to stop the opponent from, you know, really making some momentum here, but unable to actually get a hit off there. And Immaculate actually gets that free hit again, and a 31 bolt too, really going in, catching the freeze too, potentially a 26. It's the claw spec.
Panic actually goes down to that claw spec as well. A really beautiful spec from Immaculate right there. That means that Panic is now down at 1-0 to Immaculate, and it seems like he's going to need a reverse sweep right now, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, really nice play there actually from Immaculate, to be fair, despite even if, you know, Panic wasn't able to eat maybe because of lag or whatever. It was a really nice switch regardless. He stepped away beautifully, went slightly off the screen, went for a barrage into the claws. Look at that. That would have been a 66 claw spec. So even if Panic did try to eat out of that, if he didn't eat properly, he could have potentially still been KO'd because it was off prayer and it was a really crazy stack there. So really beautiful moves by Immaculate, winning that fight 1-0 in a best of 3, of course, as well. A little bit of a surprise there. I mean, Panic wasn't off to the best start, to be honest. What do you reckon about the PvP tracker? It's looking pretty even.
I think Immaculate.
Yeah.
Oh wait, actually, oh shit, it's right there. Sorry, my apologies. Panic is actually up, but not by a lot. 35 damage really isn't that much, and I mean, Panic getting KO'd. It doesn't really matter what the tracker says when you die to a KO. Unfortunately, you can be up as much as you want on the tracker, but if you put yourself in a situation to get KO'd, it kind of renders it useless, really, because even if Immaculate did get some good RNG right there to KO him, it doesn't really matter. That you shouldn't be putting yourself in situations to die to that.
No, absolutely, I agree with you. He should have eaten up, or at the very least, not ran into the what's it called, into the claw spec like that. A little bit of a rookie error again. We see these happening. Maybe the nerves, or maybe it was the internet situation there. This is a round 2 fight as well, of course, so it would be a real shock to see Panic, the winner of the OCE bracket, really going out this early on. Of course, anything's possible. It is a best of 3. That's only a 1-0 lead for Immaculate. It can still change around. We've seen it happen before. It can definitely happen again. I guess we'll have to wait and see when these guys are ready for another fight. It's good to see that Panic's actually utilizing the Mage Book too, of course, being a plus 15 Mage bonus is huge in these setups. And you've only got Mystic as well. Really increases the catch rate by like 10% plus, which is a pretty significant difference when you've got, 60, 70 hits in the fights.
Yeah, the difference between barraging with your shield and barraging with your Mage's Book is about 21 Mage bonus, I believe. So that's quite a significant amount. I know that barraging in your tank, for example, has 50 Mage bonus. So adding an extra like 40 to that, it's massive, and you really do need it.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. Anyway, we'll be jumping into the next fight in this best of 3 momentarily. From the guys probably just getting situated. Maybe Panic's trying to, wiggle around his mobile phone, try and find the best area in his room in the right corner to get the best connection to his 4G. But here we go. We're jumping into it. Best of 3 right now. Immaculate is up 1-0 lead. Here we go.
Yeah, going into the second fight between them, Immaculate being down 33 HP right now. Panic getting the first DD advantage right there, but not lasting for very long. Immaculate doing a very good job freezing them back. Seems to be opting for the barrages right now. Barraging in his shield, actually. Both of them kind of just exchanging zeros, not really doing too much damage to each other. Quite early into the fight right now. Seems like Immaculate has eaten a few though, so might be dumping a claw spec here very shortly to begin regenerating. So, might be seeing some intense damage coming anytime soon. It seems like he's going for it there. That's not the intense damage I was hoping for, but I mean, it is 2 damage. It's better than a 0.
As well, you'd expect it to hit something pretty good, but right now, Panic really, after taking that only 1, he's into a really nice lead, up 40 HP or 50 HP off the bat, getting that DD, getting some nice hits, even through the prayer, hitting some 20s and such. Great switches too, one ticking the barrage into the freeze once again, but getting caught. Nice AGS opportunity there, but Immaculate really, understanding that was coming, read his opponent really well and managed to get the prey melee up in time. Now the momentum has switched. Looks like Immaculate's up a little bit, or rather about to close the lead and almost come up. 38 claw spec through the prayer.
Claw spec right there through the prayer, yeah, almost close to the max. Definitely like to see that. Right now though, Panic does have the DD advantage, gets some decent barrages right there. Might be able to get some free hits, even out the lead that Immaculate has on him. Oh wait, sorry, no, Immaculate is not up at all. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, my apologies. It seems like Panic is actually up a decent bit. So Immaculate definitely needs to come back here.
No worries, it's new to us too, this new little on-screen notifier of their inventories and such. It's the first time I've had it. Thank you to Hyman, actually. Shout out to him for making this for Method to make the viewing experience a little bit better for you guys at home. It's very back and forth right now, but Panic does have a 75 HP lead, being caught, and unfortunately for Immaculate, you just can't seem to get really many hits off prayer or you to do really too much damage at the moment. Just wasting a lot of time as well, standing still, not really hitting back either. And just like that, as Panic's going to be unfrozen, hits a 35 bolt. Now he's up 100 plus damage, catches the freeze. Immaculate does catch it back again just before Panic gets that DD as he goes for the AGS swing.
Up a lot of damage right now, though. As I do say that, he does get bolted at 34, but still being up about 100 HP. If he can continue with this lead, he's definitely got the win secured. Seems like Immaculate has drank his last brew right there. Does still have that 1-1 though, just in case. I'm pretty sure Panic has one AGS spec left, unless he just used that. But looking at the lead that Panic has, it is just continuing to add up. It doesn't really seem like Immaculate is getting any opportunity to take back the fight here. Panic definitely being up, but still, looking at Panic's inventory, he does have 2 brews with only 1 sip of Super Combat and Super Ranging Potion right there. So if he doesn't manage this well, he might be fighting a portion of the fight unpodded.
Yeah, you're completely right there. Right now, though, he's up 230 HP, so I don't think he'll even come to that potentially if he keeps this lead going. Immaculate needs something really special now to really come back and win this fight. He should have a claw spec any second now as well to potentially give him the opportunity to switch up the momentum. But now being on 100 HP with only 1 Karam left, and of course, Panic having those, 6 food and the brews as well, it's going to take a lot of RNG here for Immaculate to really come back. And right now, Panic is not letting up. 44 whip as he goes for the DD.
44 right there, and that is Immaculate's last piece of food going down, sitting on about 45 HP right now, needing to do at least 350 damage for Panic to go down. I don't think we're going to see that happen, if I'm completely honest, and Panic definitely has this secured. Gets a 65 AGS right there to finish it off. Panic now being at a 1-1 between them, only needs to win 1 more, so the last fight between these 2 will decide who goes down to the losers bracket.
I think I just realized as well, one of the really beautiful reasons to bring an AGS over the claws, obviously, the fact that it hits over 1 game tick, not 2. It gives you like almost guaranteed KO when they get down to low HP. If they try to start using the redemption, which can really switch over a fight and end up being like an extra 50, 60 damage needed to finish off the battle. If you save that AGS spec, even if you hit through prayer, you can hit like 40s through the prayer. So if they're on sit on about 20 HP, 15 HP, rather than just going for that barrage to stop the redemption from proccing, just going for that AGS spec, hoping that you hit, which, more often than not, with the accuracy of the special attack increasing your accuracy by 50%, it's definitely a smart strategy picked up by Panic in this battle. But you are right, it is currently 1-1.
Yeah, waiting for the tracker on that one as well. I'm kind of curious to see. It does seem like Panic definitely got a lot of RNG right there. He did play it very well versus his opponent. I do believe he outplayed him a decent bit. So it wouldn't surprise me if he won on the tracker, but he definitely got a lot more damage. If I had to guess, he probably got more damage than what he deserved. But regardless, it seems like Immaculate was just not keeping up with Panic at all during that fight.
Yeah, I think he really turned it up compared to the first one. He was a little bit rusty, or just in general, the internet issues like we said before might have been playing into effect there. We do have the second PvP fight tracker, if you'd like to go through it with us.
Yeah, looking at the tracker, just like I guessed. Oh my god.
Oh wow.
Very unfortunate for Unchanceable right there. With 77 prayers, Panic's 48%, with Unchanceable having 399 damage, but actually only dealing 241, sorry. So Immaculate severely underdealt what he deserved. Panic severely overdealt what he deserved. That is the opposite of the 2 right there. It seems like Panic actually should have lost that one. Looking at, even though Panic is up on the deserved damage, looking at that fight, we have Panic dealing 613 damage versus Unchanceable's 241. So Panic having the momentum throughout that fight the entire time. It definitely means that he had way more opportunity to deal more damage to Unchanceable, and unfortunately, it seems like Unchanceable probably would have won that fight a lot if he did get around the same RNG.
Yeah, I mean, when you get, again, like, that's the game we play, right? It's RNG based sometimes, and obviously, usually, in these best of threes, the top PKer does come through on top, but sometimes, just the way it be, to be honest, we all play this game, we all understand how it works and how frustrating it can work, especially if you've got the PvP tracker as well. It can be a huge knock to your confidence if you see that you're meant to be doing better, but you just don't get the hits that you want to. Regardless, Panic does take that win. It's now 1-1. It can go either way in this next battle. That's what makes it so exciting as well. And so nail-biting, you just don't know who's going to take it. We'll be jumping into this third best of 3 fight momentarily. This is round 2 as well. So, winning this early on is such a huge push to your confidence levels as well. We're jumping into this, both players starting off with the claws this time.
Immaculate definitely had a bit of a confidence boost, knocking Panic out so early on the first one. But that second one definitely brought the confidence down. I mean, getting RNG that hard, it's not fun, honestly. It is one of the most tilting things you can experience on this game. When you're doing everything correct, you're trying as hard as you can to come back in a fight, but the game is just not allowing you to. He is starting off strong this time, though, with a 65 claw right there. Very nice from Immaculate. He's put himself at a decent lead, trying to keep Panic at a distance right now to make sure Panic isn't going to be able to get one of those claw specs off as well. But Panic throws them right next to him. Both of them kind of just trading hits with each other. Seems like the lead that Immaculate had is kind of slowly trapping away here. Sitting on about 50 HP right now, not deciding to eat up. Does eat up to 99 right there. Panic gets the first DD advantage, probably only for a hit or two though before Unchantable is unfrozen here. Does get another claw off prey, unfortunately not for too much damage, only about 40. Whips his opponent on ropes. Panic trades it back with a 31 barrage though, so definitely unlucky for Immaculate.
Yeah, currently Panic closing the lead that Immaculate had there momentarily. He's got both his special attacks left as well. Really interesting too, he's not using even one of them to start to regain special attack before the end of the fight. Both players opting for the claws as opposed to the AGS we saw last time. First pick coming out for Panic, hitting a 0 on the tank, on the prey melee, not what he wants to see. And as a result now, he's down by quite a bit and really frustrating. Right now, Immaculate does get that freeze. Gets a claw spec off prayer though, Panic. 38 damage. A little bit in the first one, but still he's down just a little bit of HP now. Of course, Immaculate specs were absolutely huge and massive. Looks like Panic is going to catch this freeze, get the DD, and try to really create some more momentum going for the freeze, getting 2 free hits in there as well. Beautifully played by him, but unfortunately just hitting the zeros right now. Panic can't seem to really hit any damage at the moment. It's looking like a bit of a stalemate from both players.
Looking at the prayers as well, it seems like this fight they are both really even on the prayers, but Panic does have a few extra free hits on Immaculate right now. Immaculate being down 3 HP, but does get a 44 bolt right there, definitely putting him in the lead again with a 41 HP lead right now. Seems to have gotten a free hit there. Never mind, actually. Panic has frozen him back with a 13 barrage. Seems to be opting a lot more for the mage this fight.
Went for the fake.
Goes for a claw into a whip. Definitely an interesting fakie right there. I don't think that would be the strat I'd be opting for, going for a melee fakie into a melee hit.
I mean, maybe it'll work out next time, but right now, Panic actually ending up being up on HP now, up 30 hit points after that little exchange. But then, just we say that, Immaculate goes for the... Oh, a 41 whip from Panic. Beautifully played as he gets frozen, although being frozen stops that momentum. Immaculate's able to eat up a little bit last of his HP. He's only got Bruise left and 1 Angler Food. He's got to be careful and utilizing them properly. He's only got 1 range pot left right now, which isn't going to be enough. Panic does get the bolt proc, but doesn't hit any damage, unfortunately, on the prey range, on the tank as well.
I have just noticed a critical mistake from Panic, though. Looking at Panic's inventory, he does not have any super combat or super rangings left, but he does have 3 doses of brew, which means that Panic is going to be fighting a portion of this fight unpodded unless he can put himself in a big enough lead to take out Unchantable.
Well, it looks like right now he's up about 70 HP, so he might not even need to use those brews if it keeps going this way for him. Both players will have special attack as well any second now too, which will be interesting to see if they actually utilize them, manage to, have a comeback for Immaculate, for example. But up 72 HP, that's a bolt spec, but not hitting anything, unfortunately. He's got 4 food left compared to Immaculate. Only got 1 angler now. Both players sitting on 115 HP, hoping who can get the little bit of momentum first. Obviously, he's not have to eat any food and just keep outputting damage. But right now, Panic getting a free hit here, a free hit there, and it's really adding up for him, which is probably why he's up in the lead by a couple of damage right now. Beautiful freeze too, getting the DD advantage once again. Back-to-back barrage.
And it seems like Panic's lead is just adding on, and it might be over for Unchantable right here. He definitely needs to come back really badly right now. He needs to deal at least 250 damage to take Panic out by the looks of things, and I don't think that's going to happen if I'm completely honest. It seems like Immaculate has lost this unless he can get a miracle. He does have a claw spec though, but unfortunately for him, it hits a 0 right there into the staff bash. Immaculate kind of choking a little bit right here. Doesn't really seem like he's going to be able to bring this home. Unfortunately, he has 23 HP right now. Just about any hit from Panic could take him down. 13 HP. Any hit right here matters, and he is not flicking his redemption. He does get the redemption right there as we say that, though, putting himself back to 27 HP.
Yeah, right now he's really got to perfect those redemptions to stay in this fight, because 4 food left is going to be quite a lot. Misses that opportunity right there. Macula not able to get it. Gets the second time though. He's still got 4 restore doses left, 3 restore doses left now. So he can still do it again potentially if he starts flicking the redemption up. But Panic right now, he's had so many free hits, going to close out any
Panic
second
getting
now.
a 31
No
barrage.
way, the third
Gets
one!
another redemption, but it doesn't really seem like it matters because Panic has
No.
the momentum right now. He's not really able to do any damage back as Panic is just continuing to proc those redemptions. Doesn't really seem like Panic cares either. Panic is in a big enough of a lead, and he does take him down right there with that 31 barrage, meaning that Panic has advanced, and Immaculate moves down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, in situations like that, when you're trying to, sort out your prayers, try and read your opponent, what they're going to use, get your prayers right, and then flick the redemption a game tick later for projectiles and get it on the right game tick. It's so difficult to really stay in that fight. So Immaculate gave it his all, but I mean, you've also got the nerves as well of just like how important this fight is. Obviously, $3,000 being given away today, so everything's on the line really. Unfortunately for Immaculate, wasn't able to quite take that one, especially after the last fight when he was actually up on the tracker and got a little bit of bad RNG. But Panic wins, 2-1 victory going through to the 3rd round. What does the tracker have to say about this battle?
Looking at the tracker for that fight, Panic being up a lot of deserved damage right there with 185 deserved damage extra compared to Unchanceable with 93 hits to Unchanceable's 73. So that's a 20 hit difference between the two. Panic coming out strong on that final fight, really pulling himself together. Seems like Unchanceable didn't really have much of a chance to fight back there. Panic definitely doing a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the first fight, it looked like Panic wasn't was doing pretty badly. Second fight, he came back a bit, but still he lost on the tracker. Third fight, Panic finally got into his groove and won that by quite a landslide. I mean, the 20 extra free hits as well, and all of that extra deserved damage. I mean, goes to show he definitely deserved to win that last one, and that's the one that really mattered. So yeah, moving on to the 3rd round, as we said before. Unchanceable not out of the tournament yet, down to the losers bracket of this double knockout tournament. Still got a chance to come back up and potentially, stay in at this tournament a bit later on. Looking at the brackets so far, we'll be watching Drew versus Zeman Time momentarily. But if you've not been with us for the start of this tournament today, then you can check out exactly who we've been watching and where everyone is placed. Of course, it's a 2-day tournament, so we'll be streaming until about midnight tonight, another 5 hours or so. And then tomorrow we've got another 6-hour show, same time zone for the finals, which is when we'll be giving away that $3,000 worth of prize pool.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the fights we have coming up, we definitely got some exciting fights. We have Bill Jetty probably being the favorite for this tournament from what I've seen in the Twitch chat so far. We also have Miraja being one of the only people representing Frontline still in this tournament. And
we've also got that
Saeed, who came 2nd place in the Jagex US West tournament, I believe. Definitely being a favorite right there. I think he actually came 2nd in the championship as well.
Yeah, I think he did. I think one of my favorites as well. We got West Ham coming up a bit later in the next hour or so. Look forward to seeing how he does. I think he's pretty confident. He's won a few tournaments in the past as well, of course. So I'm bigging up my man. I look forward to seeing him battle it out too. Bill J, actually, you said he was a favorite. His first fight is up against Dino, who is a big fan favorite in the Twitch chat too. I see a lot of his subbies posting Dino emotes from time to time. That's going to be a really hard fight for him because, as you said, Bill J is feared as being one of the best hybrids in the game. Obviously, landslide victory in the European tournament that weekend. Hegemony, he's well known in the actual PK scene by so many people as being a demon.
I kind of have to give it to Dino though. I've seen Dino. I've fought against Dino. I mean, honestly, I really do think he is better than what people seem to believe. I've watched the fights. I even fought against him yesterday, and he performed really well against me. So I think he's got a good chance at beating Bill Jetty, honestly. If I had to pick, I think Bill Jetty's the better player. But I mean, we've seen RNG pull through anyway, and I think if Dino gets the right amount of RNG, he definitely can beat Bill Jetty.
I mean, here's the thing as well. What people forget, this is the top 8 players from each of these respective circuits. Like, these guys came out on top and were the best hybrids out of those 32 players, of which those 32 players had to go through preliminaries of like 100+ players. So these guys are some of the best hybrids in the entire game right now. Everyone deserves to be here. And we keep saying it, but it can go either way, which is what makes it just so gripping. We'll be jumping into the next battle momentarily. Twitch chat. We have Drew up against Zeman Time next. Zeman Time took down King Barnes in a victory that was a little bit, I don't know, based on the tracker. He didn't play as well. He puts on his robes a little bit too much and misses a few free hits, but it didn't seem to matter for for him. As for Drew, he had the solid tag leader in his first battle. Drew representing GSG, being known in the OCE area as one of the favorites to win as well. You know him as a really competent hybrid as well. You were mentioning before that he's a really strong player. So it'll be interesting to see if Zementime, despite the the slight mistakes that she makes with the robes on a few too many times, if it matters even for her, or if Drew is gonna really shut her down and is a better hybrid than Barnes and won't it won't make much of a difference for him.
I think Drew's got this, if I'm completely honest. I think Drew definitely being a better player between the two right here. Even for myself, like I said before, I was convinced that Drew is probably the best Aussie player in this entire game. So it wouldn't surprise me if he beat Zementime by a lot. But then again, RNG always plays a factor. We have no idea what's going to happen. Sometimes RuneScape is just RuneScape, and it does very odd things, leaving the deserved player to win at a loss. But regardless, I think Drew's definitely got a bit of a fight against him. Zementime has done well in the tournament, but I think the downfall of Zementime is always those rope hits. She gets caught on the ropes way too much, and I think Drew is calculated enough to figure that out and be able to kind of strategize around that and make sure that he's going to be doing as much damage as possible and kind of outsmart Zementime.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. Of course, after this battle, it's it's not over. We're only in round 2 right now. The winner of Drew versus Zementime in this fight that's about to come up momentarily is going to have to face off Panic PK in round 3, the OCE winner. So that's not going to be an easy fight either. Although saying that, I'm pretty sure that Drew and Panic fought before, didn't they? In the OCE bracket, they're both the top players from the OCE, so they'll be on the same ping, which should be a really interesting battle of the Titans after this. But before that, if Drew does go through, we have to see if he can beat Zementime first and foremost, who again is being caught in the robes a little bit, but actually it's starting off really strong, catching that first freeze and being up a little bit of HP, actually getting a free hit in there as well.
Drew, yet again, able to read Zementime there, gets a 41 whip on the robes, quite high hit, but deserved damage to say the least. Right now, still Zementime doing a decent job getting some damage back, but Drew getting those hits on the robes, and they are really strong right now by the looks of things. Zementime not really eating up, could have gotten bolted on 36 HP there, but decided not to risk it. Drew gets a 38 bolt followed by the 0 claw, so not the biggest of claw specs, but it was on prey on tank, so rightfully so. Drew getting some really big damage. Actually chances Zementime there with that whip. Like I said, reading Zementime and catching those hits on the robes, but does go for a staff bash right there. Still getting 7 damage out of that.
I mean, just look at the inventory discrepancy right now. Drew has only used 2 food and a couple of brew sips, whereas Zementime's used an entire brew and half of her anglers. Right now, Drew is up 165 hit points and catching his opponent, Zementime, off prayer quite a few times right now. Zementime, the strategy she usually goes for is just hoping for those massive bolts, and usually they pay off. She was off to a pretty good start, but Drew, of all the people, like we said before, was able to really notice that she gets one in robes quite a bit, and has really up 200 hit points right now. Actually, it's such a landslide start to him. What a boost to the confidence levels.
Yeah, it appears that both of the players have ran off screen, but Drew still being up 223 damage, 230 right now. We can't really tell what's going on between the two, but Zementime is taking a lot of damage by the looks of things, being down 253 now, gets a decent bit of damage back into that 224, gets 0 whip on robes there, unfortunately for Drew. But still, Drew being in a significant enough lead to definitely secure this win, as long as he can make sure that he's getting his tank on, getting his right prayers on. Zementime kind of trying to DD, but not really working out for her too much. Seems like Drew is just doing a very good job getting those hits back.
Yeah, I've seen Drew use like the bolts and the whip a lot more than usual. Usually he goes quite mage heavy, but he's noticing that Zementime's sitting in her robes quite a lot, so as a result he's trained up his strategy, and it's working so beautifully for him. There's a 17 whip on the robes once again. Zementime finally puts on the tank gear. One thing I will say about Zementime though is he doesn't give up, even though it's almost out. Oh my god,
gets 2 HP'd by a 37 whip right there. Still sitting on 2 HP, ate that last angler to put her at 24 HP. Drew having a 340 HP lead. This is a landslide win for Drew.
Yeah, this is the biggest I think victory we've seen so far. Like the guy has more than half of his supplies left. Zementime just trying to hold on as best she can, but Drew going for the staff bash. The disrespectful KO potential there.
Yeah, Zementime trying to get a redemption, but even if she did get that redemption, it wouldn't matter. She has no restores. So even if that redemption procced, she would have to fight the rest of the fight without any prayers.
Yeah, I mean, we did expect Drew right there to come out on top here. This guy is known as being one of the best hybrids from the OCE region, and Zematime being a bit more of an unknown player. Regardless, you know, she could come back in the next fight. I mean, it could happen. These are best of threes, of course. And even if she loses, she's not out of the tournament yet in this double knockout tournament. So we'll probably see the tracker in a moment, and I'm sure it's going to be really favorable for Drew. Although saying that, his RNG was disgusting there, it seemed like. Oh, it is. He hit 573 damage when he was meant to do 388, whereas Zematime literally did the 294 she was meant to deal. Of course, Drew actually coming out on top of that transition with 54% hits off prayer. To be fair, Zematime didn't even do that bad. Getting 50% hits off prayer on an opponent like Drew is, you know, a really good matchup, but RNG was just in Drew's favor right there. And I think the main reason why he did so much extra damage dealt is just the robes, man. I don't know how accurate that PvP tracker is when it comes to players sitting in robes.
I was just about to comment on that as well. I'm not entirely sure how the PvP tracker deals with robe hits, if I'm completely honest, because it still seems like Drew should have dealt a bit more on the deserved. But regardless, I mean, Drew definitely won that fight deserved and on the prayers. Losing on a mage RNG actually, but still, he definitely opted for the mage, not the mage, the melee and range, considering how much Zematime was sitting in the robes.
Yeah, and that's what, like, you know, shows him as such a great hybrid, being able to analyze the situation and, you know, change up your strategy like on the fly. If you notice your opponent's, you know, not protecting a certain style as much, then, you know, you start to utilize that more. And as a result, we see here on using 12 barrages in that final battle, just didn't really need them. So, we'll be jumping into this next fight momentarily. Currently a 1-0 lead for GSG Drew versus Zematime. I assume both players are still just getting the inventory sorted, making sure they are ready to go, stretching out their fingers and thumbs so their clicks are as accurate as can be. That was, yeah, like I said before though, landslide victory. I think that's the biggest, apart from the KO we saw early on, that's like the biggest one-sided battle we've seen so far, I'd say.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, I think Drew's got this, if I'm being honest. I don't think he has a chance at losing. Unless Zematime gets some insane RNG, but I think the robe hits it does so much for Drew.
Yeah, Drew opting for the claws as opposed to Zematime using the AGS once again, having a bit more KO potential, but I reckon someone like Drew isn't really going to be, you know, getting hit off prayer on an AGS spec opportunity or a KO opportunity like that. The guy's been PKing for many years, so at this stage, you don't really expect to see many KOs very often, but we saw one earlier, so it could happen again. I mean, the leader of Solid Tag got KO'd by a 39 bolt, so it could happen. Off the bat, though, it looks like Drew is actually down 40 HP for once, but does get the DD advantage here, so can potentially, you know, elongate that lead they had from the first fight and you know, bring this one up.
Now that I think about it as well, it seemed like the last fight was probably on Drew's ping actually. Looking at this fight, he's not really doing that strong. It seems like he's a bit slower on the prayers, so maybe it was just down to the ping on that one.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, that's a big difference, of course, as, you know, if you're clicking, if you're used to playing with like no ping altogether, like I am, I can't stand playing off ping because you click stuff, you expect things to happen and they just don't. So it's really difficult for all these guys right now.
Playing on high ping is definitely an intense situation because you have to kind of switch up the way you play the game. You have to, instead of thinking that you can do it on the last tick, for example, switching your prayers as they're about to do the attack, you have to do it a bit earlier. So it's kind of, it's mentally playing with you a little bit. Right now, Drew definitely doing a lot worse on the prayers. Looking at the prayers, he is catching up a little bit, but still, Drew was on 16% just a moment ago on the prayers. Seems to be adding up a decent bit though, getting to 37% versus Zematime's 57 right now. But between the two, Drew being up 32 HP right now.
And not too much. It can definitely change in Zematime's favor in a matter of a hit or two, to be honest, right now. Both players utilizing their special attacks off the bat. We didn't really comment on that, but both players didn't really hit too much of the specials. I think it was pretty even exchange on the prey melees for the most part. And as a result, they will get special attack back by the end of the fight too, creating some KO opportunity and that's more room for momentum to really shift it in one player's favor. Right now, Drew going to go for that freeze potentially. Actually, yeah, he's going to start playing again because he notices his opponents in robes a lot, so trying to get some whip hits and some bolts, but unfortunately for him, not really hitting anything. Zematime tanking a lot of hits there, catching the freeze, getting the DD too, and going to be able to get quite a few nice free hits here too if she plays it right, since obviously Drew is on that pretty horrendous ping, so it's a bit harder for him to click and catch on the right game tick. Does manage to do it though, which stops Zematime in her tracks. Now Drew will be unfrozen in the next hit here and be able to step underneath two, be able to hopefully push his advantage 63 hit points up right now. further into his favor to close this win up. Currently 1-0 for
still
Drew.
getting those really nice hits on the ropes right there, adding up the damage. He's currently in an 83 HP lead, so definitely a decent lead, but one that Zeman Time can actually come back from for sure. We've seen 83 HP get chipped away extremely fast in the past. Still, though, it looks like they're both kind of just trading just about the same hits. Zeman Time lower in the lead that Drew has by a little, definitely not enough.
What might come down to as well as before, like the 3 brew doses that Drew currently has, he doesn't have any range pots or any super combats. Does get the spec out before he has to drink those brews, but doesn't hit too much damage. Also, Zeman does get the spec out too. Pretty even translation there. But right now, Drew is up about 100 HP, and Zeman Time's out of food on 50 HP. We didn't see Zeman Time really utilizing the redemption very much before, so I don't think she's got it in her to do it now. And looks like Drew will probably win this battle here if he can just take away that last bit of hit points. But right now, Zeman Time's not giving up and is actually coming out on top, saying that the 18 bolt through the prayer. Just sitting in the robes a bit too much right now. That's all it takes.
Zeman Time
She's
sitting
down to
on 1 HP right now, and any hit from Drew will take her down.
Oh,
and
there it is.
He does take her down with a 33 bolt right there. I would say something's up with Zeman Time's restore management from what I'm noticing. Using 3 restores in a 3 brew scenario is kind of unusual. Most people, I'd say, when they're out of food, at least has like maybe 3 or 4 doses left. So a bit of poor management there from Zeman Time, but still putting up a good fight versus Drew regardless, but losing 2-0 unfortunately, which means Zeman Time is going down to the losers bracket and Drew is continuing in the winners bracket.
Yep, and that does mean that Drew has now locked in his 3rd round position versus Panic PK. Both these guys being absolute titans from the OCE region, both being playing on the same ping as well. So that's going to be extremely exciting to watch. Definitely one to look out for tomorrow. Zeman Time going down to the losers bracket, not out of the tournament yet, has a chance later today to claw it back and stay in the tournament. I mean, went into that fight, you know, kind of thinking that Drew was definitely going to take that battle. And he did come out on top, of course, as expected. Quite a great one to watch. We will be jumping into some more fights momentarily. But before we do, we are having a quick 6-minute interlude. So go get yourself a glass of water. Stay hydrated, gamers. Check the posture. Have a little snack. And we'll see you momentarily with some more high-octane PvP action. Thanks for joining us. And we'll be back momentarily. Cheers.
You need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. I know why I let you go. There's something strange between us. Oh, let me show you what you need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling.
free hit there for Ditta. As the claws come in, bro, huge hit. That was a claw spec there from Dorito Chips. Oh my god,
Wow.
no way.
Oh, he brought it back.
No way, no way.
Okay, okay, okay.
Welcome back, gamers. Thank you for being patient with us. We went for a quick bathroom break and refilled our hydration bottles. We are going to be jumping right back into the action momentarily. We will be watching our first fight soon, which is going to be actually Kemp Q versus Coin. Kemp Q being well known across the scene as a huge content creator, been making YouTube videos for many years now. He has a pure Iron Man 10 HP account that he rushes on, which is what he's probably most known for, as well as different series of, making GP from scratch and playing RuneScape properly, I believe the series is called. But obviously as well, he does PK, does a lot of LMS in his spare time, and was one of the top 8 contestants. He is going against Coin, and I'm not too sure who Coin is. West Ham.
Coin is a solid tag member by what I know. Not entirely sure what he stands in terms of if he's a leader, if he's a member. But regardless, Coin, I do believe, is representing solid tag for this tournament. Actually coming out on top in his bracket as well. But I think Kemp Q can definitely put up a good fight versus him. I think this is going to be an even fight. I don't really have a favorite for this one, unfortunately. So I'm not sure what to expect off of these two players. But if I had to guess, I think it will be really even between the two. Not entirely sure what we will be seeing, but I think RNG will probably be what plays the biggest factor here.
Awesome, excited to see that one. As a reminder, guys, if you're just tuning in, I should have actually really started off the coming back from the break by mentioning what we're doing right now. So if you just tuned in, this is the Method Mayhem OSRS PvP circuit for the World Championship. Every single week over the past few... Oh, God, we're jumping into it straight away. I didn't know we were going to... Okay, I'll jump into that in a minute. I did not expect that. Let's go! Kemp Q versus Coin. This is a $3,000 tournament. It's the World Championship. The top 32 players from each of their regions coming forward today to have a chance to win in this double knockout tournament. Here we go. Looks like Coin off to a beautiful start, actually.
Yeah, getting a...
He's taking a 40
a 90
as well.
Sorry, not a 90. A 67 damage start right there.
Yeah.
Getting up to a 70. Seems like Kemp Q being on the receiving end right now, just being DD'd upon by the looks of things, really needing to catch that freeze, but it looks like Kemp Q didn't have him in his range right there, because he kind of just stood still. Not entirely sure what Kemp Q is doing. It might have forgotten runes or something like that. Okay, they're both dancing around the arena. It
looks like he has forgotten runes. Oh my gosh. Well, I think he must have heard me, trying to actually talk about the tournament before we jumped into that to give me a chance to actually welcome everyone back properly rather than saying we're going to jump into the fight straight away. That's rather unfortunate from Kemp Q. I think his opponent there is going to give him the benefit of the doubt and allow him to go to the bank and gear up again. Obviously, we all make mistakes. It's a really nerve-wracking experience, this. $3,000 on the line, once again, like I said before. $2,000 for first, $700 for second, and $300 for third place. It looks like Coinstar was actually charged. So he has scales in it, which does venom damage, which obviously is pretty unfair. And has more mage attack as well.
Not entirely sure if he's done that on purpose, but might be trying to sneak an advantage in right there with the venom and the extra mage bonus. But you never know, honestly. Regardless, I do believe they're just going to rematch the two of them. I don't think it matters that much.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. We're jumping into the fight momentarily again. We got Kemp Q up against Coin for those that are just tuning in. As a reminder, there are $3,000 on the line this weekend. These tournaments are going to be running from 6 p.m. until midnight UK time zone. It's currently almost 8 p.m. So we've got a few more hours left of this first day qualifier for tomorrow's championship final with $3,000 given away. But we're jumping into this fight. Here we go. Looks like, once again, Coin goes for the freeze, catches it with a 35 into a Staff Bash 20, up 50 HP already, and a 15 bolt too. What a great lead for him.
Yeah, getting that advantage straight back yet again. Doesn't really seem like that rematch is affecting him at all. But saying that, though, Kemp Q does hit him a 28 right there. Both of them kind of just trading zeros. Unfortunately for Coin, does bolt a 0 off prey on Kemp Q's robes right there. Definitely deserved some damage, but unfortunately for him, it looks like Kemp Q is going to be the one dealing the damage right now. Getting some really good barrage, followed by an 18 bolt right there. Kemp Q getting the DPS that he so desperately needs to gain that lead back that Coin had. Being up 40 HP right now. Coin being down a decent bit. KemQ getting the freeze yet again, going for a claw spec right there. Only for a 21 though, so not too big. Was on prayer and on tank, so can't expect too much off of that. Yet again though, KemQ seems to be doing most of the damage here. Doesn't really seem like Coin's getting any back. You're getting a free hit right there for KemQ as well. Seems like KemQ might be the winner of this one. He gets a bolt spec for a 30 right there off the prayer. Goes for a claw.
Be the kill.
0 on the robes off prey. Very unlucky for KemQ by the looks of things, but still, he has a significant lead on Coin right now, and it seems like that's going to be paying off for him.
Yeah,
ooh, very beautiful movement right there from KemQ as well. Really skating around the arena, going in for that whip from those 4 tiles away. Very beautiful from him.
Yeah, really nicely played by Martin. He was actually, KemQ was down about 50 HP off the start, but, didn't let that sway him at all and just started going ham. And he's up 150 HP almost right now onto Coin. Being caught quite a few times in the robes. Coin does have that freeze advantage now. Goes for the DD, but is a little bit too late to do so. And as a result, KemQ slips out of his clutches, gets the freeze back before Coin can get the claw spec off, and can go for the DD now himself as well. Beautiful play, beautiful movement from Mr. KemQ himself. Coin neutralizing the threat, catching that freeze, important. But a 37
and
bolt
it
coming in.
seems like Coin is just non-stop taking damage right now. It doesn't really seem like he is catching up. But I mean, it's still early on in the fight. Coin is definitely down a significant amount. But regardless, I mean, he still has enough food to be able to come back here if he gets the right RNG and if he outplays KemQ. But right now, KemQ still staying strong, getting an 18 barrage followed by that 7 staff bash. Seems like KemQ's getting a decent amount of free hits. We are looking at Coin with 33 hits to KemQ's 43. So KemQ definitely having some free hits right now.
Yeah, currently Coin only has 2 anglers and Friedrich brew left, whereas KemQ has 5 anglers, 2 chromums, and all 3 brews pretty much left in his inventory. Claw spec for Coin, desperation attempt to come back into the fight, but it was on the prey melee on the tank. Maybe a bad move there, just trying to get some momentum back in his favor. Right now, the freeze coming in too for him, but getting frozen back, a slight misstep. And as a result, KemQ's unfrozen, gets the DD advantage, going for some fakies as well. He's got that claw spec too that's been recharging. Gets a whip on the robes. Coin's making a lot of mistakes right now and being punished for them. I will say though as well, KemQ's got some sick RNG too, a 30 on the tank with the whiplash right there too. Getting frozen in place, Coin has an opportunity here to try and come back into the fight, try and compose himself. He's down 220 hit points at the moment, or at 200 HP now after that little exchange of bolts. Does get the freeze DD advantage once again. We'll have a special attack coming up shortly, so we'll see if we get some KO opportunity coming in, or at the very least some momentum swings for him to come back to this fight.
Coin is slowly out as I say that. Actually, I was just about to say that Coin was evening out the lead a little bit, getting some extra damage, but it looks like KemQ has taken it straight back with that claw spec. Coin now being completely out of food, 46 HP, and never mind, he's on 14 HP, does go down to that 27 barrage, and it looks like KemQ has won that by a landslide. Definitely unfortunate for Coin. I would say KemQ probably overdealt his deserved damage. It kind of seemed like he was non-stop hitting there. So,
dude, man smuggled out overloads from Nightmare Zone or something. The hits were just so consistent. He was hitting 20s, 30s, 40s, massive barrages constantly. Yeah, that was just ridiculous, the RNG that he had right there.
Yeah, it is.
300 HP lead, like.
I have to add as well, so there is a lot of teams that are competing in this tournament. So obviously the people being on the same team definitely want to maximize their chances at winning. And right now, if Coin loses this one, he is the 3rd person out of 5 people from Solid Tag to go out in the first round. And that does mean that whenever they're facing against going to the losers bracket, they will be facing against each other and will be taking each other out, unfortunately, kind of lowering those chances at winning the tournament. So Coin definitely needs to pull back here, making sure that he continues in this bracket so that maybe him and Bill Jetty can take the winners bracket, for example.
Yeah, that's a 1-0 victory for Martin. KemQ, man, what a great victory as well. I want to see the tracker, man. I don't know if we've got it up yet or not. I think he did outplay Coin still, but his RNG seemed to be on point there. He was getting a lot of hits off prayer, but still. Oh, we do have the tracker. He dealt 600 damage. He was meant to do 600, did 575. So actually, it's not as much of a RNG as I thought it would be. Maybe it's the hits off on robes that maybe like caught up for him there, or just the claw specs in general were already sick. Yeah, fair play to... Oh, he's got some great RNG of the mage as well, 120%, hitting the 16 out of 24
Yeah, I mean,
hits.
119 versus 101 isn't that big of a difference. I will say, though, Coin severely underdealt his deserved damage, which is unfortunate. It kind of means that KemQ had the momentum for most of the fight. But surprising, KemQ did not actually overdeal from what he deserved. He definitely came close, but it seems like RNG was playing it the way it should have for KemQ, but unfortunately not for Coin.
Yeah, Coin got really screwed over there. Just couldn't seem to really get a foot in the door in that battle. Doing almost half the damage that he was meant to do in that fight is really unfortunate for him. Regardless, he's got a chance now in this best of 3 to come back.
I do have to update as well. My apologies. I did forget about one Solid Tag member in this one. Monkeys is also playing for Solid Tag, so they have 6 people in this so far. Coin being the 3rd one to play right now. So Coin definitely needing to win, making sure that they're all not going to be facing against each other, kind of lowering the chances of winning the entire thing.
Of course, yeah, this tournament is not just about the solo players kind of coming out on top, but also there's a lot on the line in terms of, their respective teams representing them and trying to show, like, who the superior clan really is. KemQ trying to go for a claw spec. They're getting hit a 44 bolt, though, as the sidestep.
That looked like it was on prey range, but I guess it wasn't. It might be that our stream is a little bit behind, but regardless, it seems like KemQ is down a lot right now. Being down at 133 damage. Coin getting the lead that KemQ had on him last time. But maybe KemQ can pull it back.
I mean, that's the way it is, right? Like, RNG comes and goes in troves. The last fight, Coin was dealing less than 200 damage than he should have done. So as a result now, finally coming to his favor, and he's up by quite a bit. A nice claw spec as well, about 50 or so damage onto KemQ right there. KemQ desperately trying to catch these freezes to neutralize the threat and really turn it back into his favor like the first fight went. But down 100 HP already is kind of unfortunate for him. That's some nice combos from Coin as well. A 38 whip after the 20 there.
RNG
14
definitely
star
playing in Coin's favor right now.
Yeah.
He is absolutely shredding KemQ by the looks of things, and it doesn't really seem like KemQ is able to come back from it. KemQ being down 214 damage right now. Definitely needs some strong claws or some strong bolts to pull this back.
Yeah, going for the claw spec, but the movement there from Coin was absolutely beautiful. Just, slipped out of his clutches and was able to avoid the claw spec. Saying that, though, KemQ doesn't let up and does catch that freeze, goes to the DD, fakes a little claw spec as well, scratches the claw, but on prey melee, it's probably a good decision there not to go for the special attack. He could have got a bit more momentum out there as well, though, from having that freeze advantage. Got a couple free hits, but he's down 180 HP right now, which is the complete opposite of the last fight. He just desperately goes for a claw spec on the robes, hitting a 30 or so damage splat. Not what he needs at this point, but it's better than nothing.
It kind of looked like KemQ was trying there to fake out the claws, because he did notice that Coin was praying melee a lot, so it seemed like he was just saving up the spec, making sure that he was trying to get some bolts off and maybe regain that advantage, because Coin was camping melee at one point because he knew that KemQ had 100% and was probably going to go for a desperation claw. So KemQ holding it off for a bit was probably a very smart decision. I mean, looking at the lead that Coin had, it's deteriorating right now. Coin only being up 66 from the 200 that he was up. It seems like KemQ is on for a comeback.
Yeah, Coin just couldn't really catch a freeze there, which allowed KemQ to really, catch up and switch it over from being down 200 HP to almost, being down under 100 HP right now. Obviously, using his specs up, I think Coin might have another one left to use at some point, and both players will get a third one before this fight is over. KemQ only having 3 doses of brew and 2 crown ones left, though, so it's going to be hard for him to really, take down a bit more food. It's getting close, though, at saying that. Doing a nice 29 barrage there. Looks like KemQ is coming out on top of the situation. A 33 barrage as well.
Getting some really nice barrages here. 33 into a 16. Maybe another. Oh, yeah.
Just like when it's even.
And it seems like it is back to even. Right now, it is anyone's game. KemQ definitely having a bit more on the brew side. Coin seemed to have been saving up on those anglers, using that last brew right there. Not entirely sure if Coin is even super combated. It might be that Coin is going to be fighting this last portion of the fight without a super combat, actually.
Yeah, and KemQ using his pots really wisely right now, having 3 doses of brew and also having those spare range pot and super combat too. A nice 13 whip there on the run on the robes too. From
KemQ getting some beautiful damage right now. Definitely seems like KemQ might have this one, but you never know. Coin, it does get a beautiful claw right there into a 42 bolt, evening out the lead, but KemQ being up just a tiny bit right now needs any damage to take Coin out.
God, it's so
a 16 will
HP.
take Coin out. I think KemQ is about to have a claw as well, and he does take Coin out with that 28 whip right there. That is a 2-0 for KemQ. That is Coin moving down to the losers bracket, being a 3rd Solid Tag member going down to the losers bracket. So right now it's not really looking too hot. It seems like a lot of Solid Tag are going to be fighting each other, taking out each other in this tournament so far.
Yeah.
I think Bill Jetty will change that.
Well, I mean, KempQ there, that goes to show, like, you just don't give up in these battles. You never know what's going to happen. He was down 200 HP about halfway through that fight. And then Coin just couldn't seem to catch to freeze and just overcommitted to try and catching the freeze. And as a result, KempQ could bring back all of that damage and then switch it around and actually be up about 100 damage almost near the end. That claw spec and that bolt proc that Coin got was just a little bit too late.
Yeah,
and it does look like, Coin was a bit unlucky, wasn't he? With
looking at the tracker, I mean,
damage.
Unlucky, I'm not entirely sure. It seemed like both of them dealt really close to the deserved damage. I mean, you can say that Coin got unlucky in the sense that he dealt a little bit less than KempQ.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, never mind. Looking at that freeze RNG, that is definitely a big change. Yeah, okay, yeah, I do agree. Coin definitely got unlucky. Looking at that freeze RNG, that is not the best for sure. KempQ That's where the tide really turned for Coin. Unfortunately for him, he only hit 9 out of 30 of the freezes that he went for, whereas Martin, KempQ, just got 22 out of 33. That's such a big difference in these fights. You know, Mage obviously can do a lot of damage too, but out of the combat triangle, range, Mage, and melee, it is the weakest attack style in terms of the average damage. So in this setup, at least with Mystics and such. So as a result, it's more of a kind of a utility kind of ingredient in this combat triangle where you catch the freeze, you can get the DD advantages, obviously, get some free hits, create some momentum. And Coin just, like I said before, overcommitted, got some bad luck, didn't change up the strategy, and it gave KempQ the opportunity to really, come out and take that fight. Saying that though, KempQ did get more hits off prayer too. Yeah, I mean, KempQ did do a little bit better there, but still, it seems like Coin's freeze RNG just wasn't there, and I think he probably didn't have that bad freeze RNG at the beginning by the looks of things, but right at the end where KempQ was catching up, I think he just wasn't able to catch him back. Maybe it was a wiser decision to give up, but you can never know. I mean, it's RuneScape, right? It's RNG. You don't know if you should just keep trying for it or if it's just best to give it up completely.
Yep. That's the way she goes sometimes. RNG giveth, RNG taketh away. But with that being said, we will be jumping on to the next battle momentarily. KempQ does go through with that 2-0 victory. The next fight that we'll be watching will be Series 7, which is going to be Casual, also known as AGS 73, versus Muraja, or DZ. Both these names are very familiar. I remember Casual, I think, was one of the EU contestants. And Muraja is part of a really big team, isn't he, as well, West Ham?
Sorry.
Right, Muraja.
Oh yeah, Muraja is actually representing Frontline. So he is one of the last standing Frontline members in this tournament, along with Ethan, I believe.
Right.
So hopefully for him, he can actually bring it home for him. Casual, from what I've seen, I mean, he blew my expectations away. I had no idea he was as good as he was. So I think Muraja is definitely in for a good fight between them. If I had to bet, though, I think Casual, from the fights that I saw him do in the EU tournament, is probably on the better side. Muraja definitely being a very good nature. Just from what I've seen from Casual, I think he's definitely top tier and will be able to beat him. We were actually looking at Saeed versus Monkfish, which is a Kanini versus Solitag member right there.
Yeah, Miraja's not quite here just yet, so we're actually going to come back to his fight momentarily. Apologies, chat. We'll be jumping into Saeed versus Monkeys. Saeed representing Blazers as one of the few Americans that they have on their team. And Monkeys, Monkfish, who does he represent, West Ham?
Monkeys represents Solitag, and Saeed most likely both represent Kanini and Blazers. So
he's in Kanini and Kanini as well. Okay.
Yeah, I forgot about it gets confusing sometimes. But regardless, Saeed definitely being a very tough opponent. I mean, he came second in the Jagex 1v1 championship. So I think Monkeys is definitely in for a tough fight between them. In terms of favorites, not entirely sure. I think they're definitely even in terms of skill, maybe. But we will see. I think Saeed might be able to bring it home.
Ooh, we see a whip translation there from both players, following each other around, both getting hit off prayer, but not really doing too much damage. The first freeze coming in for Monkfish, with being frozen right next to Saeed with a slightly better barrage as well, the 30. Pretty even right now, obviously being next to each other, having the full special attack as well. It's going to be really interesting to see whoever uses the first food will have the opportunity to actually go for the spec. Saeed can go for any point, but Monkey's doing a great job of just keeping his prayer up as best he can, and as a result, does get the prey melee on. 28
waiting
on
right there with
ropes.
that claw as well, getting it on ropes. Both of them trading claws, not hitting too much. Seems like Monkey's got a very big claw though, through the prayer at least. Getting about 40 damage, which is close to the max you can hit through prey, fortunately for Saeed. Saeed being down about 60 HP right now, being DD'd upon as well.
Oh, beautiful 60 claw there from Monkeys as he got the DD advantage. Being hit back a 30 though from Saeed to kind of, stop that spec from being too damaging to him. He's still down like 100 hit points right now. That goes for his second spec, only hitting a 20 on the robes on the prey melee.
Chance? I'm not entirely sure.
No, I think it was on like 40, 50 HP, so I don't think he potentially hit that through the prey melee. Maybe it was like if a complete max hit, it could have maybe killed him.
Maybe with a complete max, but then again, you never know. Monkeys could have seen the first 2 hits and just known that it wasn't enough to kill him, so he chose not to eat as well.
Dude,
right now, though, Saeed is evening out the lead.
Look at the inventories, dude. I've not even noticed. Look at the inventory difference. 220 damage in Monkey's favor. What?
Wait. Is it? No,
yeah, look at the food. Look at the food. Saeed's down like 7, like
it says
8
plus
anglers right now.
No, it says plus 12 for me.
Oh, sorry.
What are you looking at?
I'm so confused.
I do believe that you are looking at the wrong thing. You are looking at the damage dealt, my brother. So Monkeys is indeed not up 221.
Regardless,
he's up 10 damage.
Regardless, though, Saeed is still like only down to like 3 anglerfish compared to Monkeys having a lot more right now. Monkeys utilizing his brew to restores pretty well as well. My apologies, chat. I had a little bit of a brain fart right there. Looks like the freeze being caught by Monkeys as well. But
I will say it doesn't really make much sense though. Looking at the inventory, I do believe you are right. It doesn't really seem.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay, I'm so confused. Whatever. It seems like Saeed is down a decent bit right now.
Yeah. I know, based on the Twitch chat right now, the reason why I'm getting confused, Method just said in the chat, Saeed's turned on late, so maybe the calculations aren't completely correct right now. But regardless, Saeed is down quite a bit of food right now. He still has 3 doses of brew, but he's down like 7 anglers. So yeah, Monkeys is leading this by a crazy amount at the moment. Saeed does have the DD advantage though, so he's able to potentially come back and take this one. But I mean, look how much food he's down. This is why I was getting confused, because Monkeys is up by so much hit points.
Yeah, I mean, right now it still seems like Saeed is maybe able to even it out here. I really can't tell how much Monkeys is up. Monkeys has used all of his brews, but seems to have 8 anglers left by the looks of things, and gets a massive claw right there, probably using up the last of Saeed's food. Saeed sitting on about 56 HP. I think those brews are going to get him to just about 100 after he eats them. But it seems like Saeed is going to need a miracle to win this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 1 brew dose left right now. We'll have a 3rd spec coming in soon, but still, like, I think it's too little, too late right now. Monkeys just, what I meant to say with that statement was just that Monkeys is leading by so much damage right now. I got the numbers wrong, but he's up by so much hit points. And I think the RNG on the tracker is we're going to see as well. Like, I don't know. I feel like he's been playing it a lot better, but both players, this fight's been really elongated out by quite a lot at the moment. Saeed completely out of food, sitting on about 60 hit points right now, whereas Monkeys having like 200 plus food in his inventory, plus sitting a bit higher HP too. It's going to take a miracle here for Saeed to come back.
Yeah,
the 37
Saeed does get a deserved 37 right there, but only into a 2 claw, unfortunately for him. Does get another 31 bolt though, definitely dealing at least some damage, but does get bolted a 30. What looked to be through prey, not entirely sure about that one. But Saeed sitting very low right now, still dealing a decent bit of damage, might be able to bring something home here, but he definitely needs a miracle in order to turn this around. Right now, it seems like Monkeys has about 150 hit points left, and Saeed does actually go down to that 35 barrage right there, meaning Monkeys is up 1-0 between them right now.
Yeah, once again, I'm very sorry, chat, for reading those trackers wrong. I think the tracker was slightly bugged because it turned on wrong a little bit too late. So don't laugh at me. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I'm only human. But regardless, Saeed does go down there. Looks like Monkfish does go up for the 1-0 victory in this best of 3-2. Be interested to see the tracker and just see how much RNG was involved there. I've got an inkling that Monkeys got some pretty insane RNG. At one point, he went up by so much HP and did a lot of damage and got really, really lucky. So, as I thought, yeah, Monkeys did quite a bit more than he was deserved to do.
Looking at the tracker, though, still, regardless, I mean, Saeed,
he did get some more hits.
Saeed did get some decent RNG as well. He dealt almost exactly what he deserved. Monkeys overdealing what he deserved, so that maybe that extra momentum really meant that he was able to capitalize on those 3 hits. Not entirely sure on how the deserved damage difference is so slim between the two. I'm guessing Monkeys took a lot more hits on robes or something like that, considering that he has 10 extra free hits and actually did better on the prayers, but still only being up 49. So Monkeys probably took a bit more hits on the robes.
Yeah, I think that was the case, to be honest. I mean, the extra 10 hits as well, though, that is pretty darn huge. Like, getting that much damage done in a fight where your opponent's only doing 60 or so hits, that's almost a 20% increase, which makes a huge difference. A lot of people in the chat noticing that Saeed did go very bolt heavy as well in that battle. Only did 12 mage hits, only actually hitting 5 of them. So really found it difficult for him to get into that fight and have that DD advantage. I guess that's where Monkeys really came out on top, catching more barrages and actually, making some momentum for himself to be able to really gain that lead and really take that one nicely for himself. That's a 1-0 victory, though. It is a best of 3, of course. So, Saeed still has a chance, an opportunity to come back and take the second battle to even it out. We'll be jumping into that momentarily. Are these guys from the same area, by the way? Or is this going to be a case of jumping to different locations?
I think Monkeys is EU and Saeed is West Coast.
So that might be why as well, then Saeed might have come down with, losing some hits here and there, because looks like Monkeys is a bit slower now to actually react and to catch those freezes and switch. Saeed looking a bit better with his switches and moving around a bit better. But saying that, Monkeys are
does
right there. Beautiful
some heavy
play.
damage there. 2 hits, dealing him about 80 damage. So that definitely sets Saeed back a decent amount. But maybe he can get it back with this DD. Gets a free hit right there, only for a 0. Does go for those first claw, dealing about 40 damage into a 33 bolt, getting some nice damage back. Evening out the lead that Monkey's got at the very beginning. Monkey still having both of his claw specs, though, might be able to turn it around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw the Kemp Q fight as well. He was down like
Saeed
100
dumping
HP.
his last claw. Monkey's dumping his first claw right there for a 40. Unfortunately for Saeed, he only hit a 0. Both of them trading it for on prey, what it looked like anyway. Monkey's having a 100 HP lead right now, getting some very nice hits and looks to be going for that claw, but doesn't exactly pull it off. Gets a 0 bolt followed by Saeed trying to get that freeze again. Seems like both of them are just unfrozen, trading bolt hits right now. Oh,
Yeah,
unlucky for
absolutely.
Saeed right there, bolting a 0 on the robes off prey and getting barraged to 19.
Oh, the
Oh,
42
does get a
whip on the
42 whip though. Very beautiful anti right there as well.
Yeah, the 42 on the robes, man. Like, being caught in the robes in these situations is just so frustrating for you. You get hit so much more damage, obviously not having that tank gear on. So imperative that you really get on the right time. Monkeys does have the DD advantage, though, getting some free hits as well. 38 bolt coming in from as well. Beautifully played. Saeed does run away, tries to catch the freeze, misses the staff there, I think. We tried to catch it. As a result, gets frozen again. Monkeys another free hit, really just pushing the momentum in his favor again. He's up quite a lot of HP, and Saeed just can't get his foot into this battle. He's got to switch something up again. He's using the bolts a lot, and as a result, able to catch those freezes. Getting a bolt on the robes, but not doing any damage for him right now. So he needs a bit of a miracle here to come back in this fight. The claw spec coming from Monkeys are just slipping out.
But yeah, didn't get it. Was probably off by at least like 1 tick there, unfortunately for him. Regardless, though, it still seems like Monkeys has a significant lead on Saeed, and Saeed is not really able to deal any damage back. He does catch that freeze for a 15, takes it for a 0 bolt as well, gets a free hit. Doesn't really seem like Saeed is getting much out of his DD advantage, though. Even though he has it, he seems to be dealing very small hits, only to be robbed away straight away.
Yeah, I think his RNG at this fight hasn't been the best, to be honest. The last fight as well wasn't that great. Does get a DD here, does get a free hit as well to try and bring this one back in again, but just hitting nothing, even on the robes as well, yeah. Just doing no damage at all. Catches the freeze. 30 barrage there was nice. Does get a whip stack too, but there's no damage with it. Nice 36
as we say
well.
that, though, it seems like Saeed is actually pulling back, evening out the lead to Monkeys only being up 24 HP right now. Definitely really even between the two. Monkeys taking another hit on the robes there. Saeed really utilizing his DD advantage. Seems like, he does take a big claw for about 50 damage right there, setting him back to being down 90 again.
Yeah, and Saeed having this being DD'd upon right now. Monkey's like, again, just his DD movement and getting those free hits, playing really well in Monkey's favor right now. And Saeed just unable to catch that freeze, to be honest. He has so many more food in his inventory compared to Saeed, down to 1 angler and a couple brew doses. Saeed desperately trying to get that last claw spec out, just goes for it on the prey melee, on the tank, does no damage.
As well.
Understandably so, like, didn't deserve to really do anything there, but just, at this point, we did get hit
for 41, and he's only on the bruise right now, so it seems like Saeed could get knocked out at any second. Does get 2 HP, still sitting very low HP. Monkey's being up to a 250 damage lead right now, going in for that last claw spec, and it does take Saeed down with a 36 right there. Monkey's really getting a massive lead there at the end, being up 278 damage.
Yeah, it's crazy. The advantage he had there, again, like the first fight, I think Monkey's definitely to come out on top. I still want to say that Saeed got a little bit unlucky with some of the freezes there, but at the same time, I think Monkeys did play that one much better and is the superior hybrid in that situation. A 2-0 victory, of course, for Monkeys going through to the next round. Saeed being pushed down to the losers bracket. I'll be interested to see the RNG tracker as well. Oh wow, that's like literally the opposite right there. Monkeys.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 67% hits of prayer. To be fair to Saeed's 54, but at the same time, when you look at the deserve and the actual damage, Monkeys had an extra 160 damage dealt to what he deserved, and then Saeed the opposite, doing like almost like 100+ damage less than he should have done. So he just couldn't get his foot into the fight there. Again, not catching many barrages either, only catching 12 to Monkeys 22.
Yeah,
but still with those barrages. 73% RNG, just not really catching any at the right times, and just really hard to really, stay in the fight and kind of get up on his opponent at any point because he just couldn't get those DDs like Monkfish could.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seemed like it was picking up for Monkfish right there at the end, and it seems like Saeed definitely got the short end of the stick, actually being up on deserved damage despite taking that much extra damage dealt. So unlucky for Saeed, but he still has a chance in the losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to jump into the next fight momentarily, guys. But if I can draw your attention once again to !community in the Twitch chat. If you want to get involved, if you're a streamer or you want to start out, a lot of PK streamers, of course, the guys here get started by, going really far in these tournaments and showing their prowess. Then feel free to type !community in the chat. You can sign up, become a member of the community. It offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, giveaways, help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels. You can network, find other content creators similar to yourself in the same community, raid each other, all that kind of stuff. !community in the chat to check that out. Also, !merch in the Twitch chat too. If you want to check out some of the merch that Method has to offer, if you want to represent them, get some nice garms, some warm clothing, or now it's almost the supper, get some t-shirts too. !merch in the chat. Help support the organization. Check it out. And last but not least, of course, don't forget to follow us on social media. !socials in the chat so you can keep up to date with everything going on. This is a 2-day event. We'll be live again tomorrow as well for the finals. And this isn't the only tournament that Method plan to run, of course. This is the first one they're doing, the Method Mayhem tournament. It's been going on for the past 5 weeks now with the 4 circuits and this World Championship that's happening this weekend. So make sure you guys do follow the Method Twitter, for example, or Instagram or Facebook, whatever you've got. And obviously subscribe to the YouTubes and that stuff too. And follow the stream if you haven't already as well, because there is a lot more stuff coming, not just this tournament. We've got a Q&A in a few weeks too. So check that out as well. The next battle we have underway, which will be shortly happening, will be battle number... I wonder if we're going to go back to the previous fight if the guys were ready yet.
Yeah, I
Maraja.
Think, we were waiting on Maraja on that last one, so that's why we didn't watch that fight just yet. But maybe he's back now. Not entirely sure about that one.
Looks like he's just sorting out his plugins so that we can see the inventories of both players, which makes for a better viewer experience for all of you guys in the Twitch chat. So jumping into that momentarily. Of course, the winner of this fight, which is going to be Casual versus Maraja, is going to go up against Monkfish that we just saw right there. These two guys, you said before, pretty even, right? One member representing Frontline and one member representing Solid.
I think they're pretty even. I do believe Casual is in a team called Rat Lords, if I'm not wrong.
That's the first time we've heard about that team. Today, actually.
I'm not entirely sure. I may be wrong about that one. I think Casual would correct me if I'm wrong. But regardless, I mean, I do think this is going to be a really even fight between the two.
Fair play. Interesting clan name we have there in the OSRS scene. Looking forward to this one as well, of course. Casual going by the name AGSme73, representing
Okay,
Rat
Casual says he's in hashtag lads, apparently. So,
the lads.
Oh, yeah, the lads. The big lads. Anyway, I think this is going to be an even fight between the two. He's definitely got a good chance at winning. If I had to bet on anyone, I think I'd bet my money on Casual. Just from what I've seen throughout the tournament so far. He's blown my expectations away with every fight he's gone into. I remember in the EU one, I was always betting against him. But this time, I think I'm going to bet with him, actually.
I've been predicting, actually. They are doing predictions of the channel. If your area where you are from, you can type /prediction or click on the little channel point thing at the bottom left of the chat, and you can predict on who you think's going to win. If you want some coin in the fight, of course, channel points, you can use them for all kinds of rewards in the Twitch chat. So who do you think I should go with? Sorry, Casual or Maraja? You think Casual?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to put everything on Casual.
I mean,
I don't know
I
either of
can't...
these guys that well.
See, the thing is, I would bet on him, but I actually can't.
Because you've lost all your coins from gambling
No. I'm not allowed to gamble. I'm not allowed to gamble even channel points. Yeah, so I do believe here you are not allowed to gamble on anything that isn't ran by the government. So any form of gambling, even if it doesn't actually translate into any form of wealth.
Yeah, it's just a fun thing. So you got, to see how it goes. But it looks pretty 50-50. The Twitch chat seem to think that, as you said before, it really could go either way from these two guys. Should be interesting. Obviously, Mirage, this is the first frontline player that we've seen as well, representing that team who are notoriously known as being one of the really strong teams in Deep Wilderness, having a lot of really strong NHs. So be interested to see if their top NHer can go through as well, and see how he does against Casual. Jumping into this fight with a little whip hit there from Mr. Casual, catching his opponent on the robes as well with a bolt, going for that freeze. Unable to catch it,
seems like he would have gotten bolted on robes as well, but luckily for him, he actually two-ticked that switch, which meant that he only got his Mystic Top on, luckily for him, but only took the bolt with his tank. So right now, though, he's done a good job right there, freezing Miraja back, making sure that Miraja isn't getting any free hits on that DD advantage. Might be switching it up in a second here. Still takes a 39 bolt right there, though. So Casual having a DD advantage, but not for long. It's going to only be one hit or two before Miraja is unfrozen again. Casual probably wanting to run away before that happens, but as I say that, he has not done that. Taking a 32 whip right there, being down a significant amount.
Yeah, Miraja right now doing a great job actually getting those hits of prayer. I think sometimes he's actually just delaying his ticks to try and catch the opponent off prayer. I've seen that once or twice happening, rather than going for like the 5-tick cycle of the weapons to constantly keep up the DPS, as opposed to that trying to get the hits off prayer to doing more damage when he does get those hits going as well. Right now, having the DD advantage, Miraja is up a little bit of hit points, going for a claw spec, hitting a 20 through the prey melee, returning with a 40
doing
there.
A nice job retaliating with that one. Actually getting a very big claw through the prey, almost maxing through prey and through tank right there. But right now, Miraja not having too big of a lead, honestly. I mean, 50 damage can be changed in 2 hits, so it's really anyone's game. As I say that as well, Casual does get a 48 bolt right there, evening out the lead. Miraja dumping his last claw spec, I believe, only hitting about 25 damage.
Yeah, currently looks to be pretty neck and neck, very even right now. Miraja taking that DD opportunity to eat up to full hit points after getting hit. That massive bolt hit, getting hit at 26 again. Right now, Casual specs are decent. Gets a 0 claw spec, then getting hit at 36 back again by the whip. Miraja really keeping the pressure up right there. And Casual needs to hit that claw spec to really push his lead a little bit further. Going for the DD though and exchanging hits 1 for 1 right now. Miraja, these guys being such insane hybrids, being able to keep up and not give any free hits away. That was a beautiful freeze there too. As Casual stepped sideways, Miraja knew exactly the game tick to catch the freeze and stop him in his tracks right now. Catching a freeze again. Looks like Miraja did come out on top of that little translation of hits, despite being DD'd upon. Really well played by him.
Miraja seems to be staying in the lead, but not by a lot.
Nope.
So far in this fight, we have seen Miraja having the lead consistently throughout the entire thing, but he's only sitting on about 50 to maybe 80 throughout. Right now, probably being at his lowest, only being up 33 HP, saying that it goes down to 17. Casual having a DD advantage right now. Might be able to get some free hits and change it around.
Yeah, now the advantage is in Casual's favor and getting a lot of bolts actually right now off prayer on Miraja, but not really doing too much damage with them. A little bit unfortunate for him to not increase that lead right there. Miraja always seems to come out on top of those DD translations, even if he's not actually getting the DD himself. Although right now he does catch that DD, goes for a few barrages, but Casual doesn't change the prayer, keeps the prey mage up, predicting his opponent really well at the moment, catching the freeze too to stop him in his tracks before Miraja can really elongate that bit of momentum from having the DD as well. Looking really neck and neck right now the whole way through this fight. It's been so back and forth.
I think Miraja has an inventory setup that we haven't actually seen before. I'm a little bit confused by it, honestly, but because that 4-way mage switch that he's got right now.
Wait, is he using the book as well?
Yeah, he is using the book as well, but whenever he needs to do that mage switch, he has a straight line down, which definitely isn't a pattern that I approve of. I think it's very hard to do. But if it works for him, it works for him. Right now, though, he is down 49 HP. For the first time in this fight, he is down to Casual.
Yeah, Casual being a little bit in the lead. And I think this fight, both players have a little bit bad RNG here. It's really taken a while to really chip away each other's HP. So as a result, we're going to see another claw spec coming in any second now, which is really going to put one player in the lead, I imagine, if they get the RNG and catch the opponent off prayer. He goes for it, but Miraja doesn't manage to catch it off. Really beautiful play there by Casual. Great movement, stepping away, and catches the freeze as well, so that Miraja's not able to really get that claw spec off when he needs to. Casual right now down to 3 anglers, and his opponent Miraja down to 2 anglers junglers, a Crumb1 and 2 Brews. So it's looking pretty neck and neck still. Mirage a slight lead at the moment. I'm just waiting for this claw spec, man. I want to see what happens with it, if they can hit like a 70. Here it comes. Not the best claw spec from him. And it's down by like 15, 20 HP right there for Miraja. It looks like, Miraja's up like 50 HP right now. Casual does catch that freeze, gets a free hit as well. So, you know, it's still so close. It can really go either way at the moment.
It is neck and neck between the two, and it has been throughout the entire fight. Miraja being down by 1 hit point, make that 17. Casual getting some decent DPS right now, but still it is anyone's game. Like I said, just about any damage right here matters. We see Casual being on 106 HP with 1 angler left. Miraja 57 with 1 brew dose. And actually, yeah, Miraja has a brew dose left, but he doesn't have any super combat or super ranging. So he is now officially unpodded for the rest of the fight. So his mage and range is not going to be dealing too much.
That's a big 35 whip into the bolt as well. Wasn't able to finish the opponent off. One more hit right now, and Miraja will go down unless he can manage to get out that redemption at the perfect game tick. Does catch the freeze to stop Casual, but it's so difficult now to try and catch your opponent off prayer.
Still getting some decent damage though, getting a 23 right there.
Yeah, now
seems like
Casual is out as well.
Yeah, Casual being out 80 HP. Takes a hit on the ropes there for a 21. Casual takes a 34 bolt. We are looking at 25 HP versus 11 right now. 5 HP versus 25, and he actually does go down. Miraja is down 1-0 to Casual. That was probably the closest fight we have seen so far. It was neck and neck throughout the entire fight. I'm really interested to see the tracker, because I think both of their deserved damage is probably right on par with each other.
Yeah, they both barely did the damage that they should have done as well. I think it'll be a little bit underneath. It was a very elongated fight. A lot of the time when they were DDing upon each other, they would count ticks and like wait a little bit longer to really continue the fight, going back and forth. And both players did a great job of really, you know, keeping their prayers up for most of the time. I think that was probably the fairest fight that we've seen so far. Both these guys pretty neck and neck. How's the PvP tracker looking?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the tracker, it's not that big of a difference. I will say both of them have the exact same prayer percentage. Casual does have 9 free hits though, so that's probably what put him in the lead in the deserved damage. Casual being up 46 deserved damage to Miraja, but still, that is so even between the two. You really can't ask for a better fight than that.
No, both their mage RNG a little bit under what they probably wanted as well, but I mean, it really was back and forth, like one player going up. At the most, at any one point, it was maybe like 50, 70 damage. We didn't see a massive turnaround like we have in previous matchups. It was, pretty neck and neck throughout, which is going to make it really interesting for this second round. Both these players, really impressive with their switches, with catching each other off guard, and not just that, but, you know, every time they would DD and such, they wouldn't really let the other get too much of a advantage or many free hits. Although, I don't know, those 9 free hits, that's quite a lot for Casual. That's probably what did it for him right at the end. I'm sure Miraja's going to reflect on that and do a better job of not giving up on those free hits, because I think if it wasn't for those 9 hits, then he probably would have, you know, probably won that fight as well. It came really down to the wire, didn't it?
On the deserved damage. But going into the second fight, we do have Casual versus Miraja, and Casual only needing to win one more fight to put Miraja down to the losers bracket, and Casual advancing to throughout the winners bracket. Casual being down 15 HP right there. Both of them not really opting to freeze. Seems just to be going for the hits on the ropes here. Casual bolting his opponent on the ropes for a 19 off prey. Seems to have stopped Miraja in his tracks. Never mind, he did splash. Miraja having the DD advantage, getting a free bolt right there. Into 25, 49. Into a 49, being up 73 damage right now. Definitely putting Miraja in a big lead. Actually being up 88 so far. Casual just not really getting the RNG that he needs right now. Definitely needs to get some momentum up so that he can come back and take back that lead that Miraja has on him. Goes for that first claw spec, only hitting about 20 damage. Goes for a second one, hitting 0. Dumping both of them. Not entirely sure if that was a smart decision. Miraja still having both of his claws. Dumps his first one off prey, only hitting 2 damage. So lucky for Casual. It seems like both of them are just on par with each other on the claw RNG.
Yeah, Casual had a few opportunities there actually to catch his opponent off prey with the claw specs and went for it a little bit too late, and as a result, both hits were on the prey melee. So Mirage doing a great job here of being up by a little bit of HP, but there it is, the 26 bolt. Casual just like that flips the table, and now it's much more even. Mirage does have 1 claw spec left though. A 42 bolt.
42 bolt right there into the barrage. Might be hitting since Mirage is brewed down, but no, unfortunately for Casual, it does not. Casual having the advantage right now, seems to be getting at least 2 free hits right there. Gets a bolt on the ropes, not for too much damage though, only hitting a 0 right there. Casual probably needing to eat up right here, giving Miraja a couple free hits.
Yeah, catching that DD there, and I think as last time, Mirage does a great job right now of getting those free hits in occasionally as well. A claw spec on the prey melee, the tank hitting a 0 from him, unfortunately.
Very disappointing claws in this fight that we have seen so far. Both of those claw specs that we've seen from both opponents have only dealt like 33 damage combined. So definitely not any exciting specs, that's for sure. Mirage being up 81 HP right now, though.
Yeah, he's up by quite a bit right now. Looks like the four ways all the way up and down the inventory is somehow working out for him. A very not a switch that most hybrids go for. Not really gone done by anyone, to be honest. Anyway, we have Mirage now up about 60 HP, but as we've seen, it can go, come back in a matter of seconds, and Casual can come back any moment now. Just trying to catch that freeze. It splashes twice. No, does catch the freeze in absolute 0, I believe there. So can get the DD advantage as well. Steps underneath. Miraja can't catch the freeze. Some bad RNG for him. A 53 bolt though for Miraja. Casual losing so much HP there, being down 100 now. Only having a couple of anglers left and a couple doses of the brew, whereas Miraja has quite a few brews left and a lot of anglers as well. Right now, though, have the opportunity to be able to eat up to stop his opponent from really catching any freezes. And wow. Splashes all round from Miraja. They're getting so unlucky. Finally catches the freeze, but missed out on a lot of momentum.
Yeah, he's
there.
taking a decent bit of damage. Casual desperately needing to catch up right now. Definitely needs all the RNG that he can possibly get.
We will see a claw spec coming in any moment now as well, the third one of this battle. I'm pretty sure both players will have that rejuvenated any second now. Be interested to see if Casual really uses it at the right time or just wastes it in a desperation attempt to try and come back into this fight. He's stepping in for it, and as a result, Miraja knows the claw spec's ready. Both players really anticipating with the prey melee right now, and which means a lot of free hits as well, a lot of opportunity here to get some hits of prayer. 50 spec there from
Miraja getting
and
some nice RNG right there, definitely putting himself up at a very significant lead. Casual basically needing a miracle right now to win, being down this much. But as I said, he does get a 29 bolt right there, might be able to catch the freeze. No, he does opt for another bolt on the robes, only dealing a free though for Casual right there. Seems to have gotten a freeze, might be able to get DD advantage and get some free hits here. Needing to deal 110 damage though, yeah. Needs to deal 110 damage, definitely a lot.
I mean, he gets the bolt proc. He's getting some free hits here and there from the DD advantage, but it's only take a few hits from Miraja to really close this one up for him. Has 3 anglerfish left and 2 doses of brute as well, so looks like it's in Miraja's favor. Right now, 1-0 to Casual though, so even if he loses his fight, he's still got a third fight to go. If he does somehow come back and win this, he's gonna knock Miraja down to the loser's bracket, but sitting on 77 HP, what a comeback! A 36
Miraja is actually taking a lot of damage, and Miraja is now down on the tracker. Miraja being down 26 HP right now. Casual is just dumping the momentum, going in for that last claw spec. Miraja sitting on 7 HP right now. Any hit from Casual will take Miraja down, and he does take him down with a 42. Miraja lost all of that momentum that he had, all of that lead in such a short span of time right there. I mean, Casual just pulled it back right there at the end when he so desperately needed it. Absolutely insane scenes from Casual, and he does advance in the winner's bracket 2-0 in Miraja.
Yeah, really smart play there to keep the claw spec right till the end as well. But I mean, the turnaround of hits there, he was just like charging himself up like a Super Saiyan almost, charging the Spirit Energy Bomb to then unleash it right at the end to have the comeback that he so desperately needed. Interesting, the tracker actually, he was up by 10%.
Oh, yeah, he was up a
damage,
decent amount there.
Yeah, he got 8 free hits as well. Looks like both players really semi-even, but Casual definitely deserved to win that one. And I reckon the reason for it was just that translation of hits towards the end, being down like almost 100 HP or something, and just in a matter of seconds, every single hit there was either off prayer, or if it was on prayer, it was like a 20 at the very least, which just didn't give Miraja really a chance to breathe and to come back into that fight. And it was an absolute steamroll from Casual at the end. And that's exactly why, ladies and gentlemen, these players don't give up, because you never know what's going to happen. And what an exciting fight. That was probably one of the most even battles that we've seen so far. The fairest matchup,
definitely one of the most even fights that we have seen.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I did think it was going to be a very close matchup, and it truly has shown that was correct right there. Both of them definitely being on just about the same skill set, but Casual just playing a little bit better, putting himself at about 50 to 80 deserved damage on those 2 fights, I believe. So definitely a good win for Casual.
Yeah, that was, I think deserved as well. Casual looking to be the slightly stronger player there compared to the front line at Miraja. Titan, but he does go through, which means that he is into the second round, and looks like Mr. Mirage's down to the loser's bracket. 2-0 victory for Casual. We'll be watching Kemp Q versus Goofy Llama up next. Kemp Q not representing any teams, but being a content creator that many are a fan of and having a lot of experience in LMS and doing a really good job, I think, in both this tournament and the previous circuit that he took part in to show that he does deserve to be here, and he's a really strong competitor as well. Goofy Llama, I believe, does represent Frontline, but I could be wrong there. We didn't watch his fight in the first round versus Off-Brand Tubby. He won a 2-1 victory against that guy. And then obviously this next fight coming up, Kemp Q versus Goofy Llama, the winner will go into the third round, which we'll be watching tomorrow as well. But we're jumping into that Kemp Q battle any second now. I'm just waiting for these players, of course, to get themselves situated and gear themselves up and all that kind of stuff. Do you know Goofy Llama very well? He's a Frontline member, right? I think we casted him before together.
Goofy, no. We actually got Goofy wrong. He was a ROT member.
Oh yeah, we weren't sure if he was Frontline. He didn't want to tell people because of, I guess, clans like not liking each other and all that kind of stuff. I think he's the only ROT member that we have in this tournament right now, right? Unless there's a few more ROT guys. Yeah, I do think so. Interesting. Okay, well, representing Reign of Terror, who, as we know, have won numerous demo mode tournaments in the past. I think they're the clan with the most victories in demo mode over all the years that it's run for. So it should be quite interesting to see how their ROT representative does. Obviously, ROT being known as a multi-clan, as opposed to all the other clans that are taking part in this, like Solid Tag, Kanini, and Frontline, etc. And Blazers. Those guys are more known as single teams, fighting like 1v1 NH style. So obviously, you know, even if you're a multi-team, you've still got some players. PKing's PKing, right? So they've probably got some guys that are really competent and representing their team as the best of natures. So interested to see if the ROT guys, you know, gonna come out on top in this battle. Obviously, not an easy fight for him though. Kemp Q, you know, showing a lot of people wrong that despite him being an Iron Man and having a lot of game knowledge and PVMer, he's a very good and versatile PKer as well from all of his LMS experience. Jumping into this, Kemp Q versus Goofy Llama, whips being exchanged back and forth, zeros being dealt. The first freeze is going to go to Mr. Goofy Llama.
It's just about to say no one.
No one. They both play a splash. But
yeah, but right now both of them kind of just trading very small increments of damage. Doesn't really seem to be hitting too much. Goofy getting a free hit or two there. Kemp Q getting a claw off prayer. Not hitting too much though, but that barrage definitely making up for it right there. And the bolt with a 39 bolt. Goofy Llama clawing Kemp Q off prey. Unfortunately for him, only for a 0, so not getting anything out of that. Definitely some unlucky scenes.
Yeah, Kemp Q's currently up by a little bit of HP. Not too much that Goofy Llama can't come up, obviously. It is a very early fight right now. We're only down a few little bits of food being gobbled up. Goofy Llama does catch the freeze, gets the DD, gets a free hit 5 off prayer as well with the bolt, but didn't do any damage. I think Kemp Q right now is getting a bit better RNG. We also saw a second claw spec from Goofy Llama there, but only hitting about 10 HP. Kemp Q did predict it well and got the prey melee up in time. Goes for a barrage off prey, splashes, gets hit off prey, goes for a claw spec, only hitting a 20 though. But right now, Kemp Q still is in the lead by about 40 hit points.
Yeah, I mean, by the looks of things, Goofy Llama being down a severe amount. Kemp Q staying strong with the momentum, though. Really doing some nice movement, ice skating around the arena. Might be bolting his opponent on ropes there for a 15. Definitely paying off for Kemp Q. Seems like Kemp Q isn't really taking any damage. Gets an Opa Bolt proc, which could have actually killed Goofy Llama right there. Goofy Llama sitting 50 HP, which Kemp Q can hit. Kemp Q only hitting a 27, though. But it's still just adding on to his lead.
Yeah, Kemp Q right now is up by 150 HP almost. I think Goofy Llama got some nice hits off prayer there as well. Catching point in robes as well, but a lot of the hits were just zeros right now. Kemp Q getting very lucky with the hits. 35 bolt as well, predicting the prey melee there for the whip hit as Goofy Llama steps out. Nice play by Kemp Q, you know. Probably, you know, striving with confidence at the moment, being up so much damage at the moment. Goofy Llama, though, of course, representing ROT, is not going to give up. He manages to get the whip hit, goes for the DD any minute now before Kemp Q's unfrozen, potentially. Kemp Q is unfrozen, goes for a whip hit on the ropes, 31, beautifully played, but being retaliated by a 25
nice
too.
Damage, finally, yeah. Seems like Goofy Llama might be able to at least even out the lead, but still being down a significant amount, 123 damage. That is not something to mess with. But as we're saying that, it seems like he's really getting it back. Getting a 38 barrage, not a 38, sorry, but getting a decent barrage there into the 25. Kemp Q getting a 13 blitz by the looks of things. Trying his best to remain unfrozen and get another DD advantage. It looked like Goofy got barraged on his tank there without the K-top, so definitely a deserved freeze for Kemp Q.
Yeah, it looks like Goofy Llama was down like by another extra 100 damage than he is right now, so he's definitely come back by quite a lot. We'll see another Claw Spec coming in soon before this fight is over. Be interested to see if they can catch each other off guard or if they both realize the Claw Spec is coming. I always love when those Claw Specs come up because obviously both players have to pray melee a little bit more, so we see some nice hits coming in, but KempQ kind of wastes that one, two-ticking it from quite a few tiles away. As a result, Goofy Llama got the pray melee up in time, and he did 0 damage with that Claw Spec, which, you know, when you're only up 60 HP now compared to before, a little bit unfortunate. Gets a free hit, swipe there, not doing anything, and, you know, not really making much, unfortunately, of this DD. I mean, the 17, though, you're going to take that. At this point, it's so close to the end.
Goofy does get bolted on the ropes there, off prayer as well, not taking any damage. Definitely lucky for him. He really does need the RNG on his side and be able to tank those hits.
The thing is, KempQ only has Bruise left now, so that's pretty interesting. He's got to obviously have his mage being reduced as he starts to brew up. Interested to see if Goofy Llama can really make anything of that. At the same time, though...
Yeah, I mean, KempQ does not have any super combat either, so once he begins to brew, he is not going to be able to have any sort of melee bonuses, sorry. And if he doesn't use that ranging pot well, then he might actually be fighting unpotted completely as well.
Yeah. Right now, Goofy Llama looking like he's doing a little bit better, actually, as a result of having the normal food and KempQ having to really think hard about when to use these brews. Does get the DD, though, and is currently only up 37 compared to the 150 HP lead he had earlier. Coming out top of that barrage exchange there, being up a little bit more, 60 HP up. Goofy Llama going to utilize the last bit of his food. He's on 89 HP with 1 Crown left. KempQ is just brewed up again, and he's sitting on 110 right now. He's still waiting on using that range pot. He's used it now, finally, but now if he starts to brew down, when he gets down to low HP, he won't be able to use a super combat or range more because he's used them all up already. It's really neck and neck right now, really come down to the wire. Interested to see where this next fight goes. How's the barrage going to affect it? Is anyone going to catch a freeze? Looks like KempQ doesn't manage to catch it. Looks like Goofy Llama does. Goes for the DD, gets a free hit. Doesn't hit anything off prayer, though, unfortunately for him. It looked like a pretty neck and neck once again.
Yeah, I think KempQ is probably going to be relying a lot on his mage here, considering that he is completely unpodded now. So relying on his mage is probably his best bet, but he is just getting shredded now. He lost that entire lead that he had in 2 hits right there. A 34 into a 50 Opal Bolt proc. That is very unlucky for KempQ. He definitely needs some good RNG right now. But it is neck and neck between the two. Only 4 damage between them. Actually, I say that actually, there is no damage between them in a difference. No one has the lead right now. KempQ getting a 34 barrage there, traded for a 19 whip, traded for an 18. KempQ sitting very low. Actually does get the Claw Spec off at the very end, taking out Goofy.
Wow.
Meaning that KempQ is now at a 1-0 lead.
I was about to say that, like, KempQ not having range pots or super combats during that last, like, 30 seconds of the fight was so bad for him. But regardless, he decided to opt for mage mostly, got the 34 barrage in there, which was huge. Then an 18 as well, and the Claw Spec step back, the switchback, the Spark Max special, managed to get his opponent for a nice 50 spec. Hitting a 50 spec, though, without super combat, that is, like, a dream come true, man.
Definitely some good RNG on KempQ's side, that's for sure. Hitting that without being podded is definitely very lucky. Kind of interested to see the tracker between the two. That was an even fight. I'd say they were kind of trading the lead a lot. So I'm interested to see who actually had the more deserved damage on that one.
Yeah, I think let's check it out momentarily. Here it is. We have both players being pretty neck and neck, actually, 56% to 53%. Obviously, Goofy Llama did get 5 extra hits.
That's one of the longer fights that we have seen in this tournament.
Look at the deserved!
Yeah, looking at the deserved, we have KempQ being down for the first time, I believe. KempQ is down on the tracker, but not by much, only by 42 damage right there. But that is one of the longer fights we've seen. We haven't actually seen any fights prolonged for that long. Seems like most people are getting some good RNG and actually finishing off each other rather quickly. I remember in the EU one, I think we saw a couple 1,000 deserved damage fights, which usually means that you need to do around 100 plus hits.
Yeah, I mean, it was still pretty neck and neck, and to be fair, KempQ was up, like I said, 150 damage, and Goofy Llama brought it all back, but then near the end, obviously that Claw Spec was really utilized so well by KempQ. Yeah, really sick, really enjoyed that battle, but it's a 1-0 lead right now for KempQ. It can go either way in this next battle, best of 3, of course. The players will be getting ready momentarily, I'm sure. Just waiting on that to happen. Yeah, just waiting. Actually, are we waiting for them? Yeah. We'll watch this fight again, and then we might go to a very short break, actually.
Yeah, I
Dude,
mean,
I don't know.
both players are probably just taking their time getting
inventories
restocking
out.
and maybe mentally
to be
preparing
fair,
for the next
dude,
one.
that fight was like 5 minutes long. I feel it really, dragged out by so much. Obviously, being
Yeah, it
like
can
800
happen.
deserved, it's mad that you get. I mean, for both of them to actually get that unlucky as well, though, doing like almost 200, 300 damage less than they were deserved. That's like the best outcome, though. If you get bad RNG, as long as your opponent gets bad RNG as well, it's not the end of the world. So.
Yeah, I mean, I will say we have seen fights in the past that have lasted for a very long period of time. I mean, if you really think about it, you need like, what, 550-ish damage to take your opponent out and leave them completely out of food here. And that can be done in 15 hits. But it can like, in some of these fights, we see people dealing at maybe 100 or 120 before taking their opponent down. So it really comes down to RNG sometimes. Sometimes fights can be extremely fast, and other times it's just too many zeros being traded, and you see a lot of them just deal no damage to the point where it just lasts for like 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like right now, actually, it's looking real neck and neck once again, though. Both players being, just hitting pretty much hit for hit damage-wise. Looks like Mr. Kemp Q does get the DD there, gets a free hit in as well, being pretty mage heavy and catching Goofy Llama off prayer quite a lot of times there. Unfortunately for him, though, not really doing too much, not even catching the freeze, splashed like 3 or 4 times in a row. Going for a kick, hitting a 1 damage there with a disrespect.
Not entirely sure on how that can happen, but it happened. So Kemp Q, I mean, Kemp Q went for a kick. Maybe he just wanted to kick his balls in for a second there, show off that he was the superior player. Either way, right now, Kemp Q being up 83 HP, having a significant lead on Goofy.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like both players do have a claw spec as well, which is why they keep flicking up the prey melee constantly. A nice bolt spec there. Bolt proc 40 for Kemp Q into the claw spec.
A very nice
damage.
claw, chancing his opponent right there as well.
And the second one coming in, he just was able to get away.
I don't even think Kemp Q has any more spec, does he?
That's what I was going to say. He pulled it out. He must have it. Why else would he run at his opponent? I guess he was trying to fake it, to be fair.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to fake it out his opponent.
Well, it looks like with that claw spec and that combo from Kemp Q, he's up 165 HP now. Obviously, he had this lead before in the last fight, and Goofy Llama was able to close it up and make the end of the fight a lot closer than we initially thought it was going to be. But Kemp Q with the 1-0 victory at the moment in this best of 3. He's looking really confident. Goofy Llama needs to catch this freeze really to switch up the momentum. Does manage to catch it, and is going to get a free hit in here. Go for the DD. 42 bolt, just what he needs to come into the fight again.
Bolt right there, yeah. Seems like Kemp Q still having a significant lead of 125 damage, though. But he is taking a lot of hits right now, not really hitting him back at all. I think right there, Goofy Llama probably got about 4 free hits without Kemp Q hitting him back once. Both of them being a bit confused there, just running about, maybe being too far zoomed in. Goofy Llama takes a bolt on the ropes, hitting 0. Gets a 50 bolt traded by very shortly after. Some very good RNG for Goofy, and it looks like he's evening out the lead that Kemp Q had at the start.
Oh, yeah. Now, actually, Goofy's almost gone neck and neck with him after being down like 160, 170 damage. Just like that, in a matter of seconds, it can turn around. Both players catching each other on the exact same game tick. Looks like Kemp Q actually waited a game tick there to get the right prayers on and to get the right tank on as well. Goofy played from him, actually. And again, freezes, though, just not really hitting anything off prayer at the moment. It's splashing so much. I think at the end of the fight, we're going to see from Kemp Q's tracker that he just couldn't get very good RNG with those barrages whatsoever.
I will say, I think the deserved damage between the two is fairly even. I think they both have... Kemp Q actually got KO'd by that claw! Oh my god!
That was like the turnaround that we saw last time, because last time Kemp Q got the KO with the claw as he stepped away, unpotted right at the end of the fight. And now Goofy Llama learnt from his mistakes, picked up that little tactic. And what a way to go, man. That's so unfortunate, because the whole fight, Kemp Q was up. Even though Goofy Llama obviously closed it off and actually ended up being up right at the end there, getting that claw spec, getting KO when you've still got that much food left.
Speaking of trackers, those trackers do no longer matter. If you get KO'd, whatever the tracker says, it has no validation at all. It is not valid. Getting KO'd.
We have a tracker though still. It would be interesting to take a little look at it if we have it somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, very unfortunate for Kemp Q regardless to get put in that situation. It is still a 1-1 though, so Kemp Q still has a chance to come back. But deserved damage being really even between the two. Oh, looking at the freeze RNG.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I saw at 1 point or 2 points or 3, Kemp Q just literally splashed about 4-5 times in a row. 6 out of 23 barrages actually hitting there. Goofy Llama got some bad RNG too, 7 out of 17, but you know, KemQ's luck there was pretty poor, and also the deserved damage too, like being down 150, and Goofy Llama's also been down over 100 damage. So again, same situation as the first fight. Both players just not really doing much. But yeah, still, it doesn't matter. The tracker, who cares about the tracker? If you get a KO, if you've still got food left, it really doesn't matter, does it? Goofy Llama got a sick combo there.
Yeah, that
was able to close that one off.
That's unfortunately kind of how it works. I mean, if you get KO'd, even if you're up, down food, it really doesn't matter, since you shouldn't have put yourself in a situation to get KO'd regardless. I mean, there's no G-Mauls in these tournaments, right? So all you have to do really is make sure that you're sitting on at least above 75 hit points, and then you can't get KO'd. But
yeah, no,
I mean,
absolutely.
I'm also not trying to kind of blame him or shame him or anything. I got KO'd in the EU 20, I believe. With
I mean, it happens to the best PKers. We saw, I think it was Adamsaurus well earlier today, got KO'd by a 39 bolt. Sometimes the nerves really get to you, right?
Yeah, sometimes the unexpected just happens, or it could just be that a minor mistake, like, for example, miscalculating a situation in which you believe you're going to hit first, but you don't.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to let you take the start of this fight, mate, while I go to the bathroom real quick. As nature calls, I have to be right back 2 seconds.
Yeah, looking at the fight so far, definitely even between the two. They're kind of just trading hits between each other. Not too much going on. They are both frozen. I believe too far of a distance to range each other. Maybe with long range they can pull off a bolt here. Kind of just trading hits though. Goofy Llama throwing up the smite. Probably not intentional right there. But regardless, Goofy being up 5 HP, so both of them kind of just chopping away at their HP. KemQ coming in with the first claw, being traded with Goofy right there. Unfortunately for KemQ, only hitting a 0 to Goofy's 40, both of them clawing each other on prey, on tank as well. So definitely not the best scenario for KemQ. Regardless though, this is the deciding fight between the two. Whoever wins this one will go through in the winner's bracket, and whoever loses will go down to the loser's bracket. So they still have a chance regardless if they lose. But so far, definitely an even fight. It doesn't really seem like anyone is having a massive lead over the other. Can't really tell if anyone's making that many mistakes. It seems like Goofy Llama is being extremely mage heavy by the looks of things right now. KemQ is trying to get those bolts in, but probably needs to switch up his style a little bit, because it seems like Goofy Llama is doing a better job predicting it. KemQ getting a beautiful 34 barrage into a 25 bolt, into a 42 right there. Some really good damage from KemQ. Potentially actually could have KO'd Goofy if he got some better RNG on that claw. But right now, still KemQ is doing massive amounts of damage, getting a 36 HP lead, taking away the lead that Goofy had. KemQ getting frozen though, about to get DD'd. Maybe Goofy can get some free hits right here and turn it around. Seems like he is evening it out yet again. Both of them just kind of trading hits with each other. KemQ doing a decent job hitting Goofy back, but Goofy is predicting him very well as well. Seems like KemQ is kind of bolt camping, not really giving much opportunity for anything else. Does get a nice freeze back with that 22 though. Might have the DD advantage here, and should be able to turn it around and get a couple free hits in. Looks like Goofy is just stood in his robes right now. Gets traded there for a 36. So right now, both of them being frozen, Goofy gonna have the DD advantage next.
Yeah, apologies for that. I'm back once again. How's the fight going so far? Looks like KemQ is up by quite a bit. Have these guys both utilized their specs? Wow, it's been a fast fight, hasn't it? It's gone for like a minute and they're almost out of food. Yeah,
I mean, both of them right now have dealt about the same damage. They're kind of trading momentum with each other by the looks of things. It looks like KemQ, for one freeze, has some really nice momentum, deals a lot of damage, but then Goofy just takes it straight back, and it's not really leaving much room for any massive lead. But as I say that though, KemQ is adding up a decent lead right now with 95 damage. But,
wow.
We saw that earlier and it got stripped away from him really quickly. So we'll see what happens. But right now, Goofy being completely out of brews. KemQ, I will say, I'm not entirely sure if I'm a big fan of the way he eats his food. It seems like he's not really prioritizing those brews a lot.
No,
he's used
the end.
Yeah, he's used a lot of his super ranging and super combat and barely touched his brews, which means that unless he starts brewing a lot here, he's probably going to end up being unpodded for the rest of the fight, just like we saw in the last one. Both of them trading claw specs right there. Still though, Goofy being down 56 HP right now, has one angler left with 68 HP. He's going to be able to put himself back up to 90. Does put himself back up to 90 right there. ChemQ sitting on 66 HP, 3 doses of brew, and an angler. Does go for his last claw spec, only hitting a one-off prayer. That could have been the deciding factor right there. But ChemQ doing his best to keep up right now. Both of them kind of trading hits at just a similar amount.
Yeah,
Seems
catching
like
that DD was imperative there for ChemQ as well. Like, I mean, he's up, what, like 60 HP right now? Getting that claw spec there for Goofy would have been huge. I think ChemQ was on 60 HP. He could have out-eaten it if he needed to. But still, that's like the deciding factor to really coming back into this battle, isn't it? Goofy Llama's out of food, 50 hit points. ChemQ's got one angler left, and he is sitting much higher HP as well. I mean, you got the Redemption Flicks still that can come into play. And if anything, I think ChemQ's going to be confident with them.
Oh,
I mean,
he
yeah,
gets a
down 20
31
HP.
bolt through the prayer right there. Definitely some beautiful hits for ChemQ. He desperately needed that, and it's put him at a significant lead. I think he's probably quite confident that he can win this one right now, but we never know. Goofy can proc some redemptions here and maybe turn it around. Right now, ChemQ struggling to get the freeze he so desperately needs. Goofy yet again having a DD advantage. Gets a 17 bolt traded for a 0 right there. ChemQ seems to be losing these trades. Goofy getting a redemption off right there. Sitting 26 HP, higher than what he was before. It's going down to 19 now. ChemQ opted for the barrages, hoping that he can one-bang Goofy. Right now, 45 versus 14 HP. Just about any hit here will be the deciding hit.
A 0 here will actually proc Goofy Llama's redemption. Somehow he's come back into the
sitting
fight.
on just about even. We have 11 versus 11 right now at the exact same HP. A bolt proc for a 7 right there for Goofy, and he does take ChemQ down with a 7 bolt.
I mean, fair play to Goofy. He like stayed in it and didn't give up. But equally, ChemQ just he couldn't hit anything. I see people in the chat like saying, "What the hell? Like, how didn't you win that?" That's just the way RNG is. I don't think ChemQ really did anything wrong there. He was hitting off prayer hits. He was hitting damage even through the prayer. You can hit that. It's just a case of hitting zeros. Not much you can really do about that one, unfortunately for him. Goofy Llama didn't get really redemption procs, back to back to back or anything like that. It's just one of those things where, unfortunately for him, he just couldn't really win that fight right at the end. So yeah, I mean, it could have gone either way, to be honest. That's a 2-1 victory for Goofy Llama going through. ChemQ going to be kicking himself with that RNG. I mean, to be fair, based on the tracker, Goofy Llama did, come out on top, 55% versus the 48%, and he also got 3 extra free hits in there as well. But we saw I don't think we've ever seen that where every single fight, 3 fights in a row, both players doing 200 to 300 damage less than they were deserved to do. Wild to see that, to be honest, but still very neck and neck, still very even battle. And
yeah, that was a really even fight between the two.
Yeah.
I'd say almost every single fight we saw there was absolutely insane from the both of them. Definitely an even matchup. Fortunately for ChemQ, though, he seemed to have gotten the short end of the stick right there at the end and didn't really get the RNG that he needed. But still, Goofy Llama going through, and ChemQ still has a chance at the losers bracket, so he's not out of the tournament just yet.
Yep, absolutely. He is going down, and he will be able to potentially come back up again. It's a double elimination bracket. You got to lose 2 fights in this tournament to be knocked out entirely. But with that, Goofy Llama does go through to the next round. To see who goes up against, we'll have to be watching the next battle, which is going to be Casual, AGS Me73 versus Monkfish. Both players in their respective rights being absolute machines as well, the top NHs for sure. ChemQ going down to the losers brackets. We'll catch up with him later on today for sure. But yeah, it really could have gone either way. I mean, that's what makes, I always keep saying, the tournament to be so interesting. You just never know which way it's going to go. But I do feel for ChemQ Martin there at the end of that battle. He just really did get bad RNG, and all he had to do was do like a 10 or something, and he just couldn't seem to hit the damage. So just really unfortunate, and it happens sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's unlucky for ChemQ to go down like that, but at the same time, Goofy did deserve to win that one, so maybe the right player won that one, actually. But looking at the next fight, we have a very even matchup yet again. I am going to bet... well, I can't bet anything, actually, because of my country, but still, if I could bet, I would bet on Casual. I think he's definitely the better player here.
Fair play. I think, Monkfish, to be fair, did look really strong against Saeed. I didn't expect his fight to be a whitewash of a 2-0 victory. Saeed, I know, is being a really competent hybrid, being known by a lot of people for many years. So I still think it can go either way in this fight, but Casual definitely does look extremely strong. The way he took out the frontline warrior, Miraja, goes to show his competence and his confidence really coming into this tournament. The winner of this fight will be going against Goofy Llama, who just beat ChemQ as well. So we'll see if they can take him out after that clutch victory against Martin. We'll be jumping into that battle momentarily, everyone. Your fight is going to be up somewhat shortly as well. How are you feeling? West Ham?
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that I can actually get at least 1 or 2 warm-up fights before I go in for that one. So I'm trying to keep track of when this is gonna go down. I do believe my fight is after this one and Bill Jetty's, so just waiting on that.
Oh yeah, we get to watch Bill Jetty soon. So after this battle we're going to see right now momentarily with AGSM 73 versus Monkfish, we're going to be watching Bill Jetty versus Dino. I know that Dino's fans and viewers and subs are all waiting in the stream very patiently, have been for the last few hours, spamming his emotes constantly. We've all said before that Bill Jetty is probably one of, if not the best hybrid that we have here today to witness, and just in general in the game. I mean, he came first place, so...
Yeah, so apparently Bill Jetty's fight is going to be right before mine, which probably means that I won't be able to commentate that one, because I want to make sure that I can get 1 or 2 warm-up fights in between.
Yeah, you want to jump into it, of course.
So,
but before we get to that...
Yeah, I'm going to be missing out on that one, unfortunately. Yeah. We do have a really nice fight coming up after mine, though, with Saladin versus Hamza, which is definitely going to be an anticipated fight.
Oh, that's a big one, too.
Moving on from that, though, we are looking at the first fight between Casual and Monkeys right now. Monkeys being down 36 HP, Casual having a decent lead on him, having a DD advantage by the looks of things. It's just about to end, though, so any frees here from Monkeys matter.
Yeah, absolutely. The Casual, getting this big, oh my god, a 50 claw spec from Monkeys coming in. As I say, Casual's up quite a bit by those huge barrages, but Monkeys evens it out.
Oh, some really nice movement from Casual there, but unfortunately not paying off at all, getting a 2 claw spec. So definitely not what he wanted, but still, regardless, he is still up a decent bit of damage, being up 52 damage right now. Has the DD advantage as well. Seems to be opting for the mage quite a bit here.
Yeah, and actually faking like 3 or 4 times there, and Monkeys was keeping up with it and changing his prayers accordingly, but still, Casual does come out on top. Beautiful movement by the guy as well, kind of stalling the movement by moving back and forth and switching in between. A 31 bolt as well. He's catching Monkeys off prayer quite a bit right now as well, elongating his lead to over 100 damage in advantage compared to Monkfish, who has finally caught the DD, able to, calm himself down, compose himself, and try and get some hits off prayer. Maybe even some free hits as well to come back into this battle right now. The next free is going to be really important. AGSM 73, Casual does catch it, which is so huge. A 19 whip on prayer as well on attack. 30 bolt to follow. What a machine right now, steamrolling his opponent. Over 160 damage up at the moment. So early on in the fight. A 33 bolt on the robes off prayer, and a 36 as well. My god, Casual is just going nuclear now.
Yeah, some absolute insane damage on Monkeys right now. Monkeys definitely being on the straws right now. Needs some insane RNG to catch up, but it is not happening. And Casual chancing Monkeys right there with a claw on 51 HP. Yet again, not hitting too much. But still, Monkeys needs a miracle to come back. He's down almost 300 hit points at this point. He has 3 anglers left versus Casual that basically has a full inventory of food.
You make me giggle, Castro. I just read the Twitch chat.
I don't know what it means. I'm foreign.
Elongate is like to drag out or like increase, basically, is what I meant by that. Oh, a 38 claw spec there off prayer on He actually could have killed AGSM 73 there. He was a bit late to eat. Monkeys could have closed that one up. But right now, Casual is up 270 hit points at the moment. OG Monkfish completely out of food, sitting on 78 hit points. My gosh, what a
what a landslide win for
I know,
Casual right there. Casual just obliterating his opponent right now, but still, I would say Casual is probably getting some insane RNG to be able to win this much. So I will say I don't think Monkeys has had much of a chance to fight back, unfortunately for him. Looking at the prayers though, Casual does have 76% prayers correct versus Monkeys 45. So maybe he isn't. Oh my god, Casual nearly just got KO'd by that claw spec. Monkeys with 10 HP left nearly just took Casual out right at the end. Oh my god. Casual is needing...
But still, like, it was...
Yeah, I think Casual...
Like spec, didn't they?
Yeah, I think Casual ate it just at the last tick there, meaning that he couldn't have died. But Monkeys getting a redemption of Casual still being up 150 HP, though.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit more nervous now to make sure that he can get this win.
I mean, if he does come back, that's absolute scenes on the fight. There's a bolt proc, only a 6 though. He's down to like 5 HP, and that's it.
Monkeys Casual's does go down there.
He was just up that entire fight. It started off as being like 100 HP lead, then a 200, and then I think near the end it was like almost 250 or something like that. Like half the damage you need to deal, pretty much to absolutely defeat your opponent, their whole inventory of food. Casual, just looking like such a beast there. Like you just said a minute ago, absolute landslide victory. It would have been crazy if Monkeys got that claw spec off and actually, Casual didn't manage to eat in time. We've seen quite a few KOs in this tournament, which is surprising.
I do think that Casual actually didn't get chance there. He was very close to dying, but I think he ate on the last tick by the looks of things. That was a massive claw regardless from Monkeys, though. Yeah. Looking at the deserved damage, we have Casual with 508 and getting 605. Actually, not as much as I thought it would be. I thought he would have a lot more on the damage dealt compared to his deserved. So maybe it wasn't that much of an RNG win regardless. The major RNG being just about similar. It seems like Casual doing so much better on the prey has really paid off for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he got a bit better RNG, but yeah, the guy did outplay his opponent by quite a significant amount. We don't normally see the prez being over 60%, let alone over 70% correct in this World Championship. These 32 players that have got this far have had to, go through hundreds of others that, or rather hundreds of others applied for this and were knocked out previously. So, to come this far, these guys are all absolute beasts, so you don't normally see such a landslide victory, but Casual, definitely one of the more favorites to win, I'd say, based on his performance that we've seen today. He's an absolute unit at the moment. That 1-0 lead, though, does put him one step closer to moving on to the next round in this best of 3. We'll be jumping into the next match momentarily between these two guys.
Yes, I mean, if Casual gets that same RNG, it seems like it's going to be a landslide for him, but I must say, he was getting very lucky throughout the midst of that fight, so I don't think he can expect to have that again, but it's still a fairly decent matchup, I'd say. I think Casual is a little bit better, but I definitely think Monkeys is very close. So I think RNG can definitely turn it around.
Yeah, I think the reason as well why potentially they had so much of a discrepancy in hits off prayer, that 70+% that we saw there, it really does just come down to, I guess, the fact that when you get that momentum, it's so much harder to have to eat up and do damage back and get the prayers correctly and read the prayers correctly, so it can really become a bit of a turmoil for yourself to really keep into the fight. But we're jumping into the second match. 1-0 lead right now for Casual versus Monkfish, and Casual catching that first freeze, potentially going for a whip hit, the 35, and getting frozen in place. Nice little translation there, though, getting the 35. Getting hit by 36 back, though. Monkfish is coming out swinging at the start of this fight, despite losing the first one. Oh, that was off prayer on Robes, but he still came out on top with a 34 as well. Monkfish,
Monkey's
doing really well right now.
Yeah, he's up a decent bit. Not too much, though. I mean, this type of HP can get turned around at any moment. It seems even one hit could turn this lead that he has around. I will say, from the last tourney that Monkeys was in, I do believe he was the person that actually was down 8 fights in a row on a tracker and still won every single one. So maybe he can do the same here and just completely turn it around and win versus Casual. He does have a 73 HP lead right now. Both of them being very far away from each other right now. Both players have special attack as well, so when they get close, it's going to be interesting to see if they get some free hits off prayer. And there's one coming in. Oh, he double clicks it there. Gets a 42 claw spec. Casual coming back into this fight and closing up that lead now. Now it's even, despite being down about 60 HP at the start. Now he's actually up a tiny bit as well. Looking pretty neck and neck at the moment. Monkey's catching that clutch freeze, though, which is really important for him to stay in this fight and not allow Casual to get more an advantage. And he goes for the punch of disrespect. Yeah, actually, I think he got like a 5 or something punch right there as well. So definitely some lucky RNG to get some damage out of that.
Hey man, I mean, you take the hits where they come. If it comes down to the wire and this guy wins by 4 HP, you can say it was because of the punch, to be honest. Looking like both players really creating a lot of distance right now, a lot of gap as they're attempting to see and get the DD advantage as well. Closing up a little bit here, being very cautious though on how close they get. Looks like Casual does get the DD, gets a free hit as he steps underneath, but he's down quite a bit of HP at the moment, 34. It's still looking very back and forth there regardless. In terms of pot usage and food usage, looks like Monkey's used a bit more bruise than AGS73 has, which could end up being in his favor. Nice bolt proc, 28 from Monkeys, elongating the lead even further, 43 HP up right now. But Casual, beautiful movement, going like almost off screen so that Monkeys will misclick a little bit, gets a bolt off prayer and on Robes, doesn't hit anything though. Monkeys retaliates a bolt on Robes, it's only a 6. Very back and forth right now, and it really could go either way.
Yeah, Monkey's definitely up in the lead that he has, but still not by a lot. I mean, this could turn around at any moment. It seems like Casual is a little bit more brew heavy though than what Monkeys is right now. Monkeys definitely having more fish than what Casual has. Casual sitting more on the brew side.
Yeah, Casual does catch that freeze though as Monkey steps out, as he gets unfrozen. A 39 whip too, which is beautiful for him. Again, he had that big advantage, Monkfish, but now being closed up as he goes for the claw spec. Not too much damage on prey melee, but I mean, when you're down a bit of food, it does help to actually hit, and rather than hitting a 0, of course, too. Catching him off prey of a barrage too. Monkfish is not really doing much damage at the moment either. Getting some movement there. A nice little freeze as he goes out, but might get caught here. Doesn't get caught, so Monkfish increases the lead once again. 30 HP up right now. It's not looking good for Casual, but he does have the 1-0 victory. So, you know, if he can somehow get some sick RNG here and take this win, he will end up knocking Monkeys down. Monkeys goes to the claw spec, hits a 10 or so damage, but not what he was looking for, was it, West Ham?
Sorry.
No,
I
you're
was
right,
not
mate.
paying attention. I was not paying attention. I mean, making sure my warm-up fight is gonna.
Oh, of course. Well, Monkfish catching this freeze now, or attempting to do so. Oh, gets a nice 38 bolt off prayer on the robes as well. Looks like Monkfish is up almost 100 damage now. It's been very back and forth, but still looks like Monkfish has had a slight lead throughout. And now Casual is actually out of food. Nothing left in his inventory. Sitting on 100 HP though, he's got a chance to come out. We saw it in the last fights versus Kemp Q and such, like 100 HP turnaround.
As you say
so
that, he is getting some decent damage right here.
Oh, there it is.
Into a 25 barrage, followed up by the bolt here, hitting a 0. Might be taking some damage from that bolt. No, he has got hit a 0 right there. Casual still remaining fairly tanky. Getting another 24. Does have the DD advantage right now.
What?
Might be able to do something with
That's
that.
it.
Those barrages really doing well for him. Should probably stick to those if I'm completely honest. They seem to be doing bits for him. Does bolt a 9 on the robes right there. Gets another barrage off. Unfortunately for him, splashing, which means Monkeys is going to have the DD advantage any second here.
Oh, unfortunately for Casual, he came back like 100 HP, but Monkfish does finally catch that freeze he was so desperately trying to do so with. He's like up quite a lot of hit points. Age just be 73. Casual sitting on 30 now. Going to start to redemption procking. Can't get it out in time.
And he does go down.
Oh,
We'll say,
so
looking
close
at
to
that
the
prayer
end.
percentage, Casual had 65% versus Monkeys 43%. So I do believe Casual is going to be up on the deserved damage right there.
Yeah, I'm really surprised actually that it closed it up like that. The 30, was it a whip hit or was it a bolt hit right at the end? I think I just about missed it. I think it might have even been a barrage actually. But,
yeah, he got a barrage right at the end
there it
for
is,
a 30,
yeah.
taking him
It's
down.
unfortunately for Casual though, because like I said, he was down by quite a lot for a lot of that fight, and he just couldn't seem to come back. And near the end, you almost saw that comeback. He was down 100 hit points, turned it around, made it even, but then Monkfish just pulverized
Looking
him.
at that
oh my
tracker,
gosh,
though, that is so unlucky for Casual. Casual being up 132 damage despite having half the mage RNG right there. That is really unlucky for him. Some very unfortunate scenes for Casual, but Monkey's coming out on top. Still though, it's a 1-1 between the two. So if the game is gonna be actually giving the correct person the right RNG, I think Casual will win the next one.
Again, if you look at that RNG of the mage hits as well, only 8 of his 26 barrages actually hit his opponent. And that's just like what it really comes down to as well a lot of the time. When you catch those freezes, if you're able to utilize them with DDs and stuff, it gives you such an advantage. And despite having more hits, regardless of not having that DD advantage, Casual having more hits off prayer, really surprising to see, doing 100 less, like you said, and his opponent doing 100 more than he should have done. That's a big discrepancy. So 1-1. For Casual versus Monkfish. The next fight will be the decider in this best of 3 round to see who goes through to fight Goofy Llama in a future battle in round 3. Goofy Llama, of course, beat Kemp Q moments ago, so it's not going to be a hard fight for either of these players, whoever goes through. It is double elimination though, as a reminder, in this tournament. So even if they do lose, they'll be down to the losers bracket, and they still have a chance to come back up again and potentially clutch back a victory and go through to meet each other back in the final round. Tomorrow during the finals. As a reminder, guys, this is a world championship. It's still been led up to in the past month plus. There are $3,000 in the line for all of these players, all these 30 plus participants that have come out today swinging to see who is representing the clan of choice and whose clan's better, who's the best NHPKer in the game. Some really big heavy hitters today, and obviously, as I said before, lots of well-known content creators as well, such as Kemp Q and Panic PK, etc., and obviously West Ham himself that I'm joined with today. Here we go.
Going
We're
into
jumping
the
in
last
the
fight between the two. This is the deciding round. Casual getting bolted on robes there for a 0, but does catch the first freeze for a 26 right there, putting him in a decent lead. Still though, he does seem to get barraged without the K-top on. Luckily for him, only being a splash, getting traded for a 21, putting Monkeys back in the lead. Still though, right here, we're not going to see that much damage being dealt, I reckon. Both is going to be trading mage and range hits. And I think shortly, I think the next freeze is going to be what decides who's going to get the first bit of the momentum. Casual going in for his first claw spec right there, but does get traded it straight back. Unfortunately for Casual, even getting clawed that big, it doesn't really seem like he's down much. He's only down 20 HP right now. Monkeys sitting fairly low on 60, eating up to 98 right there. Casual deciding to go full HP and trying to get that momentum back. Both of them trading bolt procs. Casual getting a 39 into a 4 on the robes there as well.
I'm surprised that Casual's not actually up more HP than he is right now. He's playing it so well. But yeah, that 60 claw spec that came in, huge, absolutely massive there. Right now, both players trying to catch this freeze, but AGS Me73 Casual getting caught in his tracks before he managed to get out that whip hit as he came in close to Monkfish. This third fight, currently 1-1 in this best of 3, looks to be very even. Both players doing about the same amount of damage. We're about a third of the way through this battle right now in terms of supplies used as well. Monkfish taking out his claws a little bit too early there as he's unfrozen. Actually gets it off though. The fakey works. Only doing 4 damage there on the right prayer as Casual did have the right overhead up as well. A little bit bad unlucky for
Casual
Monkfish
does
though.
take a bolt on the robes there though. Luckily for him, only hitting a 0. Both of them kind of just running around a little bit. Casual bolting a 9 on the robes. Not too big, but still definitely some damage that you will take. It gets traded for a 12 straight away. Both of them being out of range. Casual getting a nice barrage there for a 0, but it doesn't really seem to use that DD advantage that he could have had. Still, he does actually manage to tank those 2 barrages and get underneath regardless. Gets a 21 right there. Monkey's being down only 8 HP after that 35 barrage, actually pulling himself back a little bit. Does get bolted on the robes off prey for a 0, so definitely very lucky for Monkeys.
Yeah, that 35 barrage was huge there. But then saying that, Casual gets the 38, hitting right back again. It's still looking pretty neck and neck. Either anything can happen really in this situation. Both players only a few hits away. That's a nice 52 claw spec from Casual coming back into the fight. Now being up 100 hit points
getting
at the moment.
Some real good
that was
DPS
insane.
right there. Putting himself at a 100 HP lead to Monkeys right now. Monkeys desperately needing some RNG to pull himself back.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players being up frozen at similar kind of times right now as well. I'll be interested to see how Monkeys does he utilize his final special attack as well. Nice little whip there on the run from Casual, doing no damage, unfortunately. Big ball spec potential. 30. I got excited for a second seeing the max hit. We've not seen one yet in this tournament, unfortunately. Casual does now get frozen in place, though. Monkfish has an opportunity here to come back a little bit, but he's still down 100 hit points. Getting a little bit excited there, hoping for those max hit combos. Casual's inventory as well, having lots of brews left and also having triple eats too if he needs it. When Monkfish does decide to utilize that final claw spec on him, he can eat straight back up again. Right now he might come in. Here it is.
Out the lead a little bit, but only getting a 0 claw right there. Monkey still being down 100, but it's still better than what the 150 he was down just a second ago. As I say that though, Casual gets a decent whip right there, putting himself up 129 damage. Casual having a significant lead over Monkfish. Monkfish being very close to out of food. Actually having 3 doses left, but no ranging pots.
Yeah, surprising actually to do that and not have the ranging pots left over. That might actually cost him the fight near the end, but saying that he's still down like almost 150 HP, so it might not even make much of a difference. He does catch that freeze, which is really imperative for him to try and switch around the loss and make the lead in his favor. But saying that, he's just down so much right now. Casual does catch him with that 27.
Monkfish being on bruise only as well. I mean, after the Monkfish is an extremely bolt heavy person, right?
Yeah.
So him not being able to range pot after he bruised right here is definitely detrimental, and I don't think he's going to be able to win this. He's down 160 HP right now. Casual does go for that claw spec, putting Monkeys at 16 HP. Any hit right now could knock Monkeys out. So Casual just needs a little bit of RNG here, and he does get it with that 23 whip, taking Monkeys down. That is the deciding round between the two, which means that Monkeys moves down to the losers bracket, and Casual keeps going in the winners bracket. Still remaining strong, actually, pulling a really nice performance.
Yeah, I mean, throughout that fight, actually, we saw once again, Casual was up like 100, 200 damage about the middle of the fight, and Monkfish just couldn't really, bring it back, to be honest. Really fair fight, though. Equally, the fights were going back and forth throughout. If we check out the tracker, I think Casual definitely came out on top there, though, in terms of his hits off prayers. Yeah, 65% hits off prayer versus Monkfish's 38%. And also, he got an extra, what was that, like almost 10 hits extra off prayer. Both getting pretty similar RNG in terms of the damage that they dealt as well, and in terms of the barrages.
casual
It's
deserving
just,
to win despite being down
Definitely.
on the major RNG. I am going to be leaving now though to go do my warm-up fight before my actual fight is there. So I'll be back shortly, but until then, we have a special guest to take over for me. So I will see you all very shortly.
Yo, good luck as well, but he's gone already. He doesn't care. He wants to get straight into the battle, get warmed up. Here he is, my favorite IRL YouTuber. Here he is, Jake Upson, EV How you doing, Beast?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad considering it's 8 o'clock in the morning and, I went out clubbing last night. I'm doing okay.
Oh my God, you absolute maverick. Well, it's nice to see you, mate. And thank you for stepping in as well, of course, on behalf of Method and myself too, and West Ham for filling in the spot to help me cast the upcoming battles. Have you been following along so far? I mean, it's 8 in the morning, so I'm guessing you've...
I'll be honest with you, I've actually just been listening while I've been PKing. I haven't been watching any of the fights, but I've been listening to you boys go back and forth. But yeah, no, it's good to be here. Of course, when West Ham said he was competing, I said, of course, I'll step in for you, mate. Like, you don't want to be casting while you're fighting, and didn't want to leave you on your own, so... Yeah,
no, I really appreciate it, mate. It definitely does help. I'm already we're obviously 3+ hours into the cast right now, and you casted the OCE bracket, didn't you? It's a long show. It's difficult to keep the hype up, obviously, and keep it going the whole way through. But yeah, with you by my side, I'm sure we'll have some good fights ahead of us. I think the first fight that we're watching, I need to double check this and make sure I get it right, is going to be Series 10 or Series 9. So we're going to be watching Bill Jetty versus Dino. Obviously, Dino we know as a content creator, also representing Method as well, or Dino as the chat always likes to call him. And Bill Jetty being one of the favorites in the entire tournament, winning the EU bracket, being one of the best hybrids in the game and notoriously known as such. After which we're watching Anvil Koru potentially versus Con, or we're going to be watching West Ham's fight soon as well, which is why I had to jump off. Do you know much about any of these guys, and how was your experience casting the OCE as well, by the way, mate? How was that for you?
Yeah, no, I had a great time with the Aussie bracket, and I also did the US East bracket. So it was nice to do the Aussie bracket. I knew a bit more about the players from the Aussie bracket, so it was good to know a bit more about them. But as far as these two go, Bill Jetty obviously winning his bracket and being an absolute demon inside the arena, coming up against Dino here, a big streamer here on Twitch. Gotta say, I love his streams, but I mean, coming up against Bill Jetty here, I think there's a good chance he's going to be outclassed in these fights.
Yeah, I was tuning to his stream this morning, actually, wishing him good luck and all that kind of stuff. He was streaming before these battles to try and get warmed up, and I was like, hey man, good luck today, have a good one. He's like, Ian, what do you mean good luck? I'm against the most notorious hybrid that's competing this weekend against Bill Jetty. What do you expect from me? Saying that though, the support in the Twitch chat right now from Dino's community is absolutely wild. Everyone's just spamming his love hearts. So I mean, whatever happens today, I'm sure he's going to be happy to compete and to make it this far as well. Like we keep mentioning, there's been 4 weekends before this of all the different circuits. You casted 2 of them. I casted the EU one as well. Some of the best players in the game really have come through here, so it really can. I keep saying it, I feel like a broken record right now repeating myself, but you never know what can happen in these fights, man. You mentioned you've been PKing a lot as well recently. What kind of PKing have you been doing?
Oh no, just in the last couple of days. The YouTube's been slacking a bit lately. I need a video, so I thought I'd go do something. Just been out the Rev Caves, been hanging out with Ditto Bitter. We went down to a single strip, only lost 2 max sets, so it wasn't too bad, mate. It wasn't too bad.
Oh man, well hopefully that changes for you as the days goes on, man. We're jumping into this one straight off the bat. Bill Jetty versus Dino, and it looks like actually clean switch. Dino getting a free hit, 2 free hits, and starting off this fight really beautifully. That's a nice confidence boost from him, isn't it? Despite going against such a beast like this, he's doing really well and getting a few hits off the prayer right now.
Yeah, definitely a nice little bit of momentum for him at the start of the fight as he takes a claw there off prayer, unfortunately. But getting that first hit off for Dino there is definitely going to give him a nice little confidence boost going throughout this fight. As he gives a big claw back against his opponent there, doing around 40 or 50 damage. So an even exchange here on the claws at the start of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately for him, though, he does get that neutralized as his opponent. Bill Jetty does catch that freeze, goes on a claw spec. This time, he does get the prayer on. Dino not really taking as much damage. Looking at the damage dealt as well, it's looking very neck and neck right now. That's a big retaliation there from Dino. Even though he's frozen in place, he's come out on top there. Another spec coming out too, hitting about 30-ish HP there. He's up 70 hit points. The scenes right now, I'm actually really surprised at that. Way to go, Dino, honestly.
Yeah, definitely taking the momentum at the start of this fight. Unfortunately, sitting on about 20 hit points there. Very chanceable HP. I think he was just getting a little bit too excited that he was up quite a bit of hit points at the start of this fight and risking his hit points a little bit. And that's definitely something you don't want to do. Interesting, Ian, to see the difference between these two players and their switching styles. BillJetty being a bottom switcher here and Dino being a top switcher. So battle of the different switching styles, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I think the guys from back in the day, I guess Dino's been around for a long time now. I'm more a bottom switcher because it's closer to the barrage, of course, so it makes it a bit easier to catch those one-tick switches and such. And BillJetty, obviously being around for a long time as well. Different inventories, like you said. We've got the whip switch right at the top there for BillJetty too, which you don't normally see, but it means he can do the 4 ways with the range to mage if he's fast enough of the one-tick switches. Look at that, Dino actually coming out on top again of a 30 bolt there. He's up 100 HP right now. What a fantastic lead and start. Despite BillJetty having that DD advantage, Dino is coming out on top, and the whole Twitch chat is chanting for him in his name, in his honor. Hoping he can go all the way right now. It's not over yet, though. We've seen some crazy comebacks from players, and if anyone can do it, I'm sure BillJetty is the man to do so.
Yeah, definitely. 100 damage definitely seems like a lot, but in these type of fights, it is just 2 or 3 hits away. There's this 100 damage difference, and as you say, there 42 whip coming in there for BillJetty, and he's going to look to try and get some momentum back in this fight. Try and get a free stand underneath his opponent, and see if he can get a few free hits off. Currently, he is already up 4 hits in this fight, so just needs that damage to come in.
Yeah, I think both players will have another special attack as well coming out at some point soon, so got to be very aware for that. But in terms of the translation of hits, both players having some really good RNG and just exchanging it constantly. Right now, still, Dino has been in the lead the entire fight, up 75 hit points. As you said, though, it can turn around in a matter of seconds. Looks like the claw spec comes out, but it's a fakey. Nice bolt of prayer by Dino, getting caught in place. No, that's a 70 claw spec, a max hit almost, being retaliated. BillJetty's only hitting a 30. Looks like Dino is up 100+ hit points once again. The whole Twitch chat is so happy for him. Looks like BillJetty, it only has 1 food remaining, and Dino has his brew, some anglers, some karamwams. He's doing absolute bits right now, EVscape.
Yeah, he's definitely in the driver's seat in this fight here. Taking a look at the percentages of hits off and on prayer, it looks as though it might be a bit of RNG in his favor, but regardless of what the RNG is saying, if he's up in the RNG department and he's taking advantage of it like he is now, then, I mean, you can't complain at all. And if he's going to take this fight down, which it looks like he will, unless something goes horribly wrong for him at the end here, this is going to be a massive, massive confidence boost for him going into the second fight as well.
Yeah, the scenes, you really did not expect to see this, to see Dino coming out in such a strong lead. I mean, obviously, as I said before, he isn't getting as many hits off prayer, and RNG is definitely in his favor. But at the end of the day, that's the game we play. We all expect this to happen. We don't know what we're going to hit. We don't know if we're going to get lucky or not, and that's just the game. Look at that 33 bolt. BillJetty down to red bar right now. 1 hit remaining for him to be slain, and he can't even get the redemption on the right tick right now because he's just being so fierce right now. So, oh, there it is. He has 1 redemption off, but he's down to literally no food left. Dino currently up 160 HP. 1 more hit's going to finish it, and there it is. Dino takes the first fight. Oh my god, Jake. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, that was just
wild.
Incredible from Dino there. And you can really tell looking at his switches here at the end in the replay, hitting those 3-way switches in 1 tick. And this is his first big tournament that he's been in. So really, really keeping his composure in these fights, and it's really good to see.
Yeah, that was really... I honestly did not expect that again. I mean, we were saying this before you jumped on with us, West Ham and I, like, these fights really can go either way. That's what makes the PvP and RuneScape, you know, really exciting as well. Now, obviously, that's a 1-0 victory in this best of 3, so, you know, it can turn around, and BillJetty, obviously coming out on top of the tracker, I'm sure is about to witness very, very soon. But the confidence boost, like, man, must be through the roof right now.
For sure. You're absolutely right about the RNG. It's one of the good things about the game. It is, over the long run, the better hybrid, the better PKer should come out on top. But in any individual fight, anybody's got a chance to win, and that's always great to see. But taking a look at the tracker here, and we can see that BillJetty was up by quite a bit, and a 300 damage difference between his deserved damage and his actual damage dealt. So Dino also getting a little bit unlucky on his hits, but I mean, you really can't look past that 300 damage there from BillJetty.
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen that much of a deficit, I think, apart from a couple fights in this matchup. But to get that unlucky, Bill Jetty must be kicking himself. At the same time, though, of all the people to lose to in this tournament, I think Dino, even though he has a team that he PKs with, and all these guys are really competitive in terms of team versus team action, Dino is one of the guys that's kind of pretty, chill with everyone. So I don't think they've got really any rivalry. And if Bill Jetty's going to lose to RNG, one of the best guys to lose to, really. Saying that, we're jumping to this next fight. Best of 3, Bill Jetty can come back. If he gets those kind of hits again, obviously not much he can do, but in terms of his ability and his hits off prayer, he definitely came out on top there.
Yeah, definitely. The tracker does not lie, and it's just a matter of the RNG turning around for him now. I think seeing that tracker will help him in terms of being a little bit tilted about that last fight. He might have just felt like, he wasn't performing that well, and seeing that tracker afterwards and showing that he should have won, he'll be happy to see that, and that should help him go on into the second fight. That being said, it's also going to help Dino there. I mean, if your RNG is on the up, you're going to be pretty confident going into the next fight and hoping it will continue.
Absolutely. Dino needs to really prioritize having his tank on at the right time here. Gets a claw spec, not off prayer, hitting a 20 though, better than a 0 for sure. Bill Jetty has really got the advantage here, hitting a 37 off prayer on tank into a bolt spec 31. Bill Jetty going into overdrive right now, being up over 100 HP. He's seen the Twitch chat, he's saying, I'm not gonna let it go like this. I saw the tracker, mate, I'm coming back, I'm up 150 now, and he is absolutely steamrolling Dino, unfortunately for him. I mean, he can go either way still, but there's another 36 claw spec. Dino still has 1 claw spec, but it looks like he's crumbling under the pressure. Just the momentum that's being created right now from Bill Jetty is so hard to come back from, and he's up so many hits as well. 10 hits off the start of this fight extra, like almost double the hits, is just so difficult to try and come out, especially when it's something like Bill Jetty, who's not really going to give any free hits away. Dinos needs to really stay composed, stay calm, but he's down 230 HP at the start of this fight. The first fight, of course, Bill Jetty got some insanely bad luck, so that's the way RNG goes. Like, it comes and goes in troves, so it can definitely come back again. But I mean, he's not going to give up. He's down 300 hit points. It's going to take an absolute miracle with only 2 anglers left versus almost a full inventory versus Bill Jetty. But hey, man, the first fight, he's won one of them against like one of the most notorious hybrids in the entire game. So I mean, that speaks for itself in volumes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You can really see, based on this fight, how much momentum really plays a factor in these fights. Absolutely. If you're getting the hits and you have the momentum, you can really, really push that advantage. And last fight, Dino had that momentum starting out, and he kept pushing that momentum all the way through the fight. And although we thought Bill Jetty, being the better PKer, should have had the advantage in the first one, in the second one, we can see now that he's got the momentum, he is really pushing that momentum up. 13, 14 hits in this fight, and he's going to take this one pretty comfortably, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Dino's completely out of food right now, sitting on 42 hit points. Bill Jetty's up 300 damage still. It would take a miracle. It would take, I don't know, for Bill Jetty's wireless mouse to disconnect suddenly and for him to not be able to eat food for Dino to come back here. Regardless, it's going to go down to the third fight, which is really exciting for the viewers as well. Bill Jetty does take that second one out. And yeah, 1-1 right now in this best of 3. Not surprising though, based on the first one. Like, RNG can only go so far for you, right? And that's why these are the best of 3s, not just a 1-round fight, so that hopefully the better hybrid can come out on top.
Yeah, definitely. And even though the RNG was pretty bad in that first fight, Dino really keeping it close on that tracker. It wasn't a blowout by any means on that tracker, only 69 damage difference. But this one, I think Bill Jetty really showing his class and showing why he won his bracket, and he is one of the favorites to go through and win this one. Being 1 down and just coming out and putting on a performance like that, you can see that he is meant to be here, and he's really wants to put on a show.
Yeah, well, I mean, like we saw in the first fight, he could win it again. Like, if Dino gets crazy lucky, he could end up actually knocking out Bill Jetty. It would be a bit of a miracle, especially based on the second tracker we're going to see momentarily. But equally, it definitely could happen. And that's like what everyone really has come out to see today is those upsets are really what make these tournaments too and makes it so exciting. Looking at the tracker briefly, those extra 13 hits that Bill Jetty got, it was off the start, to be honest. The start of the fight, he had really good RNG because his first fight was kind of lacking. That's not to say that you should go staking if you lose 5 stakes, you should then win the next one. That's just, sometimes it's just what happens kind of thing. But he had, to be fair, even though he was up 12 hits from the start, since from then onwards, Dino did keep up and he did trade hit for hit. Obviously, Bilgetti did 140 more damage than he was meant to do, and Dino didn't get quite the same RNG as he was meant to that fight. But hey, maybe the next one it will change around for him. Yeah, you can go either way, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see with the RNG turning around there, in the first fight, Bilgetti with some really bad RNG and still being up 69 damage on the tracker. And this second fight, getting some really good RNG and being up 190 on the tracker. So that's exactly what I was saying during the fight about getting that momentum, pushing that advantage. And like I said, he's really, really shown his class in that second fight. And I think there's a very good chance he's going to be taking down this third fight. But that being said, I would love to see Dino pull this one out. And I think the Twitch chat would love to see that as well. And my fingers are crossed for him that the RNG can turn around. But I think most likely Bilgetti is going to be taking this one.
I mean, if Bilgetti does go down, the thing is he's one of the best in the game, that he literally can come all the way back through the loser's bracket and potentially, actually win the whole thing still. So I'm kind of rooting for Dino too, even though I do think that Bilgetti is the better hybrid. But actually, off the bat, Dino looking strong, getting some free hits, up 80 hit points. Bilgetti, though, doing a fantastic job there to catch that freeze. Imperative for him to stop the momentum going in Dino's way. But Dino up a little bit of HP, definitely a better start than last time. He was down so many hits. Still, that must have knocked his confidence, losing by so much hit points in that second battle.
Yeah, it definitely would have been a big hit to the confidence. That was an absolute blowout in that last fight. But getting a few hits off the start was Dino, being about 70 hit points up, now 100 after that claw spec. And this is the start that he needed. We saw this in the first fight, and this is what allowed him to get that victory. As we see a claw scratch coming in there, probably good for him as it was on Melee Prayer. And then the claw spec, still up 100 damage, but his hit points is quite low at the moment. We've seen him risk it a few times, Pure Spam.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he sits a bit low, and if it costs him the fight, he was going to be kicking himself, especially because he's actually up 100 HP. This is how the first battle went. He started out with just insane RNG switches, but right now, just like Bilgetti isn't laying up. Saying that, a 31 bull, as I say that from Dino, again, to increase the lead even further. Catching that freeze is huge. 19 on the Prey Mage as well, some nice RNG too. Now being up 100 damage once again, and Bilgetti using most of his combo food and most of his brews as well off the start. So, I mean, if this continues this way, definitely Dino could definitely take this. Next free is going to be really important because now Bilgetti will have the DD advantage as he's unfrozen. And here we go. Let's see if he can actually make anything of it. There's a 36 bolt, and just like that, the advantage that Dino had is starting to be relinquished hit for hit.
Yeah, we mentioned about in the second fight there, and the first fight even, about how many hits Dino gave up. And we can see in this fight, he's really pulled that back. Only 4 hits down currently. He was even before that big amount of damage coming in for Bilgetti. Obviously has to eat, and that's going to lose some ticks, so Bilgetti could get some hits back. But he's doing a really good job to make sure he can hit Bilgetti as many times as he can. But with this DD advantage, even though he is 68 hit points down, I think Bilgetti should be able to bring this one back from here.
Really nice freeze there from Dino, though, as second he's unfrozen, getting the DD as well. Saying that, though, of all the people in this tournament, Bilgetti does such a good job of catching those freezes on the DD. There it is, the DD being relinquished from Dino's advantage. He's only up 40 hits now compared to the 100 plus that he was up a moment ago. So Bilgetti getting some RNG in his favor, getting the DD as well. And there it is, almost neck and neck, almost even. We're about, I'd say, just over halfway through this battle. We'll see a third claw spec coming up in a second as well. Be interested to see if Dino can get it off. A 31 whip on the ropes there, huge for Bilgetti, but at least Dino's trading hit for hit right now, getting some okay RNG, getting a free hit in there as well to try and catch up with the hits. Oh my god, a claw spec KO! What? Bilgetti! He actually managed to kill him! No, poor Dino! What a rookie mistake there. Maybe the pressure just got to him a little bit too much. That was like a 50, I think, claw spec. And you were saying before, weren't you, Jake? Don't sit too low, Dino.
That is exactly what I was saying, and Dino proves my point in just one claw spec there, going from 55 hit points to 0. And he was up. He was still up 22 damage when that claw spec came in. And that's going to be it. He's out of there. And I'm upset that he didn't take that one out, because I had a joke saying that I'd feel bad for everyone in the losers bracket if Bilgetti went down there. But I mean, unfortunately, he's going to be moving on. And unfortunately for Dino, he's going to be moving down in the losers bracket now.
I mean, to be fair, regardless of the placing, regardless of losing that fight versus Bill Jetty, I think Dino can hold his head up high, you know, taking on like potentially the best hybrid in this tournament, one of the favorites to win it, and going neck and neck with him, and you know, coming down to the wire near the end. Unfortunately, a little bit of a slip up to, you know, die to that KO. Regardless, he was down a little bit of what's it called, of hits off prayer and a couple hits missing, but he did a really good job to stay in the fight. And hey man, he's not out of it yet, so Dino fans, don't go anywhere. It's a double elimination tournament. He can come back. But yeah, as you see from the tracker right there, he was up. I think he was up like a couple hits at the start, but only 5 hits difference for Bill Jetty there, like over Dinos. Obviously, got 10 more hits off prayer, which is quite a lot. And the RNG was like, you know, 400 deserved, 400 dealt. Dino got a bit lucky, which is why he was, you know, quite neck and neck towards the end. But regardless, man, that's RNG. That's the game we play. It can go either way. Dinos should be happy about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's going to be happy walking away from this winners bracket. Like you said, he still does have a second chance in this tournament. But I mean, going up against the guy that is favorite to win this tournament in the first round, it's just a bit unlucky to get first rounded there. And it was expected. No one expected him to move forward there. And I mean, at the end of the day, he performed very well, and he still got a second chance in the losers bracket. But I don't think that anytime soon his Twitch chat will be letting him forget about that claw spec on 55 hit points.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say one thing as well, quick mention of the Twitch chat. It's great to see so many people that are passionate, excited, and, you know, like so invested in these fights, but let's keep it nice and respectful, everyone. It's fantastic that Method has chosen to start running OSRS tournaments and got involved in the community. We want them to keep doing it. So let's try and keep things nice and clean, and just say good fight when it matters. GF in the chat to every participant there. It's been a fantastic tournament so far, and I hope they keep doing these. Our next fight coming up momentarily is going to be West Ham versus Full Send. West Ham being another notorious content creator everyone knows, you know, winning several tournaments in the past as well, being a member of Kanini and Blazers too, being around for a long time. Full Send, I don't 100% remember his background, Frankie, but I think he did very well in his respected circuit. Before we do jump into that though, everyone, can we please get your attention and quickly talk to you guys about a few things that Method are offering whilst on the subject about Method. If you guys type !community in the chat, excuse me, community in the chat, then you can sign up and become a member of the community team, which offers all kinds of perks such as access to exclusive content, opportunities and giveaways. If you're an up-and-coming streamer or you want to get involved and try to stream, then by all means check it out. It could be for you, help you make some connections, network, get some raids, and a lot of other different initiatives that can really, you know, help you make a big splash in the water. Not only that, but also merch in the Twitch chat as well, everyone. If you want to check out the merch that Method have on offer, you want to support what they're doing, and you want to rep some of their garms, then feel free to check it out. And last but not least, of course, as always, socials in the chat as well, please. If you want to check out the Twitter, the YouTube, Facebook, these tournaments are obviously uploaded later, so if you've missed any circuits, you can check them out as well. Follow the Twitch channel. Method has a lot of things coming up with OSRS related, which is going to be really exciting as well. We've got a Q&A in a few weeks' time, I believe. We might have something going on with you're signed to a is it Crusader Gaming, I believe? Yeah, correct. Yeah, you've got a lot of YouTubers that are signed to that agency, so we might have some fun events coming up at some point in the future. Not spoiling anything, but there's been some words going around, some like, you know, friendly competitive stuff, maybe some 10v10s and stuff. So yeah, make sure you check that out too.
Yeah, definitely keen to see what Method brings out in the future, you know, with these tournaments they've got at the moment. And I mean, getting the on-screen display of the players' inventories and stuff like that without Jagak's help is just like, it's incredible. So they're going to be putting on some great tournaments, and I'm definitely keen to see what they can pull out in the future. So support them as much as you can if you're a RuneScape fan, because there's not many other people doing stuff like this at the moment.
I mean, you put on a fantastic show with the BR that you did. I hope there'll be future ones as well that we can all get involved in and watch as viewers as well. That kind of stuff needs to happen more. It's obviously the DMM stuff that I've ever taken part in, and in general the events that Jake has put on for the, you know, all the time. They are really well done, and I really enjoy taking part in them as well as casting them when I do get the opportunity. But as the PvP scene does need, you know, we need more stuff like this. It's such great entertainment for all of us, really, whether you're taking part or not. Like, as a content creator, as a viewer, it's great to see it all happening. So yeah, we all do really appreciate it and hope that it continues. But with that being said, we're going to jump into the next battle. We have Full Send versus West Ham. Again, I don't know too much about Full Send. I don't know if you've heard about him before, but everyone knows West Ham as being notoriously known as a fantastic PK all round.
Yeah, absolutely. I unfortunately don't know anything about Full Send either. I don't even know where he plays in his bracket. I've just jumped in at 8 o'clock in the morning with no idea what's going on. But we all do know West Ham, and it'll be exciting to see how he goes here as he starts out the fight with a 35 whip. So a nice little bit of momentum at the start of this fight. Both players now frozen next to each other, and pretty even on the exchange as another whip comes in there for West Ham. He gets his tank on for that claw spec off prayer. Unfortunately, therefore, Full Send not getting too much damage, only a 2 off prayer there.
Full Send seems to be up and back and forth really, constantly here. Nice claw spec again off the prayer, but only hitting a 20. West Ham did get his full tank gear on at the perfect time there as well. Currently pretty neck and neck, to be honest. West Ham getting the DD as well here. Beautiful freeze, getting a free hit as well. Just, going back and forth there, interweaving his opponent to not allow him to catch any freezes. A nice 12 there. Not really expected with the bulk proc, unfortunately for him, but still, it's looking pretty even. Looks like both players being frozen a few steps away now, and I think that Saund will be, West Ham will be frozen in place for a bit longer, and Full Send might be able to turn this fight around a little bit. West Ham is up about 50 HP right now. He usually opts for the AGS actually, for an AGS whack, and he has done the full tournament and in previous tournaments as well, but for the first time that I've seen him anyway, he's utilizing the claws instead, being a bit of a faster switch and being able to obviously combo and create some momentum a bit quicker. Oh my god, as I'm saying that, the 30, the 40, the bolt procs going in for West Ham, up almost 150 HP right now. My god, Jake.
Yeah, nice little turnaround here for West Ham. It was looking pretty even, and he managed to pull out a big bolt there and actually chances his opponent on that second bolt as well off prayer. But as you were saying, it is interesting to see he brings the claws here, normally bringing the AGS, but most players in this tournament going for the claws. It's interesting to see that the claws being a 4-tick weapon, the AGS being a 6-tick weapon. Most players saying, the DPS is just much better with the claws. But that being said, players are using the tracker more and more nowadays to decide what is best when they're in these fights. And we've seen Panic a lot of times bring the AGS in for that AGS whack, because if you're stood underneath your opponent, you're both hitting each other once every single time, no matter what. So if you get an AGS whack in, it's going to have a higher max hit than the rest of your weapons. So interesting to see that most players are still bringing the claws, even though that little revelation has sort of come about. But I prefer to use the AGS myself. Getting those massive hits in one go definitely looks a lot better, that's for sure.
Yeah, man. Everyone wants to see that 73 combo and that KO, obviously. It makes everyone giggle. Looks like right now West Ham did get the DD there for a moment, but Full Send, beautifully done from him. The second that West Ham stepped out, caught that 30 barrage and switches over the aggression, able to create a bit of momentum for himself. West Ham desperately trying to catch that freeze right now. He's up like 100 HP, but he's up even more beforehand. Full Send doing a great job of really staying in this battle right now. As for the hits off prayer, Full Send's actually coming out on top slightly. A claw spec coming in, both being exchanged about the same damage, around a 20 or so. Double spec for West Ham, both on prey melee, both on tank. A little bit of a waste opportunity from both players there. But right now, it still looks like West Ham is in quite a bit of a lead, getting a few extra free hits there as they make the difference for him, I imagine. Full Send catches that barrage, 27 into the DD. Great RNG for him as well right now, getting the free hits back again. It's looking pretty close, to be honest. When West Ham gets that lead, 100 plus HP, Full Send just brings it back in again. But 1 food remaining now, sitting on full HP, and only 3 food for West Ham. He can go either way very easily. There it is, Full Send with a 30 whip, getting retaliated by a 34 whip. Anything can happen right now, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that West Ham, when his opponent is DDing on him and he's going for that freeze, opting to go for the Dragon Square Shield and Verix Plate Skirt on, just to have that extra tank. The magic difference obviously being a lot without those Mystic Bottoms on and that Mage's Book, but still a decent chance to catch your opponent. And according to the tracker, as we've spoken about a few times, that is supposedly better to have that extra defense bonus. But we spoke to West Ham a couple of weeks ago during the West bracket. Oh, as he's about to win this fight here, Full Send is out of food. He's going to need to get a redemption off here, as West Ham is now frozen, but 1 hit is all it's going to take here. His redemption will proc if he gets hit a 0 here, so West Ham going only for freezes at this point, so his redemption doesn't go off. But Full Send getting some nice little flicks in here with his Mage Prayer into the redemptions, and West Ham almost out of food here. Could be a nice little comeback right at the end here for Full Send. Completely out of food now is both players. West Ham 1 hit away for over 100 damage here, and now he is 1 hit away from death. And the redemption comes off a Full Send, Ian.
Oh my god, yeah, I was going to say Full Send missed the first redemption. Oh, the second one come in, but no! West Ham does close it up with a 13 barrage. That was so close. Full Send almost came back and won that, despite West Ham having that 100-plus lead. He just couldn't hit that last barrage, could he? It was just 0, 0, 0. We've seen it happen a few times this tournament, where there's 100 HP situations have a complete turnaround. But, yeah, lucky for West Ham, finally he caught that last little freeze at the end, which got him that victory, the 13 through the prayer. It could have very easily gone either way, though, and yeah, West Ham winning that battle, 1-0 lead in this best of 3. We're checking out the tracker momentarily, I do believe, as well, as we do have that as well. I think Full Send looked a bit better in that fight, to be honest. In terms of hits off prayer, yeah, he did, 64%. He was 2 hits down. To be fair, 4 hits difference off prayer, that's like almost nothing. It was pretty neck and neck. West Ham had slightly less deserved damage, but got much luckier with both the freeze RNG by quite a bit as well, 120% versus the 80%, and obviously dealing like almost 100 extra damage than he was deserved to deal. So a bit of an RNG win there for West Ham, but equally it was very neck and neck throughout that battle. Full Send doing a great job really of keeping up with West Ham despite not catching as many freezes. I really thought this would be a landslide victory for West Ham, as I don't know Full Send all that well, but Full Send showing that, like I said before, everyone that's here today deserves to be here. They're all really competent PKers, and they all worked really hard going through, like, you know, brackets of 100 people from the beginning preliminaries to be able to get here today. So yeah, not surprised. At the same time, I shouldn't be surprised that that Full Send is keeping up with West Ham.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you see on the tracker there, 68 hits to 66. 500 deserved damage apiece for both these players. A little bit of freeze RNG on the side of West Ham there, but these players are so evenly matched in this first fight, and these next two are going to be great. I will say it's good that West Ham managed to take that fight out, the first one, after being, 100 hit points up on his opponent and then almost losing. He would have been on a massive tilt if he'd lost that match. So it's good for him that he won that, and he'll be able to go into this next fight with a clear head.
Well, we're jumping straight into this next best of 3 fight. West Ham currently leading 1-0 right now, and looks like he's actually up once again, 60 HP. But he's getting through. He's actually catching that freeze as well to elongate the lead even further. Up 85 now, getting a free hit on the robes, a 0. That could actually kill Full Send there if he hit a bolt prop max hit on the robes on the prey melee. A claw spec coming out from Full Send, gets it off prayer on the tank, but unfortunately for him, West Ham does tank it. That's because of the tank, I guess, but still pretty unlucky when you hit off prayer. You hope those claw specs obviously have maximum potential of hitting 70 pluses. 47 from West Ham with the bolt. He's going nuclear right now, but unfortunately for him, Frankie Full Send does catch the freeze to stop him in his tracks. West Ham now up over 100 damage.
Yeah, I gotta say, I mean, I've been sat here with my mouth open for the start of that fight. It took 11 hits. 11 hits for Full Send to do a single point of damage on his opponent there. And one of those hits was a claw spec. 11 hits to do a single point of damage, and West Ham being up 100 damage at the moment at the start of this fight. And this is a really good start for West Ham, and Full Send is going to have to claw this one back.
Yeah, I have to, but hopefully, well, I say claw this one, but I hope his last claw spec actually hits something rather than that 0 that we saw earlier as well. Catching this freeze really important for Full Send to stop, West Ham from really increasing that lead he's got. To be fair, he was up 100 HP. Full Send has brought it back by quite a bit. Full Send only down about 10 hit points right now, and obviously this is still quite early in the fight. We're about a third to a quarter of the way through right now. West Ham does get caught there, and Full Send now actually in the lead by 30 hit points, despite that jaw opening start that we saw a minute ago. Full Send gets the claw spec 32 off prayer into a 25 bolt. He's up now 69 damage, and West Ham somehow lost 100 HP lead to be completely the opposite now. Full Send, Frankie almost 100 HP up. West Ham obviously being a bit more comfortable having that 1-0 victory in this best of 3. Frankie needs to win obviously this fight and one more to go through, but he's giving it his all right now, noticing that if he doesn't win this fight, he is going down to the loser's bracket.
Yeah, definitely. Nice little comeback here for Full Send. And I got to say, it was interesting to me that he was still moving and actually hitting his opponent, because if I had 11 hits without a single point of damage, I would have thrown my monitor out the window. So really good of him to continue in this fight. And he has clawed it back. And 37 points of damage up as a claw spec comes in here for West Ham, and two claw specs. I thought it was one straight back, but two claw specs there for West Ham. He's now 20 damage up, and I think the next freeze in this fight is going to be crucial, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been so back and forth, to be honest. One person up 100 HP, the other one almost getting up 100 HP as well. That double claw spec from West Ham there, really nice to bring this fight back, but also catching Fulson there as well before he got the DD. Looks like it's literally neck and neck with 0 damage difference pretty much between these two players. Looking at the players as well, both players keeping up with each other really well at the moment. West Ham and Full Send both going to be unfrozen, I believe, at almost the same time in a moment, any second now. And they'll have another special attack potentially coming out at some point as well. Full Send will. Looks like the whip on the run. Full Send goes for the bolt on the robes. West Ham doesn't take any damage, goes for a bolt on the robes. 21 deserved, but gets frozen and freezes him back just before Full Send can get the DD, which keeps West Ham in the fight. And still, though, it's 0 for 0. Both players doing 384 damage. That's wild that it's just so neck and neck, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely crazy at this point in the fight. Both players having the exact same amount of deserved damage. They're both frozen next to each other at the moment. Did see a few whips coming out there. It's nice to see the whips getting involved while they're stood next to each other. And we see in this fight, West Ham doing a really good job of getting his tank on. Like we said, keeping that Verix plate skirt and the Dragon Square Shield on when he's going for the freezes if his opponent is DD'd. And Full Send taking a lot of hits on robes. If you're using a bolt in one of these fights and you're hurling it at your opponent's robes, you've got a 67% chance of hitting compared to if they're in their tank, only a 30% chance, Ian. So a massive difference between having your tank on and your robes.
No, absolutely. I was waiting for Full Send's claw spec there to bring him back into the fight. He managed to get it off. It was out of 40 spec on the right prayer there, but West Ham is slightly down now as a result. Both players being pretty much out of food, 100 HP for both of them, and Full Send having that extra Karamwan. But I mean, what's going to make the difference here at the end is going to be just a few hits. Oh my God, there it is. Full Send the 45 whip onto West Ham, the max hit pretty much. And now West Ham trying to catch a freeze potentially, but being frozen. Full Send now being frozen next to him as well. It is neck and neck. Both players out of food, 50 to 68 hit points, Jake. It's going to come down to the wire. Neither player actually has any claw specs left. Just going to be a bit of a tribrid fight, trying to catch it off prayer. A 21 for Full Send. That could actually kill West Ham right now. A 31 HP. 40! Oh my God! It's only out! Oh, you did 24! Jake, what just happened? Oh my God!
No way!
That's it.
Wow, that is huge for West Ham there. He was actually down a little bit of damage at the end of this fight with that huge 45 whip coming in for Full Send. But as we can see here in the replay, a massive bolt followed up by a second bolt to take the fight out there. 64 damage in the last 2 hits, and that is the RNG you want when both players are out of food.
I think those guys, like, I don't know Full Send very much, but like, props to him for taking on a Titan such as West Ham. And again, look at that tracker, 55, 59%, both doing almost 80 hits, 78 for West Ham, slightly being underneath. But in terms of deserved damage, a 1 deserved damage difference. Obviously, it was just so close. Full Send's RNG at the end was slightly worse. It was just a case of who will hit that 40 bolt first, and it happened to go in West Ham's favor. He won 2 fights in a row. Full Send goes down to the losers bracket. West Ham winning his first fights of the day. Definitely a huge confidence boost. I think the thing about West Ham as well is he's been casting for the past 4 hours, which, as we talked about earlier, is pretty exhausting. So he's not had any practice as well, apart from the last like 10 minutes or so to get warmed up. And you know, I'm guessing he's very, very glad to move through that round. Despite that, he's got some hard fights ahead of him, though. I've just seen the next fight we're going to be watching, which is going to be a huge one. We've got Saladin versus Hamzori. Again, both these guys being favorites to win the tournament. It'd be interesting to see if West Ham actually jumps into the call now that he's just chilling, and if he comes back. Although, to be honest, that was me.
He might want to take some time. He does have a match coming up very soon, so he might want to continue keeping those clicks warm. But it's crazy to see in that last fight between those two players in those 2 fights. Only 14 deserved damage difference between 2 whole fights. Like, I don't think we're going to see a closer matchup between 2 players in this entire tournament.
Yeah, man, that guy West Ham sucks. Oh.
Yeah, he's garbage. Did you see the switches? Fucking hell. That guy don't even know how to switch. He can't even do a freeway. Christ.
Dude, that was so intense. I bet your heartbeat is just beating out of your chest right now. It really came down to the wire and all those
No. The first one, I was like I was full on ready to get my fist directly through my front monitor if I lost that first one, but luckily I did it.
That is exactly what I said, West Ham. I said if you'd lost that first fight, you would have been on a huge tilt. So it was nice that you took it down, because I think if you lost that first one, you most likely would have just lost the second one straight from tilt, you know?
Yeah, so the problem was he was going to have 2 fights on his ping, while I was only going to have 1. So I was like, I desperately need to 2-0 him. Otherwise, there's like, I'm fighting on a lot of disadvantage. It was West Coast versus EU. So I was on 175 ping for the first one, and due to the fact that he placed higher than me in a bracket, that means that he's willing to pick 2 worlds instead of just 1. So I only get 1 on EU ping, and he gets 2 on West Coast. So that 2-0, desperately needed.
Wow. Oh, I didn't know you were playing on 175 ping. That's actually insane that you managed to actually go neck and neck with him then, because if that was me, I'd have just given up then and there. 175 is ridiculous.
I think I did better on the... I did better on the West Coast ping than on what I did on the EU one.
Damn. Well, fair play, man. Congrats again on winning that victory. That was, yeah, a really fun fight to cast alongside Jake. Really enjoyable.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jake, for tuning in and actually taking that one for me.
Yeah, of course. You know, definitely want to see you perform your best in this tournament. And, you know, 10 minutes out of my day is nothing to make sure that you got all the time that you need to move forward, mate.
Appreciate you, King.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm happy with that outcome, though. It'll be interesting to see, because I'll either be fighting Saladin, which is my boy, or I'm going to be fighting Hamza, so... that one will be an interesting one.
Are you going to be are you coming back to the casting now, West Ham, or are you going to take a couple minutes to breathe and such? What do you fancy?
No, I'll come back to casting. I want to cast the Saladin and Hamza match for sure.
Sweet. Okay. Well, Jake, are you going back on standby again then?
Yep. No, I'll dip out and jump back in for the next fight. So good luck, boys.
Okay, mate. I had an absolute pleasure casting, by the way. It's the first time we got to cast together, and I really enjoyed myself. So, yeah, thanks for stepping in, and thanks for being there for me and not letting me solo this one out. But, yeah, I appreciate you, King. Right.
All right.
Here we go. We're jumping into the next battle, Mr. West Ham, which is going to be, as you said, Saladin versus Hamzawi. I think I called him Hamzori afterwards. Let's get some love in the chat for Jake as well, by the way. Like, what a legend for just coming in. It's like 8 in the morning. He said he was clubbing last night as well. Absolute beast for staying on. And, you know, coming out so early on in the morning to cast that with us and help me out so I don't have to run out of breath for a few minutes. So yeah, we're watching Saladin versus Hamzawi. We're jumping straight into it, actually, Casper.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. This is the battle of the Titans right here, if I'm completely honest. I think whoever wins this one probably has a really good chance at winning the entire tourney, honestly. I think this is a matchup between 2 of the best players in the entire tournament. I do hope that Saladin wins, though, because I don't know, I just feel like it'd be more fun fighting a person that I'm friends with than fighting a rival team member personally. Plus, I was doing... What do you say?
Go on, sorry. No, go on, sorry. You were doing what, sorry?
Yeah, I was doing some practice fights versus Saladin yesterday, actually. Some of the most interesting fights I've had. I think we both just flew around the arena like crazy, just skating around. But neither me and Saladin being a big fan of DDing, honestly. Most of us, like, we both kind of prefer to play without Entity Hider, but obviously in these tournaments, you kind of have to do that, otherwise you're going to fall behind. But if we go against each other, I'm sure we could put on a little bit of a show just for the people.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll be interesting to see. I can't wait for that one if he does manage to go through. Goes for the double claw spec as well. Unfortunately for him, not doing any damage against Hamzawi there. And Hamzawi is now leading this fight by 30 HP. But as we know all too well at this point in the tournament, it can really go either way. And really for 30 HP in the grand scheme of things is just one hit. So it's not going to matter too much. Although having no special attacks left, Saladin is at a little bit of a disadvantage. I'm pretty sure. I was listening to you talk and we were chatting away. Did Hamzawi use both of his claw specs up off the bat?
No, I think Hamza still has one. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, too sure.
And Hamza at a 110 damage lead right now. So unfortunately, seems like he's down a decent bit, but he does get some damage back with that 23. Unfortunately, gets robbed straight away from him again with a 22 into a 39 right there. Definitely taking some damage right now. does get a whip chance right there, but it looks of things taking a whip on 42 HP. But Saladin keeping his distance right now, trying to keep Hamza away from him as much as possible here.
At hit points, he's sitting on like 5 HP almost right there, trying to get as much damage as possible.
It seems like Saladin is trying to kind of like capitalize on the low HP and make sure that he's not just giving Hamza the momentum. So I guess he was willing to take the risk there. But
I think the RNG right now is hugely in favor of Hamzawi. He's got 200 damage extra up on his opponent, and yet they both got the exact same amount of hits off prayer. Actually, Saladin has slightly more hits off prayer than his opponent, but it can come back. It can all change around. But looking at the inventories right now, just look at it. The guy has the full inventory of anglers, whereas Saladin's missing a lot of slots right now. Catching that freeze is imperative to, stop the momentum in its stride before Hamzawi can really close this one up. They're going to have a special attack before the end of this battle, so maybe we'll see a claw spec KO, but I really doubt that these two, absolute beasts of the community of the PKing scene will be able to give each other a chance at KOing each other. They're going to stay nice and high, especially with the lead that Hamza's got right now.
Speaking of that, I do believe Bill Jetty and Saladin was actually 1-1 in the EU tournament for...
Okay.
I think Saladin got claw KO'd on the final fight between the two. So, I mean, it could happen. Saladin, it does take a lot of risks. Whenever he's down HP, he's willing to take those risks to make sure that he can get a comeback. But right now, he actually is getting some decent damage here. It seems like Hamza is actually kind of taking a bit of damage. He's taking about 80 or 90 without dealing much back. So Saladin might be able to make a comeback.
I mean, Saladin's got more hits on his opponent despite being down a deficit of damage constantly throughout this entire fight. The comeback is looking pretty good for him. Nice movement, stepping away just out of the clutches of that claw special attack from Hamza, who's going to try and catch the freeze now. Catches it, but missteps. Oh, and he could have got frozen in place there by Saladin as well. I mean, as we've seen before, the comebacks can really happen in these battles.
Yeah, Saladin getting a 25 whip there as well. Hamza was up about 200 damage. He's down, right now he's up about 115, so still definitely looking to be in his favor. But Saladin is getting a better RNG right now, and it seems like he is due for a comeback here. He's got the freeze, should get the DD momentum anytime now. He does have it right now, gets a 14 whip, putting Hamza at 71 HP up, so it's evening out.
Yeah, it's like the David and Goliath story, like coming back from being down, like finding such a difficult comeback,
whip. Yeah, Hamza has gone from having 200 HP to being only on 1 HP right now. They are now even. It is now neck and neck between the two. And I do believe Saladin will have another claw spec any second here. I think Hamza already used his third. I don't think Saladin has.
The third spec from Hamza actually did absolutely no damage. It was an absolute 0, which is exactly what Saladin needed to come back to this fight. Equally, if Hamza did like a 70 or even a 50 claw spec there, it would have been so hard for Saladin to come back.
Hamza is up 35 HP right now, though. Make that 54, actually. We have Saladin with 43 HP, 2 anglers. I believe he's going to eat both of those, sitting 86 HP versus Hamza's 84 with 2 anglers left.
Yeah, but I mean, as we see, a couple hits, that's the case of like, 2 hits, maybe even 1 hit if you get lucky with a claw spec. And Saladin does have that claw spec ready to be used any point now. He's stepping away, and I think Hamza knows it's coming, so he's probably going to pray melee quite a bit, but the zeros from Saladin right now just can't
I am actually starting to doubt the fact that he actually has a third claw spec, because I feel like it would have gone off already.
Maybe he did use it then, potentially, or maybe he used this like so late in the fight they won't get it out in time. Oh, that was a nice little whip combo there. Actually could have killed Hamza there if it was a max hit 45, I think. Now Hamza sitting on 95 HP, no food left. Saladin on 54. The comeback for him is absolutely insane to, be down 200 damage like we said before. Getting hit in the ropes there, getting lucky. Hamza not hitting anything, unfortunately for him. But it really is a case of a few hits away now.
Right now, it is neck and neck between the two, and if we can see some redemptions, I think this is going to be probably a situation where both of them are very close to out. Close to dead, sorry. There goes Hamza with his third claw spec. Did we confuse the two, maybe?
I think we might have done, yeah. It might be
I think it might have been Saladin that dumped his third claw spec, and Hamza didn't. But unfortunately for Hamza, only claws a 0 right there. No, Saladin did have it! He gets a 40 claw spec right there, with 35 to 40 HP right now. Saladin being down to 13. Any hit can proc his redemption, but he does go down to that 19 barrage. That is neck and neck between the two. Actually really interested to see the tracker between that. I think that it's an even matchup for sure between the two.
I think Hamza came out just about on top there. Sorry, Saladin came out just about on top there, but Hamza was just up by so much HP from the start. Fair play to Saladin though for like closing that gap that he had from the beginning. It's so hard. I don't think we really push just how hard it is when you're down food and you're struggling, getting hit damage constantly to keep your nerves under control and not give up free hits. Like when you're down that much and you're getting hit by so much damage, to stay composed and just at least do back damage, not just do back damage, but also get your prayers right, eat food, and hit your opponent off prayer and read them wisely that's like the top skill, the top level of NHing, in my opinion. Who does Hamza represent again, and who does Saladin represent again? You said these guys were like big teams, right?
Yeah, Hamza is the leader of Solid Tag, and Saladin being a Kanini member. It's two rival teams going at it right now, which is probably why the Twitch chat is also just popping off. Waiting on a tracker for this fight, though. It doesn't seem like we're gonna get it by the looks.
Oh, there it is. I think we do have the tracker.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Momentarily. Yeah.
Okay. Saladin actually being up 95 deserved damage right there, despite being down so much throughout the fight. Seems like Saladin massively underdealt his deserved damage. Also having less freeze RNG with 105 to 115%. So not too big of a difference, but definitely a little difference at least. But Saladin deserving to win that fight by the looks of things, having 8 free hits as well.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that Saladin didn't take that one back. I think throughout the fight, in the middle of the fight or so, it was about 50%. Both players quite neck and neck, and then I think Saladin kind of changed up his strategy, or maybe Hamza was just feeling so much in the lead that he kind of lost a bit of concentration, or kind of played a bit more lax, and that for that reason, Saladin came back and managed to actually come up on the tracker there. But obviously, RNG is a deciding factor in this video game as well. Of course, it can go either way. It's what makes it exciting too. But obviously, it does come round. So maybe this time round, be the opposite, and Saladin gets some insane RNG. It is a best of 3, of course. Currently, Hamza, leader of Solid Tag, as you mentioned, being up 1-0. So let's see which direction this fight starts off in.
Yeah, so Hamza needing to win just one fight here. Saladin needing to win at least 2 in order to take him down. But regardless, I mean, they do still have a chance in the losers bracket. Saladin does get a decent chloride there for about 30 damage. Seeming like both of them just unfrozen, trading hits right now, not really going for the freeze. It seems like Saladin is trying to get that second claw spec off, but just doesn't get it off right there. But does freeze his opponent back. I will say both of them have staff bashed a decent amount throughout the fights. So I think both of them being very speedy are sometimes due for mistakes on those one-tick barrages. We've seen them one-tick four-way barrages even. Saladin getting a decent claw there off prayer for 42. Not the highest, but definitely damage that you will take.
Yeah, and then this claw spec in return from Hamza, 34 onto Saladin. He could have done more damage there on the robes, I think, on the Carol's top and robe's skirt. 41
taking a 41
Saladin.
bolt. Followed by a 0 off prey and on the robes as well. Definitely some unlucky RNG from Saladin. Yeah, but he does get another big one on the tank. 39 followed by 16. This is the absolute opposite of what happened last fight. Seems like Saladin is in the lead this time, getting that 200 damage lead. And actually nearly whip KOing Hamza there.
That was a chance, yeah. It was about
I do believe that was a chance.
Yeah, and it was off press, so it definitely could have happened there. Saladin could have closed this one up and actually taken back a fight. Currently, though, he's up 170 HP. Saladin really going to work right now. We'll have a claw spec as well to be utilized to, maybe even, make that momentum even stronger for him and even further ahead to his opponent. But right now, Hamza really trying to stay composed and bring it back in really here. But if you look at the inventory, he's used up all of his brews, only has 1 combo eat left. So if that claw spec hits the right time, it could be huge.
I will say as well, I mean, looking at this fight between the two, they are both so nice with the movement. It's definitely wonderful to see some movement throughout these fights rather than just a non-stop DDing. Right now, Saladin being in a quite significant lead. Hamza doesn't have any potions left, only having his restores being completely down on the brews with what looks to be 6 anglers. Saladin having a brew, 7 anglers, and a crumble one left.
Yeah, looks like the 150 HP lead that Saladin's had throughout pretty much the most of the fight actually is pretty ludicrous at the moment. He's not giving any potential for Hamza really to bring this one back again. Obviously the 1-0 lead that he has though does mean that he can potentially take the next one. But again, nice movement from Saladin, making enough movement that he can pray in enough time and react to that whip just before he gets hit by Hamza. Beautiful little bolt there too, but unfortunately getting caught in his tracks by that barrage, double barrage.
Like
Hamza's bringing it back a little bit.
Receiving, and it seems like we're seeing a replay of what happened the last fight where one person was in a massive lead and the other person just brings it back right at the end. So maybe this lead will actually perish right now for Saladin, but he does get that 19 bolt. Might be able to get some decent damage here, but he does get robbed from it straight away with that 24. Gets a 20 barrage for a 31 though. Gets an Opal Bolt proc then. Not the highest of hits, only for a 12. Saladin still being in the lead, but not by much. 51 damage right now. It definitely can come down to the wire here. Saladin,
Yeah, absolutely.
Hamza
And,
actually not eating, sitting on 55 HP. Does finally decide to eat. I think he's going to eat his last angler there as well. Saladin going for the third claw spec, putting Hamza down to 35 HP.
That was a big mistake there, being caught in the robes.
Oh, and it looks like Hamza actually gets a very big claw spec right there. They have 15 damage difference between them. Hamza sitting 36 HP. Saladin sitting 58. Oh, he actually took him down. Hamza had an angler left.
What? The 43
Hamza actually got
there.
whip KO despite having an angler left. So if he ate that angler, he actually could have stayed alive and potentially won that.
Yeah, I really didn't expect it to happen, to be honest. It was really good
Oh
on the
my
wire. That
God.
spec was huge. Like, Hamza looked like he was going to win that one after the claw spec, going into the barrage, and just, sat a bit too low and did not eat for some reason. He wanted to keep the momentum going, I think, because he realized his opponent was out of food and just got caught in the robes on the wrong prayer. That's just so unfortunate for him, to be honest. It would have been a 2-0 victory. Although saying that, I do believe Saladin was up on the tracker. It looked like he was dominating throughout the entire fight. It was up so much HP. Again, like you said before, it was a complete opposite to what we saw in the first fight, where like one player was up 200 damage and the other player was had a sick comeback.
Looking at the tracker for that fight, though, it's not as big of a difference as the first one. Saladin is up 20 deserved damage, which is definitely not a lot. I'd say that is about as even as it can get. Definitely a fair matchup between the two. Saladin getting the better RNG there. Freeze RNG being about the same. So definitely an even matchup. And I think this last fight, I'm not entirely sure who to bet on, honestly.
I wouldn't put money on this, to be honest. It can literally go either way, and these guys are such insane hybrids. I say overall from the trackers and such, I think from the first fight especially, Saladin does look a little bit stronger, but we'll have to wait and see what's happening. Looks like Hamza does open this one up with the freeze and the free hit, currently being up an extra hit here, but Saladin catches a beautiful one-tick barrage there and keeps Hamza in his place.
Yeah, not for the highest of hits, only getting an 11 Opal Bolt proc right there, but still, definitely some damage that you will take. It's a 6 barrage followed by, does dump his first claw spec there for about 12 damage. So not the biggest of claw specs, but he's still in the lead right now. Both of them is trading hits with each other.
Yeah, no claw specs coming out. We have to wait and see when that happens. There it is, a 36 there. Retaliated by 22, so Hamza does come out on top of that exchange and gets the DD as well, which is pretty huge. He is down slightly, but I mean, it's so early in the fight right now. There's so much room for it to go either way. Deciding to fakey those claws there. We're having one extra claw spec left, so be interested to see if they save it for a better opportunity and focus on making their opponent pray melee constantly when they're in claw spec distance. Again, running back and forth there, trying to create some distance until you get the freeze.
I think Saladin is probably trying to keep as much distance away from Hamza as possible right now, knowing that he's got that second claw spec, just trying to keep him away from him as much as possible. Still seems like both of them are splashing a decent amount, kind of opting sometimes to just go for the bolt instead, trying to catch their opponent on robes.
That nice little 31 whip as he came into the distance there from Saladin, and Hamza now having the DD advantage, hitting a 0 claw spec on the tank on the prayer.
Definitely.
Yeah,
definitely some unlucky RNG on that claw spec. Right now, Saladin being up about 50 damage, so not too much. It can change at any point, but still, both of them just kind of trading. They're not really opting for the freezes as much. I mean, it seems like they are both aware of their tactics, just trying to catch each other on robes as much as possible. Saladin keeping him on distance. Seems like he has caught that freeze and might be getting the DD advantage any second here. Seems like he's about to. Does go for a barrage right there. Hamza actually catches a barrage in his full tank for an 8 into a 23. Saladin hitting a 0 right there. Seems like Hamza is regaining that lead that Saladin has on him.
Absolutely. I love Jake's commentary in the chat. All the stuff that he's saying right now is making me giggle. Right, we see a DD coming in potentially from Hamza. A nice little free hit there as well, creating some distance too. Claw spec out of nowhere, but can hit a 25 bolt. Not getting the claw spec off, unfortunately for him. Unfrozen now. No, Saladin comes in with a bolt hit. Gets it off prayer.
Gets a 40 right there. Massive bolt for Saladin. Beautiful. Putting himself at a 103 HP lead, actually. Another 34 bolt right there. Might have caught Hamza. No, Hamza does have the DD advantage. So he's probably going to take a moment here to eat up, make sure that he's repotting. Seems like Hamza is using his last brew dose there, has 1 ranging and super combat left, so he has done well on that potion management. Saladin, not so good though, sitting on 2 brews right now with 1 dose of super combat and ranging left. So at some point, Saladin probably is going to have to rely a lot on his brews and just be very brew heavy.
Yeah, that's a bit of a mistake there. You don't really expect to see from players such as these. But right now, Saladin's probably not going to even have to use them. Look at the damage discrepancy right now, up 180 hit points. Just for a moment there, just went into overdrive. I was
very nice
that.
claw spec as well there for about 38 damage or so. Not the biggest of claws, but definitely a decent hit for him, putting him at an even bigger lead. And unfortunately for Hamza, gets a 0 claw off the prayer there. So he definitely needed that 40 that Saladin just got. Right now, Saladin being up to 200 HP, Hamza having 3 anglers left, 62 HP. Does get frozen though, so he probably definitely needs that freeze. Oh, Hamza sitting on 29, 42 HP, gets whip chanced again. Hasn't learned from the first fight, unfortunately. But right now, Saladin has 159 HP extra. So it should be a secure win for him. But then again, it can happen at any point that they're just going to completely turn it around.
Absolutely. Looks like Hamza does get frozen in place once again. And there's the bolt proc. 18 could have actually KO'd him there. But right now, 200 plus damage lead. The 23 whip closes it up. There it is.
23 whip. And Hamza is now down to the losers bracket. And Saladin does go through. So that means I'm going to be fighting Saladin. Very happy on that one. Not going to lie.
Yeah, that was a really big victory there for Saladin. I think he deserved to win it for sure. But it was neck and neck. The RNG there at the end, freaking huge, man. It was mad. But yeah, Saladin taking that one out. That's a 2-1 victory for him going through to the next round, of course. That was the Battle of the Titans. Twitch chat was definitely into that one. I see a lot of
yeah, I mean, look,
a lot of interesting chat at the moment.
throughout this fight, I think this has been the most hyped fight we have seen so far. It is absolutely crazy how many people are spamming on this one, but regardless, still a good fight between the two. I don't think it's necessary to sit there and flame them. They both put up a very good fight, and it was fairly even between the two, regardless.
It was very even between the two, and both these guys obviously respectively being absolute insane hybrids, and some of the best hybrids in the game, deserving to be here, of course, as well. I think Saladin came out on top slightly there, and I think it just come down to a lot of RNG as well. Yeah, as I thought, Hamza meant to do 430, only did 330, and then obviously the opposite for Saladin, he did 400. Sorry, it was meant to do 470, but did 581. That's pretty crazy. Obviously got more hits off prayer, but obviously when you're on the back burner and you've been dealt an extra 250 damage to your opponent, there's not too much you can do in a situation like that. So that's just a little bit of bad luck. Both players getting pretty unlucky with the splashes too, of course. 60% RNG, only catching like 7 freezes out of the 23 they both tried to catch. It really could have gone either way, to be honest. And,
I didn't actually see that tracker. Yeah, both of them HRNG was definitely horrible. Luckily for Saladin, though, I know he's notorious for actually winning on the tracker and still going down, but this time he actually managed to win. So happy for my boy right there. Glad to see him go through.
Yep, and that does mean, of course, that you have to fight Saladin now, though, as well, in a fight after the next one. We're going to be watching Bill Jetty versus Anvil, or Koru as he's known for. Of course, Bill Jetty being an absolute demon. We saw him going against Dino, almost being knocked out by Dino, to be fair, in a really crowd shocker. And after that, of course, we're watching West Ham yourself versus Saladin as well, which should be pretty exciting to see, to be honest. I don't know. How are you feeling about that one? You said you've been battling him quite a lot. You should both say no DDs if you're both friends.
Yeah, we actually did do some practice fights yesterday, and it was really even between us. I think it's going to be an exciting fight. I do honestly think that Saladin probably will win it though, but we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, sweet. Are you guys from different regions, or is it going to be the same?
No, both me and Saladin are Swedish, so it doesn't really matter.
Exact same ping, pretty much then.
Yeah.
Just where we've got the best internet provider in that regard. I guess we'll be jumping into that momentarily. Before we do, guys, we're watching Bill Jetty versus Anvil Koru, which should be very exciting soon.
I didn't actually get to view that fight. How did that fight go? I know Koru's definitely done very well from what we've seen him perform in the past. So, do you reckon he's a good match for Bill Jetty?
Koru, he's decent. I think the thing is, man, everyone in this tournament so far, the top 32, respectively, the top 8 from each of the regions. Before that, the top 32 from the 100 that actually, tried to qualify for this tournament. All these guys are absolutely disgusting hybrids, and they all have the potential to beat anyone. I'd say Bill Jetty right now. I don't know Koru that well, but I know that Bill Jetty is an absolute machine. He is probably the favourite to win, having that landslide victory in the EU as well, which is probably respectively probably the hardest bracket that we had. No disrespect to the other brackets, just there were so many huge names in the EU scene, which was the first weekend that we saw. I mean, yeah, but still, we just don't know what's going to happen, really. As you can see here from the previous tournaments, these are the top players that we've seen go through. Bilgetti winning that first European one. Casual, who's done very well this tournament as well, second place. Saladin came in third. Koru just came up behind him in fourth place. So there's a potential, I cannot remember, it was like a month ago now that we saw these guys fighting, so memory's not the best in that regard. But I think Saladin and Anvil probably would have fought each other at some point for the third and fourth place, or previously in the tournament. So these guys are potentially, you know, fought it out neck and neck. And oh, sorry, I'm getting confused. Sorry, Bilgetti and Anvil were in the same tournament. So they potentially could have, like, you know, fought it out with first and fourth place respectfully. A lot of these guys in the European bracket know each other as well, of course, like you said before, in similar clans, fighting in deep wilderness, practicing against each other. Your friends with Saladin you're up against. I'm sure you fought Bilgetti once or twice as well. Yeah, I'm really excited to see these fights coming up, actually. And then beyond that, we've still got a lot of big names in the scene still, like Sanctified, who won. We've got Ethan Pipsqueak, one of the leaders. The Pure Seb, Lagunari, another content creator. We've got some great, exciting fights up for grabs in the next following few hours.
Going into the first one, though, and it looks like one of the opponents has actually run off screen and been frozen. Actually, never mind. It seems like both of them are back into screen here. So Koru is up 19 damage right now. Definitely not anything significant, but we are both just waiting for the first freeze, and it looks like it has gone to Bilgetti right there, getting some really nice damage, getting a 49 bolt. So Koru definitely being on the downside. Gets a 52 bolt as well. Unfortunately for Koru, does double click his prayer and takes a 51 into a 41 bolt as well. Koru already down 165 HP. Bilgetti's got some insane bolt RNG right now, and it is paying off for him. He has put himself at a massive lead already.
Oh my god, we've got the Fruit Gang coming in as well. Yo, thank you very much, you fruity man. You sick nerd with the raid of 1,500 viewers. You're coming to a fantastic fight, actually, guys. This is the Method Mayhem tournament with $3,000 on the line currently. So welcome, all of you absolutely stunning individuals. Thank you for joining us this evening. We'll be live for a few more hours in this 3K tournament. It's been fantastic so far. We have the absolute god, Bilgetti, coming up against Koru Anvil in this best of 3 series currently. And so far, as West Ham was just saying, Bilgetti is up 100 hit points and absolutely demonizing his opponent.
Yeah, Koru did actually get some decent bolts to bring himself back. Unfortunately for him, though, getting a 12 opal bolt off prayer on robes there. So definitely not the biggest hit you can get. Gets a claw spec off prayer. Doesn't hit too much, though. I'm not even sure if that dealt more than 2 damage. Regardless, Bilgetti still having a 122 HP lead. So being up a good amount right here.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, that was a run and a half all the way from the other side of the map, trying to get underneath his opponent, but being caught just a step away from Koru, which was really imperative of him to catch that freeze, not let him get the DD advantage. Right now, the 180 HP lead that Bilgetti has at the moment is just so enormous. It's going to be very difficult for Anvil to really come back in this fight. Obviously, we know it can happen. We've seen it happen before, but Bilgetti just going to show again that he is, you know, the reason why he is an absolute demon and known as one of the best hybrids in the entire game, really, and one of the favorites of the people to watch and to win. Looking at his switches as well, just one ticking the 4 ways, constant the barrages, being frozen in place by Koru there perfectly, getting a claw spec off 36 on the prayer. Well read by Koru, to be fair. He is down 200 HP now, though, for a second, so it's going to be difficult to come back from this one.
Getting some decent damage, though. I will say he is down a significant amount, but he is slowly pulling himself back, getting some good barrages, a couple decent bolts here and there, so maybe he can even out the lead and put it down to an even fight. But that beginning that Bilgetti had has truly put himself at such a big lead. I think it's going to be hard for Koru to come back. Bilgetti getting another 43 bolt right there. Those bolt procs are just popping off for Bilgetti.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a huge combo right there. The 40 bolt after like the 50s we saw earlier as well. The RNG is really on point. But 160 HP lead for Bilgetti right now. He's probably going to close this up nicely. Although that 30 barrage brings Koru back into the mix slightly. It's 140 HP difference now. He's closing it slowly but surely, but it might be a little bit too late. He has 2 anglerfish left, sitting on 65 HP, 87. He's used his last food now, sitting on 100, and he's been frozen in place too. So he's on the back burner, trying to desperately stay into the fight. A 42
getting spec. Another 40 claw right there through the prayer as well. Seems like Koru has a very tough time right now. I can't really see him coming back from this, unfortunately. So I do believe this is going to be a 1-0 for Bilgetti. But still, I mean, Koru has a chance at coming back in the next few fights. He definitely had a bit of an unlucky start, that's for sure.
Absolutely. When you lose that much momentum, you get a few hits off prayer like that, you're down 100, 200 damage. It almost seems impossible. He's not given up, to be fair, and he has come back a little bit. But yeah, too little, too late. Looks like Bill J is going to finish this off with a nice bolt spec. No, the redemption proc does come in. Can he match it a few more times to come back? It would be a bit of a miracle at this point, especially versus someone like Bill Jetty, who does catch the freeze again.
I did notice as well, Koru is actually taking poison damage, and he does go down to that 16.
Oh, no.
But Koru
So
actually
close.
forgot a Sanfew, so I didn't really pay attention to it. I'm not sure if I noticed it, but I'm not entirely sure how much damage he ended up taking from that poison, but that's definitely a big mistake.
Yeah, I think it might have just drank the anti a bit too early on, potentially, and halfway through the fight started getting hit in poison damage, because it starts at a bit more. It starts at like a 6, doesn't it, or something like that, and it's like getting at 4s. I mean, it might have made the difference, but I think at that point, when you're down 160 plus on the tracker, it probably a bit too little, too late. I'm sure he'll remember that now. We've spoken about it. But looking at the tracker, actually, speaking of which, it was closer than I thought it'd be. Wow, Koru actually coming out on top percentage-wise. Obviously, the extra free hits that Bill Jetty got definitely added up. 10 extra free hits in a fight that's about 60 to 70. That's a lot of free damage. But at the same time, it's pretty hard not to lose those free hits when you've been hit constant bolt specs at the start of the fight, as we saw.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, Koru took a lot of big bolts. I mean, right off the bat, I think he took about 130 damage in just bolt specs, so definitely some unfortunate RNG for Koru right there. But still, he did actually lose on the tracker, so, I mean, the right player deserved to win that one, and he did. But maybe Koru can bring it back on the second fight.
Yeah, absolutely. It was very close. It's a 1-0 victory for Bill Jetty, who I'm sure a lot of people expect to see go really far in this tournament. We're still quite early on in this $3,000 World Championship Method tournament. Jumping into the next one straight away. Look at that. That's a 1-0 advantage, like I said, in this best of 3. Bill Jetty needs one more to go through, and Anvil needs to win this one before getting kicked down into the losers bracket.
Yeah, I didn't actually get to see the fight between Bill Jetty and Dino, but I did hear that Dino actually won the first fight at least. So how did that end up going? Unfortunately, I missed out on it.
What was that, sorry? Which fight?
The fight between Bill Jetty and Dino. I didn't get to watch that one.
They were so epic. You missed probably the best fights that we've seen this tournament, to be honest. It was so cool. Well, the first fight, Dino got the most insane RNG, and he actually won and beat Bill Jetty. And the second one, he almost beat him again. But Bill Jetty definitely deserved to win. He had way more hits off prayer, but it could have gone to Dino for real. Dino's still in the tournament, of course. It's a double elimination bracket, so you got to lose 2 fights.
Yeah, he does have a chance in the losers bracket.
Absolutely.
But, I mean, when I heard that Dino was actually up 1-0 for a second, I was like, he might actually be able to bring it home. I know from fighting Dino, he actually isn't that bad. I think a lot of people sleep on how good he actually is. He does have this weird thing where he doesn't want to use the entity hider though, and I think that's a massive downfall for him. But looking at this fight, Koru's doing a lot of damage.
Chatting away, Koru's up 100 hit points right now. Those bolts there were coming in real hard. And also the claw spec's not bad. It's off prayer, only a 20 or something, but still, that chipping away at his opponent's HP right now. Obviously, he needs to come out swinging this fight. It's a current 1-0 lead for Bill Jetty. If he loses this, he's knocked down, so he's going to really give it his all. Koru now over 100 hit points on Bill Jetty at the moment, which is huge for him after losing that last fight. I mean, to be fair, Koru is in his own right a fantastic hybrid.
He gets another claw spec off prey. I mean, yeah, I think both of these fights, Koru has not actually spec'd him once.
Wow.
On prayer, sorry. So all of his claw specs have been off prey so far, if I'm not wrong.
That's
and he's at a massive lead right now.
Yeah, 170 HP lead is absolutely huge for the man Koru, who narrowly lost that last fight as well and desperately needs to win this one. He's putting it all on the line. You know, the nerves are not getting to him at all. He knows he's lost one, but he can quite equally come back and take this one. Nice claw spec, but still, Koru reading it perfectly. Yeah, getting the Prey melee up and the tank on at the right game tick there. Freezes, though, his opponent, Bill Jetty, in his stride. And right now, Bill Jetty's still down 150 HP, but starting to come back a little bit. So,
yeah, as you say that, though, he does get down to...
that's how it works, isn't it?
Yeah, he is now down 200 HP right there after that bolt, but Bill Jetty getting some damage back at least, putting himself at 175 down. But it seems like we're seeing a replay of the first fight, but this time in Koru's favor, actually. So Koru actually being up the same amount that Bill Jetty was last fight, might be able to bring it to a 1-1, and then we're going to see the tiebreaker between them.
Absolutely. Only 3 food left for BillJ and 1 brew dose, whereas Anvil has so many anglers and combo foods and brews left over. I mean, it can come back, but 150 is so difficult to do so. And it does look like as well that, to be fair, Koru is up on the tracker as well. He's hit a lot more hits off prayer, and as a result is winning this fight with maybe a little bit of RNG as well, though. Saying that, BillJ, he's not going to give up, and if anyone can come back, I'm sure this is the man to do so. He does get frozen upon, but at least he's trading hit for hit right now. So difficult to catch those freezes and retaliate when you're getting DD'd like that. Currently, only 100 HP lead now for Koru. It's been closed up quite a bit more.
That lead that Koru had is slowly trapping away here, and it looks like he's not really getting the damage that he needs, but still, he gets a 43 whip. BillJ splashes that refreeze. Koru bolts him on the robes off prayer for a 16, putting himself back at a 156 lead right now. Is Koru still getting put? He still doesn't have a Sandfuse. Is anyone going to bring him some Sandfuse?
No, he put it last fight. He doesn't need it this fight. He's feeling 100% right now. He's putting his all into it. Even chucking up the smite for a second. BillJ doesn't want to give up either. Even though he's down 140 HP, just flicks that on for a second. But he only has 2 anglerfish. He's basically got 100 HP compared to Koru's like 250 or something. It's going to be a really difficult comeback for him right now. He does try to catch the freeze, though, to stop the annihilation that's ensuing upon him. With
BillJ seems to be going fairly mage heavy right now, trying to catch Koru off guard. I do believe they are about to have another claw spec fairly soon here. Not entirely sure if Koru is frozen. I could have sworn that he should be unfrozen by now, but Koru's being up 113 HP. He's slowly losing that lead.
I mean, it's kind of closing it up. Though. Look at that, BillJ down to 65 hit points. Anvil Koru catching the freeze as well.
Oh, beautiful claw.
KO'd him.
I mean, I will say Koru's claw spec they are absolutely nuts. He hasn't really gone in like any really big hits from him, but I don't think we've seen him claw his opponent on prey once yet. So he's got some really nicely timed special attacks. I will give him that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this point, it looks like Koru is going to take this one back again. That's what you love to see as a viewer as well, to see it go neck and neck, back and forth between the two players. Maybe the Redemption proc will come into play here, but versus a Barrage and having to do so much more damage as well, and, you know, try and read your opponent, so difficult. If anyone's going to do it, though, BillJ does look to be doing it perfectly right now. And now Anvil Koru down to 80 hit points as well with no food left. He's come back by quite a lot, and he's staying in the fight.
Lead slowly.
Oh my god!
Koru's on 45 HP right now versus BillJ's 16, but BillJ does go down to that 19 barrage right there. Unfortunately, he nearly had that comeback, but lost it just right there in the end. But I do think Koru probably won that tracker out of the two, if I'm honest. It seemed like he was doing a bit better that fight than what he was in the first one, so it wouldn't surprise me to see him win, but we'll see in just a second here.
Yeah, I think BillJ
actually, I'm actually wrong.
Some extra hits, didn't he? I think BillJ got some extra hits off in regards to that, but Koru looking so strong there. Oh,
yeah, I mean, we were definitely wrong there. Looking at that, BillJ having 100 extra deserved damage to Koru's 646 versus 746. BillJ somehow, despite not really having the advantage, gets 9 extra hits compared to Koru.
Yeah, really surprising, actually. That's a lot of free hits in a fight like this. Like over 10% extra free hits from your opponent really adds up. But still, just the RNG not in his favor. Down 200 hit points right now. That is really unfortunate for him as well.
Yeah, even a mage RNG being down about 15 or 18% right there. So BillJ definitely got RNG'd, unfortunately. But it is 1-1. If he can win on a tracker, this will be the time to do it. I think he probably is the better player between the two here, so if he wins this one, he still manages to go through and Koru gets down to the losers bracket, which doesn't mean he's out just yet, but regardless, even if BillJ does go down to the losers bracket, he did that in the EU tourney and managed to pull himself back and win the entire thing.
Absolutely. Well, we're jumping into it. 1-1 currently, this best of 3. 2 absolute beasts going at it right now. BillJ versus Anvil. Both players catching each other off the bat with those freezes a few steps away, so they'll be unfrozen at the exact same time after a few hits here. Obviously, they're both competent enough to know exactly when they're going to be unfrozen, so they will probably play melee for that claw spec to not give up any like huge advantages. Really early in the fight right now, so very neck and neck. Interesting backstep into the claw spec. Beautiful
really
play
nice
there by
claw spec there from BillJ, getting about a 60 claw into a 29 barrage, into a 35 bolt. Koru definitely been down a lot of HP. He's down 124 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a huge start for Bill Jetty. You know, hopefully he can keep this lead for himself to close this one up, to be honest, as well. Looks like the claw spec being retaliated by Anvil, not doing too much damage at all, but he does catch the freeze, which is huge for him to stop Bill Jetty in his tracks and try to come back from this deficit he started with, being down 90 hit points currently. Going for the claw spec again. He catches on the prey melee, 32 damage only.
Yeah, it doesn't get too much damage, but still a very nice claw regardless. You still take that damage over nothing for sure.
Oh, that's a beautiful
Koru yet again with those beautiful step backs into the claws. I will say, even if Koru has lost on the tracker in the other fights, just the claw specs I think are so beautiful from him. But it still seems like Bill Jetty is the better player between the two. But Koru getting some nice RNG right here, being up 69 HP right now.
Oh, so beautiful, that movement, walking back and forth to kind of like make his character slide around, but still not missing any game ticks or any hits. Unfortunately, though, he is being frozen in place, but he's actually, you know, caught up really well. Only 23 damage difference now between Bill Jetty and Anvil after that 100 HP lead off the bat. Looks like Bill Jetty, though, is up slightly, and he does have an extra, no extra hits, actually, looking really neck and neck with damage dealt off prayer as well.
Yeah, even looking at the prayer percentage, both of them having just about the same prayer percentage. Koru making quite a big mistake though, barraging in his tank right there, but still seems like both of them made a mistake barraging in their tank.
Bill Jetty gets
being
lucky,
up 9 HP, having the DD advantage right now.
Bill Jetty goes for the DDs, gets a free hit whip on the robes. Unfortunately for him, 0. Oh, that's another hit on the robes off prayer. Unfortunately, again, 0, 0, 0, getting free hits left and right now. And it's currently just almost the same damage done. It's going to come down to the wire at the looks of things. They both have a special attack that's going to come up just before this fight does end.
Even looking at
pretty good RNG.
Even looking at how they're eating their food, it seems to be very similar. Both seem to be very brew. Sorry, not brew heavy, but rather heavy on the anglers.
Heavy, yeah, absolutely. Looks like Bill Jetty does get caught there, and Koru can now try and come back a bit, being down 40 hit points at the moment, deciding to actually eat up first of all, and Bill Jetty matches him and does the same thing. Gets frozen the second he steps out there by Bill Jetty, freezes him again, but Bill Jetty in the next hit here is going to be unfrozen, steps underneath as well, and is going to try and, you know, increase his lead that he has. Gets frozen by Koru though, only up 20 hit points now though. Both players will get a claw spec any second now. We should see that momentarily. There it is, a 30 claw spec through the prayer.
Koru does catch it on the prayer as well, so definitely lucky on his side, but still, Bill Jetty getting some nice damage from it. Hopefully Koru can actually get his claw spec off as well before they go down here. Right now, Bill Jetty being up 67 HP right now, having the DD advantage as well. Maybe Koru can do something to pull this back. I think if anything's going to pull it back, it's going to have to be that claw spec.
Yeah, absolutely. But getting those free hits as well is pretty big for him, man. Look at that. He's up like 6 hits now, Bill Jetty, after being pretty even earlier on. A nice freeze there from Koru, though. Beautiful movement, stepping underneath straight away as well to neutralize what's happening right now. A nice bolt as well off prayer, I think it was.
Yeah, gets a 0 bolt on the Mystics right there. Very unfortunate for Koru. Still seeming to be taking more damage than what he's dealing right now. Being down 112. Double clicking his prayer right there. Takes a 21 barrage. Still hasn't gotten that claw spec off. Koru is now fully out of food, but does get a nice claw. Seems like he's still down a decent bit, though.
He could have actually rocked the redemption flick there, but he unfortunately just missed it. Sitting on 10 HP, it's going to be all over for him from Bill J.
And Koru does go down to the 14 right there. Looking at the prayer percentage between the two, it's 50 versus 51%. Not entirely sure on what the hits were. It seemed like Bill Jetty got the more free hits between the two, so Bill Jetty probably is up on the tracker for that one.
Yeah, it really did come down to the wire there. Koru really impressing me as well, because Bill Jetty is known as being such an insane hybrid. Koru definitely deserves to be here today, as does every other hybrid as well. Really exciting stuff there from both players. Bill Jetty does go through now, which does mean that, unfortunately for Koru, he's knocked down to the loser's bracket. It doesn't mean he's out of the tournament yet. It is a double elimination tournament, so he does have the opportunity to come back and potentially take a few wins and go through back into the winner's bracket near the end of the tournament.
Yeah.
With that being said, though,
yeah, I am going to have to leave now because I'm going to be doing my fight versus Saladin, so I'll be back very shortly after my fight. But until then, we have Eviescape taking over for me yet again, the absolute beast. So I'll be back very shortly once the fight is over. So good luck to Saladin and good luck to myself.
Yeah, good luck
for the best there.
Yeah, give him hell.
Man. Good luck.
Enjoy yourself. Have fun.
And that is going to be a nice fight we're going to be seeing up next in West Ham versus Saladin. Two friends from the same clan. I actually don't think West Ham is in Kanini anymore, but previous clan mates and both good friends, and they should put on a good show for us.
And they've been fighting each other quite a lot recently, off stream and such, to practice. And Saladin known as being one of the best hybrids in the game as well. Same with West Ham. Like he's won tournaments in the past, quite a lot of them, and got very far in EU brackets as well. So it should be a really interesting battle. Not only that, but I think these guys aren't really fond of the DD meta, which is of course synonymous with using the plugin or using Entity Hider, which basically makes your character invisible so you can see what your opponent's using and all that kind of stuff. So we might see a lot more movement in this fight, and then maybe agreeing, respectfully not to DD against each other to make for a better show. We'll have to wait and see, though. Of course, it is a tournament with $3,000 on the line. We'll have to wait and see if that happens. Before we jump into this, though, I would like to mention something that I've not mentioned at all on the live stream so far, since we do have a Signed host as well. So Twitch chat. Do you want to help Team Method raise funds to support Gamers Outreach, a program that works with hospitals to provide critically ill children access to portable medical-grade video game kiosks called go-karts? Each go-kart is equipable with a gaming console, a monitor, and an assortment of games. The carts provide a safe, flexible, and efficient way to ensure kids have access to entertainment and coping mechanisms during hospitalization. 5 Method streamers are participating in Gamers for Giving next weekend, trying to raise money to fund at least one of these devices, including our very own Lake. Make sure you tune in and consider donating. So for more information on that, use !charity in the chat. Check out Lake's stream as an old school RuneScape streamer as well next week, so you can support if you'd like to. Really good thing that Method are doing there. So a quick mention for that as well. !charity in the chat, guys. And just thought I'd quickly mention that now while we're waiting for West Ham to jump off the air and jump into this next battle, which they are doing. Let's jump into it, Jake. Take it away, brother.
Yeah, here we go. You mentioned that both these players not fond of the DD meta, but I will actually be very surprised to see if they don't go for the DD, as we see straight away Saladin going in for the DD there. This is a big tournament, one of the biggest tournaments in old school RuneScape history, so I think both players will be taking as much of an advantage as they can. Even though they are friends and will be respectful to each other throughout this fight, both these players definitely want to win this fight and move forward in this competition, and the winner of this one is going to be facing Bill Jetty, so it's not going to be an easy fight for either of these two.
Absolutely. We see the first claw spec coming out from Saladin on the prey melee, though, beautifully done and read by West Ham, but his spec as well being a claw on the prey melee. These guys are like two-ticking them, sometimes like keeping the claws out elongated for a bit too long, and the reason for that is these guys are such good hybrids. Oh, beautiful retaliation there from West Ham. They're such good hybrids that sometimes doing the best thing possible the other player expects. So being like kind of unknown and mixing up your playstyle and almost acting like a bit of a noob maybe, or doing things that aren't common with the PK scene is pretty important for getting an advantage and catching your opponent off prayer. Right now, though, it's looking very even. Only a 30 damage difference in this battle, Jake.
Yeah, I just want to quickly mention, Ian, for some reason in Saladin's inventory, there's 2 brews and 1 stamina potion. So he is starting this fight 1 entire brew down.
What? Why? Did he misclick or something? Forget to drink the stamina pre-pot before he went into the fight? I'm not too sure about that one. Or maybe he's just being a really good guy and giving his opponent, his good friend, a little bit of a 64 hit points advantage from the brew there is pretty big in these fights when it comes down to the wire a lot of the time between these huge titans. Well noticed, and I mean, if it keeps going this way, being a 0 damage difference, West Ham will win just from that extra brew, which will be wild to see.
Yeah, exactly. So Saladin's going to have to do an extra 64 damage up against his opponent to take this one out. But, I mean, it's funny that we were mentioning that these players like to use their movement a lot, and now he's brought a stamina potion in. And maybe, he's going to be doing some laps around the duel arena in this fight. But, nah, I think it's definitely a misclick on the... on Saladin. They're probably going to pre-pot that stam, as you said, before they go into the match. These players are able to drink a super combat, a ranging potion, and even pre-angler before they go into these fights, and those boosts will stay there as they go into it. They're not reset as they jump into these fights. So probably just going for that pre-stam and accidentally forgetting to bring out that brew, which is super unfortunate for him here.
It would be hilarious if, like, as West Ham was saying before, we're players that love to run around the arena, like lots of movement. If, obviously Saladin brought in the stamina pot by mistake, but ends up winning the fight because, I don't know, maybe West Ham forgot to stamina pot and runs out of energy and starts walking around. But it looks like they're opting for the DD strat, so we probably won't see West Ham doing that. A nice barrage there from him as well. Looking like he's currently down, though, 130 damage. So Saladin may not even need that extra brew to actually win this fight if it keeps going this way. I didn't even look at the damage difference for a second there. I was chatting away and talking about the staminas, but it's 165 damage in Saladin's favor, despite it being almost neck and neck a minute ago. Beautiful claw spec exchange, but neither one doing any damage there. West Ham's was off prayer, Saladin's wasn't. Quite unfortunate for West Ham. I don't know what he's looking like on the tracker, but I think he's doing a lot less deserved damage. I think Saladin's RNG has been through the roof right now, and he is just slapping West Ham around, man. It's actually crazy how much of an advantage he has, 200 HP. I don't think that West Ham's been getting too much wrong, though. I think he's just gotten a little bit heavily RNG'd.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with this whole brew deficit that Saladin was in at the start of the fight, obviously it's not going to affect anything apart from the hit points damage in this one. But I think if West Ham finds out, if he does lose this match, if he finds out before the next match that he lost this fight and his opponent was down an entire brew to start it, that is definitely going to have an effect on his mental fortitude going into the next one. That is for sure.
Yeah, that's really horrifying, really, to see that afterwards as well. I mean, he's down 200 HP. We've seen it happen before, but against someone like Saladin, who's just so experienced, and both these guys obviously are insane hybrids, it's very rare to even see the 200 HP difference in the first place, let alone see a 200 HP difference, then a 200 HP comeback afterwards. It looks like, though, that Mr. West Ham does get the DD there and is trying his best to stay in the fight, of course, not giving up. We've seen it happen before. Maybe it will, but Saladin only needs to do a little bit more to finish off his opponent. That's a nice bolt spec coming in from Saladin, but only hitting a 6, unfortunately. It was off prayer as well, keeping some distance. And again, we see the movement coming in from these players they spoke about before, just, skating around the arena like it's an ice rink, like figure skaters almost, so majestically and beautifully, trying to create some distance and get some free hits and such. Looks like West Ham does have the DD again, though, but it may be too little too late.
Yeah, absolutely. We see these players running around as far as they can. That's a strategy that we've seen from a few players throughout this entire tournament, is that with players going for the DD, a lot of players will have their camera zoomed all the way in, Ian, so that they can get that barrage off. There's less distance between their actual magic spells and where their opponent is. And then if their opponent runs to the other side of the arena, they're too far zoomed in, they can't see them, they might get a free hit off. So players using that movement to their advantage.
Looks like West Ham's out of food. He's sitting on about 1 HP and can't get the redemption proc off. Looks like Saladin does take that. How unfortunate for West Ham, especially, with Saladin forgetting to bring that brew in. We saw 100 damage difference at one point, and I kept saying, it's such a big advantage. But actually, if you think about the brew as well, taking into account, even with a 100 HP lead, you only need to, that's actually only a 40 HP lead, which is only like 1 hit potentially. So West Ham actually could have come back and won that fight, which I'm sure Saladin would have been kicking himself about. But these guys are friends. They can't be too mad about the outcome. It did seem neck and neck, and I think RNG played a huge factor in that, as we're going to see from the tracker momentarily.
Yeah, and the tracker does come up on the screen here, and we can see 573 deserved damage there for West Ham, and only dealing 416. So a massive 158 difference there between what he should have done and what he actually did. And Saladin being only a 6 damage difference between his expected and what he actually dealt. So a little bit of RNG there for West Ham, but I mean, bad RNG on the side of Saladin to forget his extra brew, and he made up for it with some good RNG in the fight. But I will say it's probably worse that these two players are actually good friends, and West Ham's gone down there with a whole brew deficit, because I know if I did that with one of my friends, I would never stop hearing about it. So he's going to be hearing about that one till the end of his days for West Ham.
I'm sure he will. It's just again about the tracker, like that was so neck and neck as well. Like it was like both the exact same amount of hits done, and 49% to 54. To be fair, like despite West Ham losing there and being on the back burner for so much to RNG, he did a great job for keeping up with that, which gives me faith in the man to come back and win this one. Looks like Saladin does get the right inventory this time. He drops the stamina, gets the brew, And we're jumping straight into this one with Saladin actually opening with a nice barrage, getting the DD, getting a whip, and getting a 29 bolt, and getting a free hit too. He's in the lead by quite a nice little lead, 75. Once again, West Ham having to clutch this one back from the start. Maybe he can come back a bit, but 100 HP already doing no damage on his opponent.
And a nice little claw coming back there for West Ham. But a really great move from Saladin at the start of this fight, which I love to see from him, was the fact that he got the momentum and the DD at the start of this fight and didn't use any of his claw specs. And every single time he hit, West Ham was praying melee because he just thought that claw spec was going to come in while the momentum was going on. And Saladin got 4 or 5 hits off prayer.
Yeah, I'm surprised you go for the claw spec, but you're right. You know, making your opponent have to pray melee constantly means you can get lots of free hits off prayer, and that's what led him to that 100 plus HP damage victory, lead. But I will say though, West Ham having that claw spec, like you said, that 54 damage really brought him back into the mix. He's only down 67 now. Oh, that's a beautiful return though from Saladin. That was like a 60 damage hit. The second that West Ham stepped out, despite having the DD advantage, actually ended up being down in that exchange, which is really unfortunate. Now being down 136. Desperation attempt there again for Saladin. No spec hitting really that high there. It was on the prey melee, I think on the tank. West Ham is still, you know, getting hit crazy. A 25 Opal bolt as well. It's going to take a lot here for West Ham to really get back into this fight, isn't it, Jake?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting to see the timings of the Dragon Claw specs here from these players. Saladin opting to use his claw while he was being DD'd on by his opponent, which can be a really good move if it pays off because your opponent stood underneath you eating up for, you know, up to 10 game ticks is going to stop them from being able to use that DD advantage while they have it. So a nice move, and it paid off for him, and he's at 137 lead right now. West Ham's really going to have to do something special to bring this one back at such a deficit, especially since his opponent has all the brews that he's allowed to bring in this time.
Absolutely, and they both have actually, well, I mean, look at the inventory. Saladin has all of his brews left, all of his combo eats, whereas West Ham only has 1 brew dose left. On the plus side, he has got his strength, his super combat and his range pot bastion dose left, so he's going to stay potted up throughout this battle. Both players will get their special attack back before the end of the fight, but look at that, another 28 into the 30. He gets the claw spec out, only hitting a 0 after taking about 60 damage. This is a landslide victory for Saladin. Potentially, I think it's going to be a 2-0 victory. What a, crazy, man. 240 HP up. That's like, these fights last like, what, 550, 560 damage or something like that, you know, depending if they get redemption procs or not. So, you know, to be up half of that HP is absolutely wild. West Ham only has 2 anglers, 1 Karam, 1 Brudos, whereas Saladin has most of his stuff left. And I think a lot of RNG is coming into play here. Fair play for West Ham for actually being up in hits. He's got 2 more hits against Saladin, but Saladin's RNG is just through the roof right now. Another 0 claw for West Ham as well. So unfortunate, Jake, for him.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's tough to see the RNG sort of turning around for West Ham here. Both these players been pretty even in the first fight, as we saw. West Ham mentioning that he thought that Saladin was actually going to take this one down before we jump in, but we can really see in this fight how big of an effect momentum has on a fight. Saladin got the momentum at the start of the fight, and he's had it this entire matchup. And he's really just managed to push that advantage and 157 damage up. It's nice to see that West Ham's managed to bring it back a little bit, being 250 damage down not too long ago, but 150 damage with 0 food left in the inventory. He's going to need some seriously good RNG from here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's still trying, though. That's the thing. You do know it can happen. But yeah, 83 hit points versus that, like, I don't know, 300 or something he's got to deal right now is going to be pretty difficult. And it must be devastating as well, just doing no damage whatsoever, really, over and over again, just hitting 0s right now for West Ham. He's on 45 now as well. That's a 200 lead that now Saladin's got again. Catching that freeze as well, going for the claw spec, which is saved. And I don't think the redemption proc here is going to save West Ham, unfortunately. It's going to be a landslide 2-0 victory for Saladin, unless we see a KO, but it looks like Saladin's eating up to 110, and just like that, it's closed out. That last barrage, finishing off West Ham. It was just too much of a comeback that he needed there to bring it back into the mix, Jake. It was all over for him from pretty much the first quarter of the fight, to be honest, based on that first 100 to 200 damage. But like you said at the start, dude, the decision to not use the special attack was really smart there, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And that special can give you, at the start of the fight, it can give you a big advantage in terms of momentum. But also, if your opponent gets their prey melee and their tank on, it's going to do basically nothing at the start of the fight. So for him to save that spec, keep getting his opponent off prayer there, that was really, really nice move from Saladin. But yeah, 200 damage deficit is really, really hard to come back from. But I mean, if there's any point you're going to do it at the end of the fight, works, because you're not concentrating on eating your food. You're just concentrating on getting your prayers correct and hitting your opponent. Yep. But unfortunately there for West Ham, not managing to take that one out.
Yeah, really unlucky, man. Because like,
yeah,
if you
he
look at the
fucking
hits
sucks.
again,
Jesus Christ.
I wasn't gonna do that against you. That was unfortunate, mate, because you were literally down in those fights to so much heavy RNG there, as we see here from the tracker. Tetsu.
Yeah, I mean, deserved damage was still even. So
yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
It's a good fight regardless. I don't mind losing to Saladin at all.
Yeah.
If anything, I think I actually have a bigger chance in the losers bracket than what I do in the winners bracket as it currently stands. We are going to be watching Saladin versus Bill Jetty tomorrow, though. That's going to be another Battle of the Titans right there.
Oh, dude. We have so many big fights coming, man. We have like Panic PK, Drew from GSG, both being OC players, absolute machines. Goofy Llama from Rot versus Casual. I can't remember what team he's with, but he's an absolute beast as well. We saw him going really far in the EU bracket. Buljetti Saladin is a massive one as well. Your fight is against Coin, who went really far, maybe even won his tournament as well, mate, tomorrow. So that's going to be a difficult one for you. But I really do think you're going to go either way. And to be honest, the fact that you actually kept up with Saladin when you were down 200 HP so much of the time there. But regardless, you still hit for hit and actually came out on top with hits. You should be really proud of. And it was a really, really close fight.
I mean, the fights were fun compared to the ones I've had in the past. So I think both of us were kind of just fooling about with the movement as much as we could, making sure that... I mean, I've said it before, I've done practice fights versus Saladin. We definitely fly around a lot. Regardless, though, I mean... I was definitely on the receiving end. I was losing by a lot more than what I thought I was. But regardless, good fights to Saladin. Don't mind losing to him at all. Like I said, I'm happy to see my boy go through. But
just quickly, West Ham, on the topic of, you say you like flying around the arena a bit. I'm not sure if you're aware, but in that first fight, Saladin actually 2 bruised and a stamina potion.
Yeah, I know. He told me that. He told me that. I was kind of confused as well, because in the first fight, I think I dealt something like 100 less damage than Saladin. But looking at his inventory, I was like, how does he have so much, like so little food left? But I guess he was missing out on about 80 HP right there, unfortunately.
Close for sure, but you're not out of the tournament yet. It's double elimination bracket, which does mean you've still got a chance to, grab a piece of the pie of that $3,000 prize pool that Method is putting up for this weekend's tournament as well, or this World Championship. Right, guys, I have something to let you guys know about in the Twitch chat. I'm going to take your attention over to a few of the commands in the Twitch chat, which are the ! community in the chat. If you type that out, you can check out the Method community team. If you're an aspiring streamer or you'd like to start streaming, then check it out, man. There's a lot of perks, such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways. Method provide help and initiatives help through multiple initiatives. Loads of different ways to network with other streamers as well. So if you're looking to stream and you want to do it with other people as well, check out what Method's got to offer. ! Community in the chat. Not only that, but ! merch as well in the chat will take you over to the Method store. If you're enjoying what Method are doing in regards to their OSRS content they've recently started doing as well, you want to support the organization, then check out what they've got to offer. ! merch. We've got some of the hoodies. They're very warm, very, very nice material as well. Good value for money. Check them out. And last but not least, of course, check out all of Method's socials, the YouTube, the Twitch. Obviously, give us a follow. Check out the Twitter as well, as we do have a lot more tournaments planned. This is the first event that Method's put on, the Method Mayhem tournament. The past 5 weeks it's been going on. They're giving away like $9,000 total, with $3,000 this weekend to the PvP community. So it's really sick to see that happening, as we have not seen any tournaments from RuneScape related in quite a while now. But yeah, with that being said, guys, sorry to just chat away. I think we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back from it, we'll be watching some names such as Sanctified, watching the Pure Seb, who is, of course, a big content creator as well, Lagunarium. We have Ethan Pipsqueak, one of the huge clan leaders as well. So there's a lot of really exciting fights to be checking out very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. Jake, once again, thank you so much for filling in for West Ham whilst he did his fights as well. So thank you for that, and we'll catch you guys momentarily. So yeah, we'll see you guys soon. Thanks for tuning in with us, and be right back.
I know why I let you go. There's something strange between us. Oh, let me show you what you need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. I know why I let you go. There's something strange between us. Oh, let me show you what you need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice.
free hit there for Ditta. As the claws come in, bro, huge hit. That was a claw spec there from Dorito Chips. Oh my god.
Wow.
No way.
Oh, he brought it back. Oh.
No way. No way.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Good day, everybody, and welcome back to the Method Mayhem OSRS PvP circuit of the World Championship today. This weekend, Method are giving out $3,000 in grand prizes. And here are your top contestants this weekend. I'm licking my lips because I just had my little dinner before we continue this fight. So we have our top 8 from Europe, US East, US West, OCE, all coming together now. In the past 4 weeks, Method's been doing this tournament every single weekend, giving away $1,500 every single time. We got the likes of Bill Jetty, Saladin, some big names, Hamza. We got West Ham, Dino, Saeed. We got loads of people like King Barnes and Sanctified and Adamzor and Kemp Q. And we have Kizza and Panic PK, Drew, the Pure Seb coming up. Loads and loads of fantastic hybrids. Some of the best PKers in the game fighting out this weekend for a chance to win $3,000. I had my beans. I'm ready to continue casting. West Ham is also back with me once again. West Ham, how you feeling, mate? After unfortunately being knocked down to the losers bracket before the break.
All right, lad. No need to rub it in. Fucking hell.
Show me a little reminder.
But I'm feeling good regardless. We've got some exciting matchups coming up very shortly here. I also like the way you say that $3,000 on the line. But we've got a lot of exciting fights that are coming up very shortly here. I'm excited to see Grimm's fight, and I do believe we are going to see Sanctified fight Kissa as well. So that's going to be a good one. But before that, we are going to jump in with Grimm's one first. So they're going to get in any second now. We're currently just waiting for them to get into duel. But what do you think about the tournament so far? I mean, has it lived up to your expectations? I mean, does the people that you thought were going to go through will go through, or?
I think there's been a lot of surprises. For example, your fight, I obviously had a huge fight against Saladin, but I still was, in my heart hoping that you'd take it and go through. No disrespect to Saladin, of course. He's a fantastic guy too. Overall, Kemp Q, unfortunately, I think just notified me that he's been pushed out of the tournament, which is very unlucky. I was enjoying seeing him participate as being a good friend of mine and a good content creator as well. So far, we only have a few players that actually been knocked out. There's a lot of big names in here, as I just mentioned before, from the top circuits from each respected regions. So far, the only players that we've seen being kicked out in the losers bracket have been It's Peak, Koof. We also have Adamzor, Violate, one of the leaders of Solid Tag, I believe. He was knocked out by King Barnes. We had Off-Brand Tubby being knocked out by Coin. We had Miraja being knocked out. He was representing, I believe, Frontline as well. I think Frontline's best hybrid in this tournament being knocked out. Saeed beat him 2-0. We had Dino, actually, who went down to the losers bracket, and off stream, of course, we were watching the main bracket. He actually won, so we're watching Dino's fight in a bit as well. He locked out Con the Don. We had Full Send Frankie. Actually, this was surprising to see him go out because he was a really strong player as well, taken out by Hamza. And we still got to watch Ethan, Pipsqueak, and Oza.
Full Send was my fight, but yeah, he did get knocked out. He did actually deserve to win at least one.
No, I mean in the losers bracket. In the losers bracket.
Oh, has he already been knocked out? Oh,
I'm talking about the losers bracket. So apart from that, everyone else is still in the tournament, of course. The double elimination bracket, which of course means you've got to lose 2 fights in this tournament to be knocked out altogether. So as a result, we have the losers bracket as well. A lot of these fights from the first round we didn't watch on stream because we had the winners bracket we were mostly paying attention to, and if we were, this show would be many hours longer. It's already a 6-hour show both today and tomorrow. As a reminder, we're actually going to be watching OSRS match 15 on the list, which
we are going to be watching Grimm and Matthew here.
There it is. Oh yeah, we didn't finish off the winners bracket just yet then. So in the winners bracket, we've got Grimm on TS versus Get Up. And we also have Lagunarium, the Pure Seb, a content creator that everyone's familiar with. He's been around for a long time, and he is an absolute demon on the sticks too. He's an extremely competent player. He's been PvPing for many years, making videos for a while now as well, and his switches are insane. So look forward to seeing how he does. I'm not too sure who his opponent is though. Jay Gion? Do you recognize that name?
Not. Sorry.
I know you're all good.
I'm not entirely sure. That might be Mike, but I'm not entirely sure. If it is, I think it's going to be a decent matchup between the two. I do believe he is on the West Coast versus the Pure Seb, so I think both of them are probably going to have just about even ping with each other. It kind of depends on what they're going to do. They could go East Coast and potentially match it, I suppose. But I do believe both of them are going to be playing on 150 ping-ish, going against each other on the different worlds.
Right, as we said before, like obviously this tournament, right, it's been built up to this point, the World Championship, from all the different regions. So we do have players from different areas of the world that have to switch over worlds to make it a bit fairer for the ping difference, of course. We're jumping into this Grim versus Get Up, and Matthew starting off by catching the freeze and going for the DD onto Grim. Grim now on the back burner, trying to come back in this fight, but we're still early on. Both players opting for the Dragon Claws. We've got a bottom switcher, Get Up, utilizing the bottom switches to hopefully manage to do the one-tick barrages a bit quicker, closer to home. And Grim's got it not at the top switch, but kind of like midway through, which is quite interesting. Don't see that too often, do you, West Ham?
No, I mean, there's definitely not that many top switches in this tournament. But also, I did notice Matthew's got his room patch at a very questionable precision. I feel like that's due for a misclick right there, if I'm completely honest. But regardless, right now, extremely even between the two. Seems like they're both kind of just exchanging hits, not really hitting too much, gathering basically no lead. Grim actually getting 39 damage up right now, though. Both of them being on frozen. Grim opting for a bolt right here. Gets a bolt proc for a 35 through the prayer and the tank as well. Some really nice damage for Grim right there, being up 62 HP right now. But Get Up, having a DD advantage, might be able to do something with that. Maybe gather some extra free hits right here.
Potentially, Get Up getting a 30. Get Up, son, as Ron plays games in the chat, is boosting the morale of that player, probably representing one of his friends. Well, we see another barrage coming in from Grim, getting the DD as well after that 34, a huge one there. A claw spec as well. Get Up is, unfortunately for him, trying to stay in the fight as best he can, but getting hit by quite a lot of damage. He's down 82 hit points at the moment, and he's actually lost a couple of hits as well, I believe, in this exchange. Big spec coming in.
Doing a really nice claw right there. Potentially could have been a chance. Not entirely sure. It's hard to tell since the claws are 2-tick. He could have potentially eaten if he saw it was a bigger hit, but he did take that claw on about 67 HP right there. Right now, though, Grim still having the upper hand, being up 100 HP, has the DD advantage again, might be able to get some free hits. But as I say that, he does get stopped in his tracks right there and gets hit a 10 barrage right now. Get Up and Grim just trading hits. Get Up seeming to have the better RNG and getting a few bigger ones. As I say that, though, Grim does get a 32 right there. Grim definitely being very calculated, making sure that he's bolting in his Mage's Book, getting as much range bonus as possible. Still, though, Grim being up 139 HP, so definitely a significant lead over his opponent.
He goes for the claw spec on the prey melee. Unfortunately for Get Up, he is down by quite a lot of hit points right now. That claw specking is 0. You need that to hit real high to come back into this fight. Saying that, though, the whip is on fire right now.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of DPS right there. Back-to-back 27 whip. Some very nice damage, kind of putting Grim's lead at a little bit less. Still, though, Grim having 61 HP, gets a 28 staff bash right there. Definitely some good RNG on Grim's side. Both of them just trading hits. Doesn't seem like neither of them has any form of DD advantage. They are both going for the freeze right now. Grim has disappeared off screen. Can't really tell what's going on. It seems like Get Up caught the freeze on him off screen there. Both of them disappearing as Get Up is going for the DD. But we can still tell Grim is up 101 HP right now. And Get Up does get frozen one step off him. So Grim is going to have the DD momentum shortly here. But Get Up getting a little bit of damage here. Getting only being down 79 now as compared to the 101 he was just a second ago. Grim being extremely low HP though. Sitting 21 HP right there. Almost getting taken out by a bolt.
Yeah, pretty close there. A little bit of a comeback, actually. Get Up's brought this one back by such a great deal now. Being down only 32 for a moment there, 30-ish HP, which is only a hit in the grand scheme of things. Both players utilizing all of their combo eats, only having one command left, no more brews. Get Up actually also, just not saying that, he's actually going up in hits as well. Nice claw spec there, hitting maybe like a 40 or so.
Get Up being up damage for the first point in this fight. As I say that, though, he does take a 20 right there to put himself down 10 HP. Right now, both of them doing the Houdini yet again, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. And right now, Grim is back onto screen, but they're not really dealing that much damage to each other. It seems like both of them are just trading zeros. Finally, there's some damage being dealt. Get Up taking a 30 for Grim's 10 right there.
Really beautiful freeze there from Grim as well to, like, you know, keep this pressure on. Oh, I said 0 claw spec from him, though. Quite unfortunate, but still getting that 17 as well. Getting the bolt off prayer 13, really revving up the engine right now of his RNG. While saying that, 22 barrage coming back from Get Up and getting hit a 33 ball as that happens.
Getting the lead yet again, yeah. Seems like Grim should be able to take Get Up here with any hit. Grim having 63 HP and 1 angler.
Yep, it's so close now on the back burner. Get Up is down 28 hit points. He's out of food, sitting on 27 hit points, but he's doing his best to get some free hits. Got the DD advantage as well. Hits a 1. Both players out of food. 40 HP versus 27. Next barrage is going to be crucial, but one hit could kill either player. That's on the robes. Grim almost finishes his opponent. What we see some redemption flicks from Get Up.
24 HP right now versus Get Up's 14. Grim on 21 HP. Both of them just trading zeros with each other right now. Not really hitting anything. Grim whips him on robes for a 33 right there. Some really deserved damage for Grim, and he does take him down. Grim now being up 1-0, only needing to win one more fight versus Get Up needing to win 2.
Yeah, I think Grim definitely played that fight a little bit better as well. Unfortunately for Matthew Get Up, he was just on the back burner the whole time, just couldn't get the RNG near the start and wasn't able to really, you know, propel himself into some momentum and create some space for him and some opportunities to really, you know, chain some hits together and come back into it. He did a really good job towards the end, though. You know, he stayed calm despite being down 100 plus damage for a lot of that fight. Just wasn't quite enough. I wonder if these guys are on different pings, and as a result, Get Up was at a slight disadvantage. Maybe the next fight they're going to do, it might be a situation where he plays a little bit better. But he definitely came back towards the end, and it goes to show that you should never give up too early. Although saying that, checking out the PvP tracker right now, which we'll chuck on the screen, it looks like Grim did do better overall in terms of 64% versus 48. Better. And he got 12 extra free hits too, which is huge.
Yeah, despite actually being down in Mage RNG as well, Grim definitely did a lot better there, being up 135 deserved damage. Not really overdealing, but you're coming very close to his deserved damage versus Get Up, who's significantly overdealt his deserved damage. So, I mean, definitely an even fight between the two, but Grim, seeming to be the better player, should have this one, unless Get Up can change up his strategy a little bit, maybe change up the tactics.
Yeah, absolutely. Grim from the tracker, as we see there, he did definitely play it much better. Looks like he's very mage heavy as well, whereas Get Up only using really the mage for a utility spell. But as a result, that's probably why he had that discrepancy in damage dealt versus damage deserved. Because as we know, the range and the whip have got much bigger high hits, max potential than the barrage does. So as a result, you can just get lucky, hit a bunch of really high hits in a row. You can hit like 50 plus of the bolts, 45 of the whip, compared to like a 37 or something with the barrage, can't you, as well?
Yeah, the 35 being a max barrage, right?
35, even lower then. So that's why we only see mage really being used a bit less than the other attack styles, since the DPS is much better. Also, the mystic setup too, which does punish players for being in the wrong gear. But regardless, we'll jump into the next fight momentarily. Twitch chat, we have Grim versus Get Up in this best of 3. Almost done with the winners bracket now, actually. We are very close to being able to go into some of the losers brackets rounds and see some more players getting kicked out of the tournament. We have the Pure Seb Lagunarium, big YouTuber, coming in soon as well. I'm sure he's got a lot of fans in the chat that have come out tonight to support him, being an OC player as well. I think it must be like 9 or 10 in the morning for him. Luckily, though, he had quite a few fights to wait until his fight came up. So he had to be on at like 7 in the morning, like some of the contestants were today. We are jumping into this. Next battle, 1-0 lead for Grim versus Matthew Get Up. Take it away, West Ham.
Both of them, you're standing still. Get Up opted for the whip right there, getting one free hit on Grim, but Grim does get the first freeze, but does get stopped in his tracks right there with that 31 barrage. Get Up having a slight lead on the Grim right now. Still, Grim opted for an AGS this time. It gets a 67 straight off the bat. Some very nice RNG for Grim right there. Definitely putting Get Up down HP again. Gets another 30 barrage followed by definitely some nice momentum coming from that AGS. Gets another AGS with that golden AGS spec right there for a 36 through the prayer. So Grim getting some very nice RNG. Being up 150 damage again. So Get Up yet again being on the back burner, not really getting too much DPS in. Grim having a massive... Oh my, I followed by a 47 whack. Grim getting some insane momentum on Get Up right now. He's already down 200 HP, but Get Up does have both of his claw specs, so might be able to do something with that. But Grim has put himself at a very good lead, putting himself definitely being comfortable right now, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Catching that freeze there, Grim again, stopping Get Up from really retaliating and having a comeback right now. Looking at the inventories as well, just look at the difference. Grim's barely touched his supplies, or his Get Up is almost out of food already. The RNG really coming into effect for him. 200 plus hit points lead is absolutely massive in a fight like this when it's only about 500 HP damage. Get Up goes for the Desperation Claw Spec to come back into the fight, but hits a 0 on the tank, on the prayer melee. Right now, Grim is really leading by such a large amount, getting a barrage off prayer, going for the DD, going to elongate that victory even further for him potentially. He has the AGS too, which is really interesting, as you can whack as a 6-tick weapon rather than a 4-tick or 5-tick weapon. If you're doing it 1-to-1, if you're managing to DD on your opponent and you're trading hit for hit, the AGS of course is a max hit way higher than everything else, and it's very accurate as well.
Some more big hits right there. I do believe he actually bolt chanced this opponent as well. Grim being up 260 damage right now. An insane lead for Grim, who's already up 1-0 on Get Up. Definitely being very comfortable right now. All he has to make sure is that he's not going to get KO during this fight, and I think he should have this one in a bag. By the looks of things, that AGS is really paying off for him. I mean, we know the AGS wax can be strong if you're trading 1-for-1, like Ian said earlier as well. It is better deserved damage on the tracker as well. So you can hit up to a 55 with that swing as well.
Absolutely. And right now, Grim is just, cementing this victory further and further, taking this lead over 200 damage now. And, one thing is that, yeah, he's outplaying his opponent, more hits off prayer as we saw in the first fight, but equally, Get Up just doesn't have a chance for him to get back into this battle. The RNG of Grim right now has been absolutely just relentless, just constantly hitting 20s and 30s, and the big specs as well, the AGS and the AGS wax hitting some 50s here and there as well. It's been so difficult for Get Up to really, get a foot into the fight, so to speak, and really try to retaliate and bring it back a little bit. He's currently almost out of food. 3 anglers left. He gets a 32 barrage there.
Yeah, I mean,
AGS spec on the prey melee, but
he is evening out the lead a little bit. It's definitely not by a lot. Get Up basically being out of food here. He only has 2 anglers left, and he's going to use them right about now. And it seems like it doesn't matter because Grim is just going fully nuclear on him right now. Not even letting him regenerate his health. Get Up is now out of food, 28 HP.
He has a spec, but it's not going to matter really, is it? Look at the anglerfish left in Grim's inventory versus the pretty much one-hit KO opportunity. Like, there it is, dead. No, 23.
Oh, no, 26. Any
close on the ropes.
Yeah, any hit. Oh, and he does go down there. Yeah, Grim definitely got some good RNG in that fight, that's for sure. Not entirely sure on what the tracker is going to say. I think Grim definitely overdealt his deserved damage, but landslide win for Grim, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Grim with the max cape, a very big, scary opponent wielding the Gothic staff as well, which takes a while to get. And of course, the yellow AGS spec too, from a lot of LMS and hard work of grinding and putting the effort in. I'm not surprised, to be honest, that Grim won that. To be fair, looking at the tracker briefly as it goes onto the screen momentarily, we see a 63. I'll wait for it to actually pop on the screen. 63% prayers hit off prayer for Grim, whereas Get Up got the 41%. Also an extra 10 hits in there, but as you can see from the damage dealt versus the deserved, 580 damage dealt versus 486, 100 more damage. And yeah, that was really, really lucky with the freezes. My god, the RNG. We usually see like the freezes not working out for people, getting maybe 60%, 70%. It's very rare we see over 100%. Magic RNG can be pretty trash with the Mystics, to be honest, but getting 150%, an extra, what is that, like almost 10 or whatever it is, like 6 or 7, 8 extra freezes that shouldn't have hit, is so huge in these fights when it dictates the momentum of the pace of the fight and who has the advantage in terms of who can DD as well. So I'm not surprised that Grim won, but equally he got lucky.
Get Up did get some good freeze RNG, but Grim absolutely abolished it by getting 150%. I do believe that's the most freeze RNG we've seen in this tournament so far. And I mean, Grim being up 177 damage on the tracker, over dealing 100 actual damage as well. Probably did deserve to win that one, but it shouldn't have been as much of a landslide as it was for him. That's for sure.
Yeah. Anyway, that means that Grim does move on to the next round, into round 2. That was his first fight of the day. Matthew, unfortunately, Get Up is going down to the losers bracket, which means that he still has a chance to come back up again and potentially, play through all the losers bracket and come back and take some money home. The $3,000 on the line this weekend, of course, but I have to wait and see how that goes a bit later today. We next have up Jay versus the Pure Seb. These are big hitters, heavy hitters in this tournament. Of course, the Pure Seb Lagunarium being known by many as being a really large YouTuber that has been creating content PvP-wise for years. As for Jay, he goes by the name Mike, I believe, actually, and he's notorious in the PvP scene too. If you've ever seen any of Odablock streams during demo mode, he was the guy that was bolting and like fighting Odablock in the banks for hours at a time. They were battling back and forth, trying to kill each other, and no one died. So this should be a really interesting one. This guy, Jay or Mike as he goes by, has been around for many years, and he's known as a really good hybrid. So it's gonna be a very interesting matchup. A lot of ego on the line here for both players as well as their respective clans. So Lagunarium starting this battle by getting frozen, and Jay or Mike does manage to get the DD advantage, West Ham.
Yeah, if I had to look at the switches straight off the bat, it looks like this is probably on Lagunarium's ping by the looks of things. Not entirely sure though, but it looks like Crazy Mike has a 59 lead on him right now.
Yeah, that's a pretty large start as well from the beginning. AGS for Lagunarium versus the Claws for Jay or Mike, which is a really interesting difference. We talked about it briefly before, but I like to see Lagunarium using the AGS. It's really cool to see these switching up a little bit. He's also got the fashion scape on as well. He's got the Fury ornament and the AGS ornament as well. These guys are both OCE apparently. I don't know how true that is though.
I thought Mike was American, but he might actually be Australian.
I really don't know, to be honest, but either way, it's looking pretty even right now. J Mike is up 20 hit points at the moment, going for that claw spec. We're being stopped in his tracks, hitting back a 27 bolt, though, onto Lagunarium, who then gets a free hit off in return. Currently, Mike still in the lead by about 30 HP. Interesting to see how Pure Seb Lagunarium utilizes his special attacks here, and if he goes for them, but getting lots of free hits at the moment. Mike is just unable to really get anyways in here, but despite that, he's still up in HP and catches that freeze beautifully onto Lagunarium to stop him in his tracks from getting those free hits.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Lagunarium being down 106 HP, it doesn't really matter if you got those free hits by the looks of things, because right now, Mike is just going absolutely crazy on him. He's getting the right RNG, and it doesn't really seem like Lagunarium is able to do much back. He does get a free hit there. Lagunarium probably opting for the freeze. No, he does go for that bolt. Trades a 0 for a 41. So the Pure Seb definitely not looking too hot in this fight so far. Gets a 0 whip on the robes as well. Doesn't look like Pure Seb is going to be able to do much here. Still, it is quite early into the fight, but this much of a lead can definitely be a confidence killer for sure.
Absolutely. I think right now, Jay or Mike is doing a fantastic job of actually staying on top of Lagunarium, despite the RNG, maybe potentially advantage he's got right now. He's still getting a lot of hits off prayer and doing a really good job at the moment of, utilizing those freezes and really trying to keep on top of the prayers too. But a nice Lagunarium 23 bolt there to come back a little bit and try to even out the score. But 150 HP deficit is huge. Unfortunately for Jay or Mike, the 0 claw spec on the tank, West Ham. That's pretty unfortunate for him, isn't it?
Yeah, only a 1 claw, but still, I mean, he's up so much at this point. I don't think it matters to him. Just getting... Oh, Lagunarium goes in for a beautiful AGS spec right there, but hits a 0, similar to what Mike just hit him. So definitely some unlucky RNG. Still, Lagunarium definitely being on the receiving end. Getting bolted on robes a lot by the looks of things. He's down at 200 HP now, the most he's ever been down. Make that 250.
Wow.
It's not looking hot for him right now. I mean, look at the inventories. We have Lagunarium with 3 food left and 2 brews.
Oh my god.
And now he is basically down to nothing versus Mike, who has basically a full inventory. He's eaten 3 anglers and 1 brew. So,
yeah, currently Mike is
lead.
Such a massive... I think it's the biggest lead we've seen so far in the tournament, to be honest. 267 HP up is huge and not what Lagunarium really expected in this first fight of the day. I guess it is very early for him, but regardless, he's losing a lot of free hits here and there and being caught in his robe so much. He's down a couple of hits. He's trying his best, but being on 80-something HP, including the Quran Worm left in his inventory right now, whereas Jay has so many supplies. It's going to be a real shocker if Lagunarium somehow wins this battle, to be honest.
I will say, looking at the stats of this fight, we have both of them sitting on about 50-ish prayer percentage. With just about equal amounts of hits. So Lagunarium has been on the defensive for so long now, and he's doing a good job making sure that he's not losing any hits and still doing a good job on the prayers. But unfortunately for him, he's just not getting the RNG right now. I mean, Jay dumping his last claw spec of the fight right there for another 25 damage. Seems like Lagunarium is going to go down any second here. He has not yet, but he does go down. With Jay having a 322 damage lead.
That's the biggest one we've seen.
both of them doing just about equal on the prayers and the hits. So
yeah,
definitely
I think
some RNG coming into play there. I truly do feel bad for Pure Seb on that one.
Yeah, we've not seen the tracker just yet, and I'm sure he will momentarily. But yeah, the RNG that Jay must have had in that fight must have been huge, as you just said. It seems like they were pretty even in terms of hits off prayer and such. We're going to find out momentarily just how much RNG we got here, and if the Pure Seb got unlucky. I can see the tracker now. Oh my gosh, no surprise, to be honest. So Lagunarium actually came out on top there. He was down 4 hits despite, you know, the discrepancy and being down a lot of HP, but still got more hits off prayer as a result, despite being the four hits down. Also, look at that, 437 deserved damage for Lagunarium, only dealing 240. That's just the way the game is sometimes. And the result of that, look at that, the mage.
RNG.
Dude, I've not seen anything that bad before.
God, that is
5
so
hits.
depressing.
5 catches being
Lagunarium.
caught versus 23 being tried at him. He missed, like, what was that, 18 freezes he splashed on his opponent. And then as for Jay, he dealt an extra 100 plus damage than he was meant to deal. Fair play to him, he did get a lot of hits off prayer as well, but I think Lagunarium did play that better, especially being on the back burner as well, of course. But Jay, you know, might caught all of his freezes as well, 140% freeze RNG, literally the opposite from Lagunarium. That's going to be such a hit to the confidence, but at the same time, you can look at that tracker and you can understand, like, oh, actually, I did a bit better, even though I was on the back burner a lot of the fight. I was down so much hit points, but I still, you know, did a good job. So I mean, the next fight is going to be really interesting to see. Can Lagunarium's RNG kind of level out, and will Jay or Mike's will his RNG kind of let up a little bit and allow Lagunarium to come back again? Yeah, it should be interesting. I'm really looking forward to the second fight. It's a best of 3, of course. So, you know, Jay's not won that one just yet. Lagunarium still has a chance before being pushed down to the loser's bracket to come back and take a win and then even it out. Might go to a third fight. If anyone can do it, I'm sure that the Pure Seb will be able to.
That tracker is absolutely disgusting. Pure Seb under-dealing 200 damage from what he actually deserved, and Mike over-dealing well over 110 damage. Some insane scenes between the two, honestly. I think Pure Seb's definitely grinding his teeth over that one. That is probably the biggest RNG we have, like the biggest RNG fight we have ever seen in this tournament so far.
Yeah.
Going into the second fight here, maybe Lagunarium can get some good RNG for once.
Oh, there's a
make
splash
it a bit
again,
more of an
dude.
even fight.
Off the bat, man. That's he must be so frustrated right now, just hitting constant splashes, splashing around like a Magikarp. It's ridiculous. They finally catches the freeze after splashing so much. Currently, both players doing no damage though. Both getting a little bit unlucky here, just hitting 0s and 4s. Good thing Jay caught the freeze as well there, so we can't get the disadvantage of being DD'd upon. But Lagunarium is unfrozen first. Doesn't actually hit there. Gets a free hit on him. Jay doing a great job there of keeping up, but losing out on a free hit while Lagunarium sidesteps. Sorry, gets underneath as quick as possible. Hitting on the robes there, only a 9 on the right prayer. Both the RNG's players not doing the best, but at least this time the Pure Seb's mage is actually hitting, and he's getting a few hits off prayer as well. But being caught in his robes once or twice too by Jay, who's doing, I think, a little bit better job of staying in his tank gear.
Yeah, I mean, still... Oh, Lagunarium actually getting a massive bolt there. The max bolt for a 53. Some very nice damage that he finally deserves to get. Maybe he can actually get the opposite of what happened last time and get some insane RNG for this one. But right now, it's still quite even between the two. I don't think Lagunarium has dumped any of his claw specs just yet. So maybe he can get some decent RNG on those. But yet again, it looks like Mike is getting the better RNG. Up 17 damage again. And looks like Pure Seb is on the defensive. Going for that first claw spec though, getting about 30, 40 damage from that. Traded straight back for another 30. Mike maybe going for a double. No, he doesn't go for a double. Very even between the two right now. Both haven't dealt just about 200 damage. Seems like they're going back and forth
again though. Lagunarium missing 2 mages there, then hitting a 0 bolt as well. He 2-ticked his claw spec a second ago, which could have actually got off prayer onto Jay if he was a bit quicker with it, but must have misclicked. Maybe playing a little bit laggy or something like that. Looks like Lagunarium does just keep hitting 0s. The RNG not in his favor, but lucky for him, Jay's not hitting too much damage either.
Ooh,
Jay getting hit a big claw spec there. Yeah, that was huge right
on the
there.
robes off prey. Definitely some deserved damage right there. Still, Lagunarium being up 12 HP right now, so not a significant lead. Definitely neck and neck between the two. It seems like they're both just trading the lead with each other. Doesn't really seem like anyone's gaining any massive DPS over the other. So we might be looking at a 1-1, but after that first fight, I mean, Lagunarium's definitely due for some RNG, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right now it does look like the Pure Seb's doing a little bit better and has more hits off prayer, but saying that, Jay's still keeping up. You know, it's 16 hits difference right now. The claw scratch from Jay, getting all the RNG right now. Now he's still down a little bit. Lagunarium's up for the first time in this battle, I think. I think Jay was winning for the most portion of it. Looking at the food supplies as well, it's looking pretty even. Anything can happen. Both players unfrozen now. Lagunarium getting caught straight away, but catching Jay back again, which is really big for him too.
I will say, looking at the inventory of Lagunarium, he actually has a full brew left, but he has no potions left. So that potion management has been really poor for him. And at some point throughout this fight, he's most likely going to have to save that brew until the very end now, and then fight it out unpodded. So hopefully for him, it doesn't come down to that. But if it does, it looks like Mike is definitely going to be in the favor of winning. He does get 31 Opal Bolt proc right there, putting Lagunarium at only a 16 damage lead right now, and it doesn't really look like... Oh no, he has realized that he needs the long range right there. So both of them just trading hits with each other. Oh, Lagunarium actually did sip his brew, so he is now unpodded for the rest of the fight. He definitely needs to rely on his mage from here on out.
Yeah. And if Jay realizes that he's watching the broadcast, he's going to start praying mage a little bit more as well. Looks like, though, Lagunarium's mage hits are actually hitting now. Actually getting some freezes, up 100 hit points as well, which is quite a lot at this point. But as you can see, even catching in the robes there, the whip, without being potted up, and the bolts as well, he's just not really doing much damage at the moment. 0 for 0 for 0, getting hit at 37 back. The power of the Bastion / range potion right there. Looks like Jay is being frozen in place again, though, trying to catch it with the Mage's Book too. Lagunarium not being caught, moving in, then stepping backwards again, and Jay doing a great job of keeping Prey Mage up here and seeing what's going on. But he does keep the robes on and getting hit on the robes quite a lot. But Lagunarium's RNG, again, just not doing anything for him. Looks like he's only up 30 hit points now after being up almost 100.
It could be that decision to remain unpodded truly is backfiring on him right now. It doesn't really seem like anything but his mage is hitting, so it seems like Jay is relying on the mage prey a lot here. He knows his opponent is unpodded by the looks of things.
Big claw potential.
Going for a claw right there.
Oh, getting charged back again.
Unfortunately for Jay right there, he could have taken Lagunarium out with that claw, but didn't. Was very short of it.
Oh my god, he's
actually getting a bigger spec right now.
It's both so close.
Of them. Yeah, 31 versus 21 HP right now. Just about any hit could take him out. But Jay being podded versus Lagunarium being unpodded, this might turn in his favor.
Oh my gosh, 30 versus 21. Looks like Lagunarium gets hit at 15. He's on redemption hittable protection HP. Looks like the ball comes in 21. That's it. Down. Jay wins 2-0. And I want to say that I think Lagunarium has some terrible RNG, but I mean, Jay did some great plays too. Really unfortunate there to not utilize the range potions and the super combats at the right times. And just like that, he had a 100 HP lead and it was all relinquished in a matter of, a couple of hits being transferred there. Mike does manage to take that win. He goes through to the next round with a very clear 2-0 victory. Really unfortunate for Lagunarium, the pure Seb there. We're going to see the tracker momentarily, I'm sure.
I do think the tracker is going to be a bit skewed as well, so be prepared for that, because the tracker assumes that you are potted during your hits, I'm pretty sure. So unfortunately for Lagunarium, even though I do think he's won on the tracker, it could be that it could be that Lagunarium actually has more damage on the tracker than what he deserved, considering the fact that he was unpodded for that long. So I think that little mistake that he did definitely bit him in the arse in the very end.
Yeah, it definitely could have turned around for him. It's quite unfortunate. I'm sure we'll see the tracker momentarily pop up on the live stream. Just really unfortunate there. I've already seen the tracker, and wow. Jay got 19 hits out of 74 off prayer, was meant to do 440 damage, but did 576. As for Lagunarium, he did an extra 10 hits, got 47 out of 84 hits. So like more than 2.5 times the hits off prayer and the 10 free hits. Was meant to do 640 damage. Only did 550, and it really came down to the wire right at the end there. So really unfortunate for Lagunarium, and I guess the unpot at the end was probably what actually lost him that fight. But equally, the RNG, if the RNG was in his favor, if the RNG was in his favor, he could have won that. So a big misplay by him, and Jay utilizing his potions much better. Looks like Jay/Mike does go through to the next round. Who's going to be fighting Grim on RS shortly. But before we get,
definitely some unlucky RNG, but I think that those potions definitely put him at the loss there. He couldn't hit anything with his range or melee at the very end. I think that extra 20 stats he could have gotten from those potions probably would have made it a bit more accurate and be able to get that last few hits in. But unfortunately for him, he does go down to the losers bracket, so he still has a chance at least. But Jay or Mike advances through to fight Grim.
Yeah, not too sure if what his name goes by. I've been told by multiple people to call him Mike, but I just got a message from him saying my name's not Mike, it's Jay. So apologies if I did get that wrong. I was being fed information from Twitch chat and all that kind of stuff. But regardless, Jay, congratulations on going through Lagunarium. Unlucky with the bad RNG there and winning on the tracker, but not winning the fights. That's the way RNG is sometimes. That's what makes these tournaments so exciting as well, though. He's still got a chance, though. Lagunarium can come through in the loser's bracket and go all the way to come back into this battle. But there's some hard fights coming up for him in the loser's bracket, that's for sure. Till we jump into the next battle, though, we do have a few announcements to make. So if I can draw your attention to some of the commands in the Twitch chat. If you type !community in the Twitch chat, you can check out the community team. And there's loads of perks for signing up. If, let's say, you're a streamer or you're getting into streaming, or maybe you're one of the PKers in this tournament right now, join the Method community team. Method provide help to all the aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives, such as posts, through tweets out on their official channels, and through networking with other content creators as well. You also get access to exclusive content and opportunities and giveaways. Also check out !merch in the Twitch chat. If you want to support Method, the organization, you're enjoying what they're doing, you want to pick up some nice, fresh clothes, then feel free to check all that stuff out. We have a few of the jumpers. They are very nice. I really like the hoodie. It's really soft. So great value. If you want to go check them out, !merch once again in the Twitch chat. And last but not least, !socials. If you want to keep up to date with everything that Method's doing, of course, they've just recently joined the old school RuneScape scene in the past month or so. They've been putting on tournaments every single weekend up until this World Championship this weekend, giving away $9,000 of prize money to the OSRS PvP community, and I'm sure there'll be other tournaments coming up soon as well, which might be related to other areas of the game, such as some PVM tournaments or some fun ones as well, and maybe some all stars or content creator stuff too, as well as more PvP tournaments to come. We've got DMM coming in the summer too, so a lot to look forward to. Q&A in a few weeks as well, so make sure you check that out. But I digress. This is the weekend of $3,000 being given away, the World Championship, the best PvPers in the entire game really coming here today, and had to go through several weekends of gruesome battles to be able to get in place into this last finale. So we're jumping into the next battle here, which is going to be Sanctified OSRS, the winner of his respective bracket, representing Blazers and potentially another team as well, versus Kizza.
Kalini and Blazers, yeah, versus
there we
Kizza
go.
Right now. Sanctified having the first freeze. Doesn't really seem to be going for the DD though. Kizza does stop him in his tracks right there with that barrage. Right now, both of them are going to be trading range and melee. What am I saying? Range and mage hits. Sorry. Both of them not dealing too much damage. Kizza getting his first big hit right there with a 27 followed by a 19. Seeming like he's got the upper hand right now. Might be able to get the DD, but Sanctified might be on frozen right here, and he is. Both of them opting for the freeze. Sanctified does catch a 30 barrage, not going for the DD again. Finally goes for it and might be able to get some free hits right here. Seems like Sanctified's eating up and repotting, making sure that he's fully potted before he steps out again. It does go for that first claw spec, but doesn't really hit too much damage, unfortunately. I do believe that whip even hit higher than what his claw did, so stepping out in the robes maybe wasn't the best decision. Was that a chance?
No, I think it was about 45 to 50 HP. I don't think I could have hit that through the prayer, but regardless, it was pretty close. Nice to see the AGS coming into fruition here. Stun using that, or Scissor, or Kizzo, however you pronounce his name. I think the last week the OC bracket was pronouncing it wrong, as Jake told me, and the guy was so angry about it. So Kizza doing a great job utilizing that AGS there as well. Sanctified, though, currently down 73 damage right now. No way, the numeral. Looks like he isn't going to give up, though. Of course, he's got the Dragon Claw spec as well. We're able to create quite a bit of momentum shift, and he gets that. Oh, getting hit at 26 bolt, though, from Kizza right there.
Nearly 100 HP right now. Definitely having a significant lead on Sanctified. Sanctified desperately needing to catch a freeze here so he can regather his... actually, Kizza going for an AGS spec right there. Off prey, only hitting a 0, though, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate, especially when it gives you an extra accuracy boost as well to hit a 0 is really frustrating. Really nice switches right now from Sanctified, though, keeping the tank on, the mage defensive gear on the ticks that he reads his opponents to be able to use those hits. Looks like he is actually doing pretty well with keeping the prayers up, but I think Stun Kizza is doing a slightly better job. These guys are from different areas as well. Nice bolt spec off prey, only a 24 though, unfortunately for him. I think Kizza is from AU or OC area, as his name suggests, and then Sanctified's from America, so he might be playing off ping currently.
Nice claw right there though, off prey for about 50 damage, so not the biggest. Sanctified does take a whip hit on the robes off prey, not too much damage, hitting a 0, followed by 24 bolt. Sanctified desperately needing a freeze right now so he can catch his breath and eat up to full again. But both of them is trading hits. Sanctified sitting 50 HP to Kizza's 114 right now. Sanctified getting a very nice bolt though for that 47. Nearly maxing out on that thing. But Sanctified still sitting very low HP. Maybe taking the DD hit right here to eat up. And it looks like he is going to be doing that just right here. No, he's going for the freeze. He's playing it risky. He's deciding to sit low HP and keep going despite having the DD advantage. That might not be the best decision for him right now.
I mean, he's sitting on unkayable HP right now, but his opponent does have an AGS, so it's pretty scary. He'd just be whacked to 50 or something right now, especially if he's playing off ping. That there again, like as I said,
right there,
30-something hit points right there, sitting far too low. He's off ping right now. It takes him a second sometimes for those clicks to actually register. Looks like it's very close though. He was down by quite a lot, about 70, 80 hit points at one point. Kizza has lost his advantage. It currently being pretty neck and neck, pretty even, but Kizza does get the DD advantage. Hitting a 0, unfortunately. Doesn't go for the DD. Tries to give the AGS spec, but he's being frozen quite a few squares away. Sanctified coming in, faking it out, getting the barrage off Pre, not hit anything. Goes for the claw spec, misclicks the scratch. He's up 16 hit points now, though, for the first time in this face-off. Both players being almost out of 42 spec.
Claw right there, and Kizza is actually on the downside right now. Maybe that AGS spec can pull him back, but right now, Sanctified still playing it risky, not really eating up too much. I think Kizza is about to get his third AGS specs any second now, which could take Sanctified out in one hit. So I do think Sanctified should definitely eat up before that happens.
Yeah, he's sitting far too low once again. 50 HP, he's still got several anglers and the brew doses left. I guess he doesn't use the brew yet, because if he does and he can't range put again, he's utilized that a bit too early. It looks like Kizza actually down 100 HP now. A complete turnaround after being up almost 100 as well. Does get that 34 bolt though, but he's almost out of food now. He's out of food, sitting on about 34 hit points. Any hit from any attack can finish him off.
Yeah, he's tried to get that AGS off, but couldn't. And then Sanctified stacks the barrage into the whip. So even though Kizza got that redemption off, it got taken away straight away. Sanctified knocking him out. So Sanctified is now at a 1-0 lead against Kizza, who needs to win 2 times in order to bring Sanctified out.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised how that one ended up, to be honest. The whole fight, it seemed like Kizza was actually in the lead up like almost 100 hit points. And then towards the end, Sanctified just turned it around completely and won it. I'm interested to see the tracker in a second. I wasn't really paying attention to that too much. There it is. Wow, both these guys got a lot of hits off prayer.
Really even, yeah. I mean, really even deserved damage right there. Sanctified getting the better RNG for sure, though. It seemed like Sanctified was down for the majority of the fight, and then right at the end, his RNG really pulled through and managed to get all of that momentum back. So, I mean, regardless, looking at that, only 5 damage difference between deserved damage between the two. So, I think that's about as even as it's possibly going to get. Freeze RNG not being too different either. 96 versus 88%, really not that big of a difference. But look at how much Sanctified used his mage compared to Kizza right there.
Dude, he casted
as much.
He casted over half of his hits were mage hits, which is so surprising because, you know, as I said before, the mage has got the lowest chance of actually hitting, like accuracy-wise, and it has the lowest damage possible. So to utilize mage more than anything,
accuracy.
You don't think so?
No,
it's like a 50%. Maybe it's a little bit higher then, but still, the 35 max, whatever it is, versus, you know, like the 50 plus Godsword Wax, the 50 plus Bolt, the 45 Whip. It's surprising to see players really utilize the mage right that much. It's very rare to see. 40 hits.
The only danger of maging is that you can get caught in your robes. If you can prevent that, then I'm pretty sure mage is the best DPS that you can possibly get, actually. In terms of accuracy, I think mage is the most accurate, assuming that you're flicking your tank and not getting caught on robes. But obviously, a hit on robes or a bolt on robes is going to do more on the deserved damage tracker as well. But starting off strong right now for Sanctified, being up 60 HP, having the DD advantage. But it looked like Kizza stopped him in his tracks right there for a 10 barrage into the free barrage. Not the biggest of damage that we've seen, but gets a 32 bolt as well. Into the claw right there, only for a 21 off prayer though. So definitely some disappointing specs. Oh, as I say that though, gets a very nice claw right there for about 55 damage. So Kizza has now turned the lead to himself with 62 extra damage compared to Sanctified. Sanctified getting a 36 whip before stepping under, maybe catching his breath before he steps out here, repodding, making sure that he's going to be able to utilize this DD. Gets a 37 bolt on the robes. Beautiful play by Sanctified right there. Gets another bolt on the robes off prey, only for a 0 though. So very unlucky for Sanctified. But regardless, seems like he's got another refreeze on Kizza right now. Might be going for his flash call. No, pulling the fakie there. Not entirely sure if he used misclicked spec.
Fair play. I was wrong. I honestly thought that Mage was the worst DPS. Beautiful combo there. 66 spec coming from Sanctified as I was trying to read the chat. That was huge there for him. Looks like he's up 100 plus hit points right now as well. Really increasing his yield by quite a long shot. Getting frozen in place though. Stun. Kizza does manage to get the DD as well and decides to spend the time to eat up a little bit of HP before his opponent is going to be unfrozen again. Sitting on 115, has to do a lot here to come back, but gets hit a 25 ball off the prayer by Sanctified, who then catches the freeze as well. Beautiful play by him. Can stun Kizza catch this next freeze again before Sanctified can turn the tables and continue the absolute destruction that he's outputting right now. Up over 100 HP. Stun Kizza desperately needs to come back.
50 pull right there, setting Kizza back even further than what he already was. Sanctified having a significant lead on his opponent right now, but is about to get DD'd. So maybe can Kizza utilize some free hits here and get that DPS back. But it doesn't look like Sanctified's going to allow that to happen. Taking a 29 right there, though, followed by another 29. As I say that, it looks like Kizza is bringing it back with another 15 whip. Sanctified, you stood in defensive right now, trying to catch Kizza with that barrage. Fortunately for him, not splashing. Does catch a 35 right after, though. So Sanctified putting himself back at 100 HP lead.
He's being caught frozen there, but yeah, that lead that he had has been relinquished mostly. There's a big barrage though to push him further into it by being hit back of 32 there from Kizza. 85, 67 up now for Sanctified. He's got 4 anglers left, a bit of brew, whereas Kizza's pretty much out of food. That's a big whip hit though to bring it back, and oh my god, just like that,
barrage.
It's even now. 9 damage difference. All it took was a bit of RNG. 31, now it's actually in Kizza's favor for the first time in his fight.
Another overball for 29. Right now, it seems like Sanctified, even though Kizza isn't really up that much damage, Sanctified is on the defensive right now. He needs to eat up desperately. Kizza trying to go for that claw spec, but Sanctified just predicting it very shortly after. So he cancelled it. Right now, it seems like Sanctified taking a massive claw spec right there, putting himself down to 13 HP, followed by the 21 bolt. Kizza coming with the RNG at the very end right there. Holy
god. That's mad, actually, the fact that Kizza actually came back that much. He was down 100 HP throughout the majority of that fight there. And the RNG towards the end, just bolt after bolt after bolt, catching all the freezes too. And that huge claw spec to just finish it off before Sanctified had a chance to really catch a freeze or chuck on the redemption. And that's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. That means that, actually, no, sorry. Kizza actually takes that win for a 1-1. So now it's a 1-1 even Stevens. We have one more fight in this best of 3 now. Looking at the tracker as well, it seems to be the stun. Kizza did deserve to win that one slightly, but it is, only 10 damage deserved discrepancy there. As for the RNG, Sanctified's barrages used a lot less than last time. Really changed up his momentum of his gameplay completely. Last time we saw him using 40 hits out of 70 being all barrages. This time, only 16 out of the 49. So played it very differently, and as a result, got a lot of hits off prayer, but yeah, it could have gone either way really there, and I really did expect Sanctified to take that one out with a clear 2-0 victory, but I guess we're going to the round 3. That's what makes these fights extremely exciting, of course, as well. Sanctified versus Kizza, one of them being from Australia, one of them being from America. It'd be interesting to see, actually. I'm not too sure who came out further up in their respective bracket. Sanctified won his. I don't think Kizza won the OCE, which means that it should be on Sanctified's ping. So he will have the advantage going into this, playing on his home world. Now, I don't know what the ping's like as an Australian player playing on American world, but obviously we're talking about ping right now. For those that aren't aware, basically it means that the world hosting is a little bit delayed for you. So in this game, on our game Old School RuneScape, a 0.6 second tick system, it means that you're going to be, sometimes you click. So people are saying 200 ping in the chat right now. So you click, and like a second later with 200 ping, it'll actually activate. So basically you've got to change up your entire PK style. You've got to start predicting people a game tick in advance and like clicking earlier than you normally would. So all your muscle memory has to like basically be rewired in your brain. It's incredibly difficult to do. So going into this, I have to put my money on Sanctified. Hypothetically speaking, if I was betting on this fight to come out on top here. But equally, it's been so neck and neck between these two titans that it could really, genuinely go either way. So I'm really excited to see these guys jump into it. But I think we'll probably jump into it momentarily. They're just getting geared up and switching worlds, of course, as well. So if that was the case, that means that Sanctified actually lost on his... Maybe he won on the first one. It was his ping, lost on the second now. Gets to go back from his ping.
Yeah, not entirely sure about that one, but Sanctified is going to be getting the fight on his ping for this one. So if it continues this way, the way they are both fighting, I mean, we've seen both of the fights only having, the first one having 5 difference in deserved damage, this one having 10. So basically you're being 50-50 between the two on who's going to win. I think the ping difference is going to be coming into play here, and I think Sanctified probably will be able to bring it home just based off of that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, the one tick difference you're going to have here, like obviously 200 milliseconds doesn't seem like a lot, but in this game when we're on a constant tick rotation, you can just be 1 tick behind constantly if you start the click on the wrong game tick. So it makes it really, really difficult to really predict your opponent. Right now, it does look like Sanctified is up a slight amount. We get the Bolt Proc coming out on the prayer, but Stun does go for that beautiful claw spec as he got unfrozen. Really nice play there, catching his opponent off prayer. Unfortunately for him, only hitting a 0, like a 1 damage splat. Another one coming in with the barrage as well.
Yeah, getting some decent damage on that claw for sure.
Yeah, respect
Sanctified going in for his first claw spec, not hitting too much, getting about 30 damage from that. So definitely some disappointing claw specs from what we've seen so far. I do believe both of them have dumped their claws on the prayer though. So Sanctified going for a claw scratch right there into the bolt on the ropes. Might be getting some decent damage. No, gets a 0 straight away. It also gets traded for a 26 whip on the ropes. Both of them exchanging rope hits. Kizza being on the upside right now, getting some nice RNG.
My God, the constant bolts, 30, 35, 30 again. That was mad. He's up 100 HP almost now from that translation right there. And I thought that Sanctified was on ping at the moment because he won his respective tournament. But regardless, Kizza's doing a fantastic job of really staying neck and neck with him and being up 50 HP at the moment as well. Sanctified creates a lot of distance there as he tries to catch the freeze. But Kizza's really quick there to actually zoom out, catch the freeze back, not being deterred by the fact his opponent's player is moving around the map quite a lot. Gets a nice bolt off prayer there, 24.
Nice RNG right there. Being up 97 damage right now really seems to be in Kizza's favor so far, but we saw Sanctified having a decent lead on Kizza the other fight, and Kizza still managed to bring it home. So right now, 1-1 between the two. This fight is the deciding match. Sanctified getting whipped there off prey, but with his tank on, luckily for him. Takes a 22 bolt though. Seems like Kizza is remaining at this 90 HP lead. Every time Sanctified hits anything, it seems like Kizza is dealing it straight back.
Yeah, and you're right, this is a best of 3, 1-1 currently. Looks like Stun. Kizza is up 120 hit points though, and doing absolute bits to Sanctified. That 29 whip as well. The movement he has too is really, really smooth. Getting the 18 through the prayer. Chucking on the mage defense bonus too to neutralize his opponent's chance of really going for those barrages. Nice little whip back from Sanctified though, but just not doing any damage right now, man. I'd like to say that Kizza's probably up in the tracker most likely, based on the hits that I've seen so far. But it does look like Sanctified is getting frozen in place once again, being down 150 hit points now, having 1 brew, 1 angler remaining, whilst Kizza has most of, or not most of, but he's got quite a lot of supplies left.
44 whip right there, really putting Sanctified at the back burner again, and he gets a 26 barrage followed after. Seems like Sanctified does not have much of an opportunity to come back here. Sanctified now completely out, 45 HP versus Kizza with 322 extra HP on Sanctified. Sanctified is about to go down here to any hit. I don't think there's any possibility here for a comeback unless Kizza DCs.
I'm honestly so impressed by Kizza. We saw a message in the chat. Aussies were born in the ping. You were merely, and they were molded by it. It's really surprising to see Stun, who, despite not being on his own ping and being like a game tick behind at times, he's managed to really do a great job of keeping up with his opponent. Not only keeping up, but actually being up at 300 hit points towards the end there. Absolutely mad. I'm sure the Aussies in the chat will be screaming Kizza's name all across this entire tournament. I think he's one of the last Aussies left in the winners bracket now, actually, with Lagunarium being pushed on. Sorry, Panic PK still in the winners bracket as well. But Kizza coming out on top of that, despite being off ping, doing a fantastic job. Sanctified winning his respective bracket. By no means being a bad PK or being a fantastic hybrid, but Kizza just clearly being a little bit better. Look at that, 68% hits off prayer for Kizza compared to Sanctified's 46%. That's 36 out of 53 versus 25 out of 54. And deserved damage-wise, being up 72, it's a clear victory. Unfortunately for Sanctified, though, at the same time, his RNG was pretty messed up. He only hit 8 out of 26 barrages.
Sanctified got... Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, he just got really bad luck, didn't he? Like, being down 200 plus damage that he was deserved and not catching any of the freezes he needs to. Once you don't catch those freezes, it's really hard to really come back into the fights. And he did a good job of trading hit for hit, but it just wasn't enough really at the end, was it, Westham?
No, definitely not. I think Sanctified, I will say Kizza definitely is up on the tracker there with 72 extra deserved damage, but still Sanctified was on the defensive the entire time of that fight. So I do kind of feel for Sanctified. He massively underdealt his deserved damage while Kizza overdealt. So
yeah,
I mean, it does happen in these fights, but Sanctified definitely got robbed on that one.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, fair play though. That could have gone either way, but yeah, I think is really impressive there once again for not being on ping. Apparently he's streaming as well. If you want to go say congratulations to him at some point too. Next fight we've got coming up though will be Grim versus Jay once again. We saw Jay take on the Pure Seb Lagunarium, and he had some pretty bad RNG, unfortunately. The Pure Seb came out on top on the tracker, but being knocked out by Jay. Will Jay's RNG continue? I have to wait and see. Grim on RS winning his fight as well, respectively 2-0 victory. I think we're going to be jumping into that shortly, letting the players obviously jump into things. We are actually running behind schedule now, so once again, thank you everyone on the Twitch chat for being with us this late. It's past midnight here in the UK. Myself and West Ham have been casting. He's also been competing
for 6 hours.
For the past 6 hours plus, so we're a little bit tired now, so sorry if the energy levels aren't the same as we started off with, but we're still having a great time. Hope you guys are all enjoying as well, and also special thanks to the Method team as well, of course, who are now, you know, running over the schedule beyond midnight and 1 a.m. in some of the European countries here. So yeah, big respect to everyone for keeping the things up, and also the contestants too, of course, who are sticking around for this and being very patient as we get through these matchups for everybody. Just waiting now for Grim versus Jay to jump into their next battle, probably deciding on the worlds, all that kind of stuff. Big up Corky too, everyone's saying in the chat. Big up Corky, legend. But yeah, we should be jumping in soon. Where's your straw? What you got? What are you drinking at? Oh, is that a monster? Oh, a nice energy drink.
Yeah, I've gone through 3 cans. I'm nearly, I don't know, I'm nearly knocked out at this point.
You've got a fight still to do as well, haven't you? Soon.
Yeah, I do. So that's going to be an interesting one. But going into this fight, we have quite a good fight here. We have Grim versus Jay. Jay starting off strong with a bolt proc right there for 31 damage, putting himself at a decent lead straight away. Getting another 25, followed shortly by. Gets another 25 right there. Being up 81 HP run out into a 41. Jesus Christ, Grim is not even getting any time to breathe.
Oh, 13 as well. This is ridiculous. I don't know what it is with Jay's RNG today, but he's
Jay's
just hitting
RNG
everything.
Has just been absolutely insane. Even Grim's Opal Bolt right there doesn't even hit very high. It's a 15. So Jay's RNG is absolutely insane right now. Does get bolted on ropes there for a 32. Grim going for his first claw spec, hitting all zeros, unfortunately for him. Takes a 12. Grim desperately trying to catch the freeze here to get the DD advantage, but doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Yeah, and claw spec coming in from Jay as well. For the first time in this tournament, he's hit a 0. No, I'm kidding. But a 0 spec on the prey melee on the tank. Pretty unfortunate for him. Still leading this fight by 128 hit points. That's so difficult to come back from, obviously. At least it's early on, so he's got a lot of time still to try to come back. 33 barrage here. He's doing it. He goes for the bolt of prayer 2, hitting a 0 though. Grim, unfortunately for him, actually up on the tracker right now, but down so much damage. Jay not being frozen in place there, getting the DD advantage, going to go for some fakies, sidestepping, getting ball proc to 30. Big from Grim there, only being down 80 HP back now. He is slowly but surely clawing this fight back into his favor after being down like 150 HP off the start. Grim needs to catch this freeze now as Jay goes off the screen. Great movement by Jay there, and
Both
also being
frozen
caught
right now. I do believe they are out of range for the bolts. Even long range, I think, can't hit here. Oh no, it looks like it can, but both of them really waited a long time there to get that off. But regardless, seems like neither of them are dealing a lot of damage. Seems like Grim is slowly getting that lead that Jay had, taking it back. Gets a 21 right there. Jay is only up 31 HP now. So, as I say that, it is now even between the two. Jay, despite having that insane RNG at the start, it seems like Grim has been able to take it back. Unfortunately for him, getting a 0 claw, but gets a 19 whip followed after. Grim whipping Jay on robes there, only for a 5 though. Very unfortunate for Grim. Definitely deserved a bit of a bigger hit there. Jay now having the DD advantage. Gets a 26, putting himself back up HP now. Gets a 17 followed shortly after. Grim barraging him back, making sure that he stops him from getting DD'd again.
Yep.
Grim should have the DD advantage and just a hit or 2 here.
Looking like the tracker as well has kind of evened out a bit more. At the start, Grim was up by quite a bit, but now it looks pretty even. And both players being very even as well in terms of damage dealt. Although Jay, again, getting that RNG coming in. The claw spec off the prayer too. 80 hit point lead he's got right now. Once again, getting a couple free hits in here as well. Grim needs to catch this freeze and not let this advantage, go back into the 100+ again. But he does get a 28 ball, which is huge for him. Getting retaliated by a 20 or so. It's looking pretty neck and neck. 65 damage in the grand scheme of things isn't too much, but it is pretty scary to be down that much when, that can translate to the 100+ in a matter of a hit or two. A nice free hit for Grim there. The whip on the right prayer, steps out, goes for a bolt as well. Both players hitting zeros back and forth. Another free hit for Grim as well. He's got a few free hits this fight, not many, but they might make the difference towards the end, especially when he's down HP already. Biding his time, healing up to full hit points. And now the next free is going to be really important. Grim trying to get that claw spec, but Jay's movement was really beautiful there. Got away, caught the freeze. Grim luckily caught the freeze back though. Now we've got a hybrid fight back and forth until these players are unfrozen for that third claw spec to come into fruition.
Yeah, I mean, right now, both of them kind of just trading hits with each other, and Grim desperately needing to regain the short lead that he had because he only had it for a few seconds before Jay took it back again. Trading hits, though. Jay nearly getting KO'd by that claw, getting bolted on 22 HP right there. Grim definitely could have taken him out with that claw spec. That is the first big claw spec we've seen so far. I think all of the claw specs before that have dealt just about zeros or maybe 10 damage at most. So Jay now finally being down again, despite having that massive lead at the start, is down 42 HP. Make that 63 actually. Grim bolting him another 6 right there. Jay not really able to hit him back by what it looks like. Grim getting the DD advantage just a second. He gets an Opal Bolt proc only for a 9 though. Trading it back straight away with a 6 from Jay. Both of them being frozen. No, Grim having the DD advantage. Looks like Grim has 86 HP, 1 angler versus Jay with 5 HP, no food at all right now. And Jay does go down to that 23 barrage there.
That was really close, really neck and neck, especially after Jay's humongous lead from the get-go. Like, the RNG this man's had in this tournament so far is just so impressive, so lucky. He got like 150 HP lead, but Grim did not give up. It's important never to give up in these situations when RNG can go both ways and it can come around. And as we saw there, I think he did do a little bit better on the track and got a couple free hits as well. But at the end, it just came down to the nerves of steel. And that claw spec he got as well, the claw exchange, almost KOing his opponent. And then the bolt chance as well, straight after that. It was like a 22. It was on the wrong prayer. It was on the range prayer, but still you can hit that free prayer relatively easily on the robes as well. We'll have the tracker up on the screen momentarily, West Ham, if you want to take us through that bad boy.
That tracker, Grim definitely deserving to win. Jay having 39% versus Grim's 46, but Grim having an extra 10 hits and 144 extra deserved damage. So that lead that Jay had on him at the start, and that he actually managed to keep in the midst of the fight up until the very end, didn't seem to be deserved at all. It seems like Jay has got some insane RNG throughout the fights that we've seen, but still, Grim managed to take it back right at the very end and bring himself 1 win. So now Grim only needing to win 1 versus Jay needing to do a reverse sweep and win 2 in a row. I think this one is going to be taken over Grim, honestly.
Yeah, should be an interesting one, but I do feel like Grim has the advantage here. Even though he was on the back burner, being down 150 HP and getting dealt so much damage, to keep the nerves going, to stay cool, calm, and collected, and really bring it back by such a great deal, and then even winning the fight is really commendable, to be honest. So I look forward to seeing how this next one goes. Maybe Grim can get a better start, but potentially, I mean, we've seen Jay doing absolute bits with the RNG. Maybe it's going to continue for him, and once again, he has a crazy start of constant bolt procs and big claw specs. We're gonna find out momentarily, everyone, as they're jumping into the next world. Not too sure if these guys are different pings or not. I know that Jay is from Australia, or currently living in Australia. As for Grim, I'm not too sure about that guy. I don't know the guy whatsoever, but should be an interesting fight we're going into after this one. Beyond that, we have a few more battles to watch in the losers bracket too. We've not actually touched upon the losers bracket whatsoever in this tournament yet. There's been a few fights that have been done off stream, of course, because it takes just so long to get through this tournament. We've been live for over 6 hours now, as a reminder, but tomorrow we have another tournament on as well, or the same tournament, day 2 of this event, with $3,000 being given away. This is just day 1 of the 2-day event. As a reminder, 6 p.m. through to midnight once again. So 18 hours from now we'll be live again, where actual prize money will be, dished out to people. But we've had a few people being pushed out of the tournament as well. In terms of the next couple fights we're going to watch, we have this battle to finish off as the players are jumping in. and then we have a couple of the losers round bracket. We're jumping into this one. Currently, we have Jay versus Grim, 1-0 in this best of 3 to Grim. Will we see Jay's RNG going absolutely nuclear again, West Ham?
I don't think so. I think he has used up his RNG at this point. I mean, surely you can't get that lucky like 5 times in a row, right? But still, I mean, Grim being up right now, having the DD advantage. I will say Jay is a good player, but I think Grim is better. And I think that's going to show in this fight, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah, I reckon you're right as well. But I mean, anything can happen in these battles. Looks like Grim is up by 28 hit points. Nice little lead for him. Going for the freeze. Jay deciding that he's going to not opt for the freeze, actually getting deeded upon, getting hit on the robes, a 10 with the whip. Unfortunate for him. Whacking up the smite of disrespect as well. Grim is on a tear right now. Completely opposite start right now. He's got a couple of free hits. Not only that, but he's also up about 50 damage as a result. He's got the claw spec still, and that's why he's trying to flick up the prey melee. That claw spec coming in for Jay, hitting only 34 damage right there, West Ham. Not really what you expect to see or hope for.
Yeah, definitely not too big of a claw spec right there, but still definitely some damage that you will take. I do believe Grim hasn't used either of his claw specs, so we will be seeing those. Oh, he does go for that AGS right there for a 56. Some very nice. I love that AGS spec, man. I truly think it is to be adored. Like just the animation of the AGS spec to me is so nice compared to the claw. And I think Grim using the AGS here will probably go for AGS whack-in rather than whipping whenever it has the DD advantage. So maybe we will see some big whacks coming in.
Unfortunately for Jay, he might be off ping right now, which is why he just sliced his opponent with the claw scratch. And that's maybe why he's not got the same advantage he has there. 71 AGS spec coming in was that. 71, Jesus. I think, from Grim. That was huge. He's now up 141 damage. That's pretty much the max hit in this gear. A few damage less than what you can actually hit. So looks like Grim right now, 160 damage up, just elongating his lead even more and increasing it. Look at that, the 11 whack. As you said, we thought we'd see a few of those AGS whacks coming into fruition, and they're really working out for him right now. Catching this freeze is imperative for him, but he gets frozen. Jay's got a chance now to come back in this fight, being down 166 hit points. He will be able to claw spec at some point, but Grim catching him before he can get the DD. Yeah,
Grim really just remaining on the upside here. Doing a very good job keeping up with Jay and making sure that he is getting the most damage as possible. Really elongating, as you would say, his lead. And right now, Grim has the DD advantage. Might be opting for some AGS whacks here. No, he does actually step out. It could be that he just Jay is about to be unfrozen, and I was correct right there. Jay now having the DD advantage. Seems like Grim is still trading hits with him, not really allowing many free hits to be had.
I'm being told off for using the word elongating a bit too much, but it looks like Grim is eating. No, I'm kidding. He's increasing the lead by quite a large amount right now. 150 HP up this entire fight, actually, which is pretty huge for him. Goes for the DD, goes for the Blitz. Jay does catch the Blitz, which is massive for him as well to stop Grim in his tracks as well. But they're going back and forth right now. Twitch chat's being jokes. Looks like, I don't know if Jay's going to be able to come back to this one. He needs to win it desperately as well. It's a 1-0 lead for Grim at the moment in this best of 3, of course. That's a nice little Aegis whack on the robes off prayer, unfortunately. Sorry, on the melee prayer, unfortunately, only a 12 damage splat. Still, 180 damage up now. Just look at the difference in inventories right now. Like, all the anglers left almost. A claw spec coming in, desperation attempt for Jay. It was off prayer, to be fair, but it was on the old tank gear, so only hitting a 0. The complete opposite to what we've seen from Jay so far. Finally, the RNG not really keeping up with him. He might be off ping on this world as well, which is finding it a little bit harder to really stay in this battle. And Grim keeping the pressure up, putting that AGS spec to use.
57 AGS, putting himself at 250 damage up.
Nice.
Really putting the rubber in for this one. I mean, it really seems like Grim is at a unkillable HP at this point. And I don't think Grim has any chance at losing. He has prolonged his lead for so long now, really stretching it out as much as possible. And you could say he's dragged one's feet, but right now, Grim just having this win secured for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 265 HP up. Jay's down to 50 hit points, has nothing left. Just look at Grim's inventory. Really smart use of the bruise as well, so we can keep up the DPS without having to wait that 3-tick delay after eating a food to then be able to attack again by using the bruise. You just keep it up. Look at that 42 KO. Oh my god.
Look at Grim's inventory. It's still full. Grim did not use a single angler or Karambon for that fight. Really prolongating his fight there. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, man. And the fact that he's up 300 hit points, I think, is the biggest that we've seen right there. And just completely mad that he managed to really take it by such a large landslide of a victory. I see West Ham posting pictures right now of the meaning of the word elongate.
No, that's not the meaning. I looked up synonyms and you started blasting them. That's all I've been saying for like the last part of that fight. I was just completely shitting out and I had no idea what they meant.
Dear. Look at that tracker, man. Grim deserving to win despite having some insane RNG. I mean, we say insane RNG. Look at that. 578 damage deserved, doing 570. Whereas Jay wasn't that. Finally, his RNG let up for him. Unfortunate for him, man. He's done a great job today of fighting his opponents. Has some crazy luck too, but it finally ran out of steam. 440 deserved damage, only doing 257. 28 out of 65 hits off prayer. So Grim did deserve to win those fights. He does come out on top in terms of the deserved damage as well, and quite rightfully he does win. Jay's not out of the tournament yet, though. Of course, it's a double elimination bracket.
Has the losers bracket.
Yep, he's in losers round 2 now, so he has a chance to be able to claw it back out and potentially come back again. Looking at the bracket right now, actually, this is the losers bracket. So we've seen a few fights off stream. We've not been watching all of them because it's been quite a long show. We're focusing on the winners bracket, of course. But we do have some of the battle. We have Jay versus Gabba. So Jade, we just saw there. Gabba, I don't think I've really caught much from. We also have Sanctified, the winner of his respective circuit, representing Kanini and Blazers and such. He's going up against King Barnes, one of the leaders of Tartar and Solid Tag. So that's a big fight right there as well. We have West Ham, the boy in the corner me right now, the legend himself, going against Coin. And Coin's someone to be feared as well. Coin went really far too. He managed to actually, I think, win his battles as well, and I almost came out on top of his respected circuit too. So not going to be an easy fight for West Ham. And last but not least, at the bottom we have Immaculate versus the Pure Seb. In terms of who we've seen go out of the tournament so far, I will quickly go through that. Koof went out in the first round. Adam Zor Violate, leader of Solid Tag, went out. Off-Brad Tubby went out. Maraza for Frontline went out. We saw Con the Don going out in the first round. Frankie Fulsen going out to Hamza. We saw Ethan Pipsqueak, one of the leaders for one of the big clans, going out as well. Matthew Get Up going out against Lagunarium, who's made it through to the next round. In the second round, we see Kemp Q, unfortunately for him, a content creator, going out by Hamza. We see Dino, the legend himself, who did a great job against Bill Jetty in the winner's bracket, going down to Monkfish 2-1. Saeed as well for Blazers and Kanini. He went down to Koru 2-0. So we've lost a few people in this tournament this weekend, but there's still a lot of big names currently still fighting for the $3,000 that's on the line this weekend. Oh, sorry, I've just hyped all of that up. And because we are so overdue of the schedule, you should have stopped me, Casper. I
didn't know what was going on. I was just listening.
I didn't read the talent chat that we're all communicating in. Apparently, there's a few too many fights to watch because we are so overdue right now. So we're just going to be watching Jay versus Gabba. But of course, if you type the exclamation mark bracket in the Twitch chat, you can follow all the bracket stuff and see exactly who wins and all that kind of thing too. Of course, we have another broadcast tomorrow going from 6 p.m. through to midnight or later, as this show has overextended, elongated by quite a bit right now.
Or as one could say, prolongated, or put the rubber in for sure. We are going to be watching the fight between the two currently, just waiting for them to go in. But until then, I mean, we can just continue to drag it out, maybe stretch it out, pad it out, fill it out, extend it, etc.
Hey man, it's late. It's been a long day. As enjoyable as it's been, I'm a little bit sad. But we'll be jumping in to this next fight. The other reason as well I've been keep rabbiting on is because we're still waiting for these two players to really get sorted. But yeah, Jay versus Gabba coming in next. Jay, we just saw in that fight there going down to Grim 2-0. Have to wait and see if the RNG can do one more favor for him and see if it can, have a little bit more steam in the engine to take it through for this next win. Gabba, do you know much about Gabba? I've not really heard that name very much.
No, I actually don't know too much about him, honestly. It kind of came in as like a unknown player to me. Never really heard of him before. I do believe Dida said he was a really good opponent though, so I do have some high expectations of him for sure. Not entirely sure what we're going to be seeing, but if Jay can get the RNG that he's had in the past, I don't think it's going to matter how good the opponent is.
No, I mean, absolutely. We're going to jump into that momentarily. The reason why I've not seen Gabba yet is because in the second fight of the tournament, or round 1, but like the second bracket, He went out, and we didn't actually show that winners bracket. We showed almost every single winners bracket fight apart from that one, pretty much. So unfortunately, we don't know who this guy is. But at the same time, should be exciting to see someone that we're not really familiar with and see just how good they are. Like a lot of these guys that have come out in these tournaments have been kind of unknown. There's a lot of absolute beasts. Just because they're not content creators doesn't mean they're not very good. So Gabba starting out by getting a staff slashed by Jay, who's trying to catch that freeze desperately. Both players not doing too much damage right now, but it's like Gabba is on top, and he's going for the whip hits as well. A couple of bolt hits, faking his opponent. 39 bolt on the robes. Wow.
Yeah, taking some heavy damage there, but getting an opal bolt proc for 18. That staff bash definitely rearranging Gabba's guts right there. We have Jay still taking a decent bit of damage with 58 lead. So right now it looks like Jay's RNG has kind of run out. It seems like he has finally managed to use it all up. But as I say that, he is actually getting a decent bit of RNG, kind of evening out the lead right now. Gabba only being up 16 HP.
Yeah, not very much of a lead at all, especially this early on in this fight. We have claw specs coming from both players momentarily as well, and there's one coming from Jay being translated for another one from Gabba, both on prey melee, both on tank, so no damage being really in anyone's favor in that situation there. Gabba chucking the bolts in from a far away distance, but Jay catching that freeze, managed to get the distance closed, going for the DDR for a free hit potentially. Beautifully done by him. A whip hit as well. Gabba does predict it coming though, gets the prey melee on, but still gets hit through the prayer. Needs to catch this freeze right now. Gabba, apparently one of the OCE boys, as the Twitch chat is letting me know right now. I haven't seen the guy play before, but obviously Jay as well being OCE, so it looks like these guys are battling each other on even turf and even ping currently, and maybe they even fight each other in PvP worlds or in the wilderness. They might even be friends for all I know, or maybe they're in rival clans. I'm not too sure about that one. Regardless, Gabba being frozen in place, 24 whip through the prayer. Looks like Jay's really keeping the RNG going right now. He's up 17 hit points, getting a lot of free hits, which is the main advantage that I think he's got right now. A claw spec, but Gabba does predict the claw spec beautifully. Chucks on the prey melee. Nicely
getting
done.
Some decent hits regardless, though, really developing his lead. Seems like he is getting DD'd upon right now, though, so maybe Gabba can bring it back, getting that, getting the damage that he's down back, sorry. Right now, Jay's doing a good job keeping his tank on, but he is kind of just opting for those bolts. He's not really switching it up. Gabba doing a good job just keeping a range prey on. I mean, that's all he really needs to do in that situation. But still, he is down 31 damage. Make that 42. Seems like Jay's going to have the DD advantage any second now. Maybe Gabba can catch him, but we will see in a second.
Absolutely. The 40 damage lead that Jay currently has isn't really too much in the grand scheme of things. They're almost both out of food right now, although Gabba using up all of his super combat at the wrong time. The claw spec off prayer for Gabba coming in there. Beautifully done before he has to brew again and lose that super combat. Unfortunately for him, though, doing 0 damage, which is keeping Jay in the lead. He's currently up about 50 hit points right now. Gets the DD once again as well. Jay has no more super combats or range pots either. He has a whole brew left as well. Has to keep that right to the end. Gets the bolt proc, only a 12 on the wrong prayer. Gabba doing a great job right now of actually predicting the prayers as well. I think he's actually doing slightly better on the prayer exchange currently. Going for the whip hit next freeze. Going to be important to decide who gets a slight lead here. Jay does go for the freeze, but splashes once, splashes twice. No, he catches the second freeze, goes for the DD claw spec. Oh, he misclicks
claw scratch though. No! Still some decent damage from a claw scratch, I must say, through prayer as well. So definitely a lucky hit right there. Seems like both of them just trading hits. Gabba catching the freeze right there, though, that he's so desperately needed, but still, he is down 100 HP right now, so it's not looking too hot for him. He has 2 doses of brew, which he seems to be using right now. Oh, is he going to Oh, he has repotted despite having that brew dose left. Oh. So he might be finding a portion of this fight unpotted. I'm not entirely sure if that was on purpose, but Gabba could have brewed again without overhealing, so very unfortunate.
Yeah, it looks like it's coming out to the wire, though. I mean, near the end there, it was so neck and neck, but Jay up 140 HP. Gabba needed that claw spec to hit there to come back a little bit, but hit a 0. He getting hit at 25 through the prayer as well. Potentially getting hit off prayer here by the freeze as well. Actually getting splashed on. Jay almost finishing this fight up. He still has so much HP left, and he has 170 damage increased on his opponent right now. Looks like he's going to finish it up, I imagine, with the DD advantage too. Gabba just trying his best to really stay in this fight, but I think it's all over for him at this point. I don't think he's able to come back.
Yeah,
only
Gabba is
14 hit points
as well, sitting 14 hit points right now. Any hit will take him out, and it doesn't really look like he's able to keep up. Unfortunately, he is on the defensive as you'd expect, and he does go down to that 20 opal bolt right there, putting him at a 200. What's it called? Putting Jay at 200 extra damage.
I mean,
which is absolutely insane.
I'm pretty sure that Gabba played that one a little bit better. Maybe at times Jay was getting some crazy momentum, but once again we see Jay is just the king of RNG. His hits never let up. The man's going to go staking after this little contest, I think, and go chuck his bank because they're just relentless. Every single fight he's doing absolute crazy damage and way over the expected, I think. We're about to find out now. Although I could be wrong actually saying that. It looks like both players actually got a little bit unlucky with the RNG. Jay was meant to do 630, so 24 more damage than his opponent Gabba. But look at Gabba, the poor guy. He was meant to do 600 and did 340, only catching 5 out of 16 barrages. That is so unfortunate. It seems like a curse.
RNG.
Dude, whoever goes up against Jay, they just get the worst hits and Jay gets the best hits. It's such a surprise to see that one man can constantly, consistently hit such crazy damage. But I mean, that's the game we play, fair play to Jay. He won out fair and square. I guess it's a 1-0 victory to him in this best of 3 losers bracket round. Of course, the loser of this fight does get kicked out of the World Championship tournament altogether. They don't get a piece of that $3,000 prize money pool that's going to be on offer tomorrow as well. So we'll be jumping into the second fight momentarily. Gabba needs to hopefully turn on the engine on the RNG and actually start hitting at the moment because Jay's luck comparatively is just through the roof, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it looks like his RNG is never ending. Fortunately for Grim, Grim did actually manage to beat him, and he did better, so I mean, rightfully so. But regardless, Jay seems to have the best RNG from what we've seen in the tournament so far. I mean, it is absolutely unreal how much he can put on that tracker. But starting in the second fight here, if Jay wins this one, he will go through and Gabba will be taken out of the tournament. So looks like Gabba is up by a little bit, but Jay catching the first freeze. Oh, never mind. He did actually splash. Both of them just trying to get the first freeze here. Jay not really equipping his K-top as he should. Does get frozen on the ropes there, rightfully so. Not equipping his K-top for some reason. Gabba getting a couple free hits right now. Definitely some decent movements. Ice skating around the arena. Gets another free hit right there with that whip. Goes for another one. Being up 50 damage so far. Gets a 52 opal bolt, putting him at 100 damage lead already. Followed by a 35 bolt. Seems like Gabba is just doing absolute bits this time. But yeah, again, maybe Jay will get the right RNG again.
I mean, complete turnaround compared to the last fight right now. I mustn't speak too soon, though, because as we always do with the casting, whenever we start to say one thing happens and opposite happens, there we go, Jay with a 56 claw spec. As I say that, I think Gabba was up like 150 hit points for a moment there. Now he's only up 40 HP.
Yeah,
so
did get himself back to 70, but it looks like Jay has put him back at 40, now 30. Really evening out the lead that Gabba just had. But Gabba does have the freeze advantage right now. Might be able to get a couple free hits like what we saw before. Still, in terms of potion management, it seems like both of them are doing fairly well with that. I think Jay is using his brews a little bit less than Gabba.
Oh, the double spec there coming out from Gabba and Jay predicting perfectly both of those special attacks. Well played by Jay there, keeping the prey melee up. Gabba gets the bolt proc through the prayer. I think that was like a max bolt proc. It was a 34, but wow, Jay with a claw spec 50. Yeah, really nice off prayer spec as well. And then managing to DD as well afterwards. Gabba was able to get back into the fight, actually currently being up 40 HP, even more 70 HP, despite Jay's huge claw spec there. Really lucky for him, or rather he's playing this quite well and catching maybe a couple of extra hits here and there, which is making a big difference currently. Both players chucking bolts at each other, but it does look like Jay does have the DD advantage right there, so able to clutch this fight back a bit. He was down over 100 HP for a second there, but that 20 really helped him come back in. Right now, though, no food left for Jay apart from all of his brews, so he's got to be very careful with his brew management here to not be unpotted.
Was just about to say, I think Jay should take the moment here to use his brews, but it appears he has lost that opportunity now, and he is down to brews only. Gabba keeping his fish, making sure that he's using his brews rather than his combo food. And it looks like that's going to pay off. Gabba increasing the lead yet again, nearly being up 200 damage now. So really developing on that. Getting up 220 damage into 250. Jay being now out of food with 55 HP versus Gabba having nearly his entire inventory left.
Yep,
and Jay is about to go down here to just any hit will take him down. Jay now being 12 HP, gets whipped to 0. Looks like it is over for him.
Yeah, I mean, being in a deficit of 300 damage as well. I mean, this is the way that Jay goes, getting the treatment that he gave to everybody else, being up by so much and getting so lucky. And now his opponent Gabba's gotten very lucky with the RNG as well, taking Jay out of the tournament altogether. Put up a great show, though. And
no, that's a 1-1.
Excuse me, Jay won the first fight. It took me a second there to comprehend. It's late. We've been casting for a long time now. Gabba ties it up. 1-1. Jay's finally not had the RNG he's had the entire tournament. Apologies for that. That's a 1-1 here. We got one more fight of the night then, I guess, to watch as we're wrapping this first day of the weekend tournament up. Okay, well, I mean, Jay's got one more chance then to really catch up and come back in this. I guess we're going to check out the tracker momentarily once again. Looks like Jay didn't do as well as his opponent, but it was very close, to be fair. But down the 15 extra free hits is what really made the difference. Saying that, though, he did the exact damage he was deserved, but Gabba got very lucky there, getting 70 more damage over his opponent.
Ooh, look at that freeze RNG as well.
Yeah.
Gabba having the most that we've seen in the tournament. Beating Jay's previous record of Jay having 152%, Gabba beating it with 166% versus 87% right there. So looks like the tables are just turning for him. They're both taking their turn on having insane RNG. So, I mean, it's a coin flip. Maybe this next one will be the same, and whoever just gets the right amount of RNG wins.
I guess we got to wait and see until these guys are ready to jump back into the battle once again. Here we are, straight into it. Apologies again for getting that confused there during the end of that fight. 1-1 currently, Jay versus Gabba. Jay got the RNG in the first fight. Gabba got it in the second. Starting off with a Bolt versus a Bolt. Gabba coming out on top there by getting the hit off Prayer. Both going for the barrage now as well. These guys are so in sync. It's really cute. But Jay does get the freeze, goes for the DD as well, and is now up a little bit of hit points. Obviously, in the grand scheme of things, it's very early, but catching that first freeze is pretty nice. Can't get the DD, though, unfortunately for him. Gabba managing to catch him in his tracks before he can really start to gain a bit of a momentum, a bit of a lead off the start. Looks like Gabba does get it now, gets the nice bolt proc through the Prayer. Jay did a good job of keeping the Prey range up there, trying to go for the claw spec, wasn't able to get it out, unfortunately for him. And Gabba goes for some freezes once again. Looking really neck and neck right now, though. Only a 20 damage, 40 damage discrepancy between these two players. It is in Gabba's favor, though. And currently, Jay does catch that freeze, beautifully played by him. Will get a free hit and a DD as well. Walks through his opponent. Gabba's desperately trying to eat up. And actually, right there, he gets a couple of free hits. 60
very
claw
nice.
spec.
Yeah, very nice trade there with the claw specs. Fortunately for Jay, though, he only hit his 0 to that 60. So Gabba definitely being on the upside, being up 79 damage right now. Both of them being unfrozen. Gabba going for the second claw spec, but getting caught in the tracks by Jay right there. Gabba trying to get a freeze, but doesn't get it in time. Jay now having the DD advantage.
Absolutely. Jay trying to utilize it, but unfortunately getting hit a 24 bolt there from Gabba, who does then catch the clutch freeze before Jay can really turn that around. Looks like Gabba, once again, is getting some really monumentally huge RNG here and up 100 HP. Nice claw spec off Prayer, only hitting a 24, though, luckily for Jay, who now has to freeze his opponent before Gabba can increase this lead any further, but looks like he's unable to keep splashing, sitting the robes a little bit too long there, splashing again, unlucky RNG for Jay there. Gabba being up 150 hit points now. It's going to be hard for Jay to come back, especially from sitting in his robes a little bit too long there. The 20 bolt as well from Gabba, and now they're both frozen, steps away from each other. Looks like 184 HP lead for Gabba at one point there for a moment.
Really a significant lead over his opponent right now. And like I said, really is a coin flip. I mean, it doesn't seem like we're going to be having an even fight between the two. It just looks like either one is winning by 200 or the other. So Gabba being up 134. As I said, I guess a 35 barrage followed by 13 whip, putting himself at 118 HP up. 180, sorry. And right now, both of them just trading hits with each other. I will say, Jay has only caught 31% on of the correct prayers, whilst Gabba has 46% right now. So Gabba seems to be doing better.
Well, I mean, that then he does deserve that extra damage that he's got. But I mean, we've seen players obviously come back from huge deficits like this before, and if anyone can do it, I'm sure Jay can, based on the RNG and the luck that he's had previously as well that we've seen today. That's a nice 41 as I say that to come back into the mix. He's now only down 130. He's utilized his brews to restore and pots ratio a bit better as well. He still has 1 dose of brew, and he's still got a super combat and range pot for when he is used to utilize it, whereas Gabba is kind of not done a great job of that. He still has 6 brew doses and only 1 pot of each, so he's got to really drink a lot of brews at some point, maybe near the end of the fight as well. But it looks like Gabba...
As we say that, he has used his last ranging pot right there. So if Jay actually turns this back, then Gabba might be fighting the rest of the fight on podded. But if Gabba keeps this lead, he probably won't need it. Getting a 49 bolt, as we say that as well. Jay now being on 1 Brudos, 1 Angler, and doesn't have a super combat either. So Jay is going to be fighting the rest of the fight on podded melee-wise, but still has that ranging pot.
Yeah, really huge there for Jay to come back a little bit, but getting hit that 40 plus was kind of unfortunate too. The claw spec for the claw spec attempt. Gabba is now only up 100. I say only up. Jay's almost out of food, so he needs to really hope for some better RNG soon. Gets a hit on the... That was off prayer, and it was on robes. Only a 10 for Jay. Unfortunate for him. He's getting frozen potentially here with the Dragon Square Shield rather than having the Mage's Book on. He misclicked it, I guess, and does get frozen there by Gabba, who takes full use of that. Gets the DD as well. The lead is now 124 damage. Jay is completely out of food. It's his last opportunity here to stay in this tournament for $3,000 worth of prize pool. He needs to really hit something big here. He does manage to catch the freeze, potentially. He does catch the freeze to neutralize the threat of Gabba's DD advantage. Gabba, although now he's almost out of food, and he only has brews and no super combats and no range pots.
I do think Gabba already has a brood as well, so he is fighting on podded right now. Jay not being podded melee-wise either, but Jay does have the range boost at least. But right now, Gabba only being up 64 HP, so that lead he has is slowly going away right now.
And he caught the freeze
does get a 21 bolt right there. Both of them, he's trading hits with each other. I think the best RNG right now is just going to win.
Oh my gosh, well, there's the first barrage. Big hit from Jay. Looks like Gabba is utilizing the last of his brews, but as a result, he's going to be brewed down. If Jay notices that and starts to use his magic a bit more, he will get some big hits.
Well.
I think I might have
does bolt on the ropes there for a 37 on podded. Some very nice RNG. Seems like he splashed the freeze. Jay has the DD advantage, but Gabba is up a decent amount of HP. I think Jay has overhealed a little bit because Gabba is only up 71, but still has 2 brew doses.
Yeah, it looks like it has happened. Now Gabba is completely out of food as well. Looks like it's neck and neck. 59 versus 13. Gabba has a slight advantage. 1 bolt will finish it off for him. Goes for the claw.
And he does have a claw spec, and he does take him out with that last claw spec that he had. Managing to take him out despite being unpodded. So Jay is out of the tournament now, unfortunately. Gabba does advance through the losers bracket though. So Jay's RNG has come to an end. It does look like Gabba did do better. Just looking at the replay, we have Jay with 35% praise correct to Gabba's 48%. So if I had to guess, I think Gabba probably is up on the deserved damage.
Yeah, I guess we're going to check that out momentarily there. Yeah, that was a pretty close fight, though. What a last fight to watch on the live stream today from this this first day of the weekend World Championship Method Mayhem tournament. Gabba getting 49% of hits off prayer, whereas Jay got 34%. But look at the amount of deserved damage and the actual damage done there. 820 for Gabba, being slightly up on Jay, but not by that much, the grand scheme of things. I mean, 90 damage is quite a bit. He got more hits off prayer, but actually dealing 575 versus 513. If either player had just what they were meant to deal, it would have been over much, much quicker there for the players. But that is a 2-1 victory for Gabba, who does go through to face off against either Sanctified or King Barnes. And Jay, unfortunately for him, the RNG just really ran out towards the end. He had some good luck in the first couple of fights he was doing, but in that last one, got very unlucky. So did Gabba. But Jay has been knocked out, so unfortunate for him. Well played, though, son. You did a good job today and put on a real good show for us as well. I think we're going to check over some of the brackets quickly now as well to see what we've missed out on, what we've not seen on live stream as well. Would be good to check out. So this looks to be the winners bracket. As we see tomorrow, we're kicking the day off with round 3 competition. Panic PK versus Drew. Both of these guys OCE PKers, right? So that'll be a massive one.
Yeah, that is the battle of the Aussie Titans right there. Both of the best players from the Aussie bracket going against each other. Panic placing first in the Aussie bracket versus Drew placing second are now having a rematch again. And
that's sick.
Then we're going to be seeing Goofy Llama, who's representing Rot, versus Casual representing Lads. And we have Bill Jetty versus Saladin. Yet another clash of the Titans right there. definitely going to be an interesting one. I'm really pumped for that one. Looking at the last fight, we have Kizza versus Grim. Kizza, I do believe, is a AU player versus Grim being American. So I think they're going to be fighting on probably like 100 ping difference. So that's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, a little bit fairer. And we have, of course, the losers bracket too, which we were just watching some fights from as well, which are popping up stream now. So we've seen a few players actually go out of this tournament so far, as we can see, but the rest of the players that are in here still have a chance to come back up and have a redemption story, maybe have a chance of winning that $3,000 prize pool. Tomorrow we'll be kicking it off with Gabba versus either Sanctified or King Barnes. That fight will be done off stream, of course. It's gotten far too late right now. We have West Ham versus Coin, who's going to be fighting, I guess, as well off stream this evening or tomorrow morning before this next battle's ensue, and he'll be going, whoever wins that fight is up against Koru, who's an absolute machine as well from what we've seen so far. We also have the OG Monkfish, who's done an absolute crazy job too, and kicking out Dino, a fan favorite from the competition, in a fight that we saw off stream unfortunately today, as the show did overrun a little bit. We have Hamza going up against him, who beat Kemp Q, another content creator, both content creators being knocked out by their respective fights there. And then we also have Immaculate versus the Pure Seb Lagundarium. I think the last content creator, one of the last content creators, really, apart from Panic, left in the tournament right now. So it'd be interesting to see if he can go through, and we get to watch him tomorrow going up against Crudder, who beat Clownish, or Oza, who's an absolute beast as well. So definitely some upsets today. It's been a fantastic first day of the tournament. It's been an absolute joy to do. It's overrun by 45 minutes as well. What are you going to say? Sorry, West Ham, I've been chatting away, haven't I?
No, I was just saying, I said definitely. It's been a pleasure to cast this, also to compete. I will be doing my fight off stream. So,
okay.
We'll see tomorrow. I guess you lot will see tomorrow what the final decision of that is. Until then, though, I do believe we are just about to end here.
Yeah, a few more things actually quick before we do end that I need to quickly mention. Exclamation mark community in the Twitch chat. Once again, guys, if you want to check out the community, Method do help out with new streamers through a bunch of different initiatives, such as hosts, such as raids, such as tweet outs, Twitter tweets, you know what I mean, all that kind of stuff, and rewards, make friends, you get the drill. Exclamation mark community in the chat, check that out if you're an up-and-coming streamer, want to make some friends and join the community. Method's recently moved into old school RuneScape, and they will support you a lot with that. Not just that, but also exclamation mark merch in the chat to check out some of the hottest, freshest merchandise, slipping over my tongue right now. Really beautiful stuff. I have one of the hoodies. It's very comfortable, very warm in the winter, really high quality product. If you're enjoying what the organization's doing recently and you want to support Method themselves, then please do pick up some merch and enjoy the fresh clothes. Last but not least, exclamation mark socials in the chat to follow Method everywhere, to watch all the past broadcasts on YouTube, follow the Twitch stream, check out the Instagram, Twitter to keep up to date. We've got more tournaments coming. We have another event tomorrow, 6 p.m. once again, which is about 15 or so, 17 hours from now, I think I want to say. 17 hours, 15 minutes, so be there for that, where $3,000 is going to be given away. I'm almost done. Also, shout out to Hyman. I think he's in the chat. Give him an exclamation at Hyman in the chat. Give him a love heart, because he's an absolute legend who was worked together with Method this week to be able to make us the on-screen little, the inventory setups and all that kind of stuff. He's been working on that as a developer exclusively for Method, which has been really lovely of him, as we couldn't get the support from Jagex. So huge thank you to Hyman for that as well. Not just that, but thank you to all of the Method community, for the Method stakeholders, to the Method team for doing this broadcast with us, staying up extra late, overrunning by almost an hour now. I'm almost done. I'm still shouting out, cheeky shout out for Sparky and James as well, who are helping with the admin stuff, I do believe. Shout out to West Ham for casting with me, Ben, our manager of the Old School RuneScape team, for really putting this whole thing together for us and creating some fantastic content for you guys at home, the audience. And obviously, last but not least, give yourselves a pat on the back. Thank you for tuning in, hanging out, supporting us and supporting Method with making this tournament such a great success. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm done talking now. Apologies for talking your ears off. There was a lot I had to say, but there's just so many people to thank. And myself and West Ham, I'm sure I speak for us both, who I say we're incredibly grateful to be involved in this. And once again, thank you so much to everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'll catch you tomorrow at 6 p.m. West Ham. Good luck on your fight tonight. Any last closing words, mate?
My head's banging, bruv. I'm getting off as soon as I've done that fight. I'm definitely having a good night's rest.
Yeah, likewise, mate. Well, from all of us then in the studio, virtual studio, take it easy. Love you all. Have a nice evening. We'll see you
Take care,
tomorrow at
lads.
6 p.m. Bye.
Anyway, little Willie.